How terrifying would a hero who was so desperate that he turned black be? Despite having the strength of a monster, he has never killed any criminals. Because when he became a hero, Seo Gang Yu promised his teammates that he would never kill anyone. So he didn't kill him, but sent the world's most powerful villain to Ruculus prison to await execution. But on the day the villain was executed, an incident occurred. All the supernatural control devices in the prison were simultaneously disabled. Make all prisoners restore their strength. Unfortunately, that day Seo Gang Ho, the male lead's older brother, was the executioner named Seong Hwan. Knowing that Gang Ho was not as strong as his brother, he did not hesitate to attack him. After hearing the news, Seo Gang Yu couldn't hold it in anymore and angrily rushed to the prison to help. He took the name of a prison warden to start a massacre of all the prisoners. The promise is no longer important now. If I don't kill him, he will kill me. The story opens with a picture of huge plumes of smoke coming from underground. Next are large, jagged holes that look like they have just been through a fierce battle. At this time there was a tired man sweating. His face had many wounds and bloodstains. Below that man was another white-haired man wearing white clothes who was being strangled and pressed down. The two of them seemed to be at the end of their battle. But surprisingly, the man below was strangled and bleeding profusely. He was not afraid at all, but even smiled. Ha ha ha, indeed. Finished, he glanced to the side again. Fortunately, different from those other trash, there were images of other people lying exhausted on the ground. The tragic scene appeared with the falling raindrops, making it even more miserable. The black-haired man above couldn't stand that mocking Tommy anymore and angrily hissed, "Shut up! Kill me!" The white-haired man below still grinned. "Only you can kill me." The black-haired man above just coldly looked at him with sharp eyes. "Is that so? But the one who took your life won't be me. I promised my teammates," he said as he grabbed the man by the collar. He stared at him and shouted, "I will make you suffer the death penalty and face the law." The white-haired guy just looked at him and smirked. "I still regret it to this day," the black-haired man shouted. "You will face the ejectment of justice, and then regretted it. I should have killed him then." At this moment, the newsboard showed the editor announcing an urgent news with a picture of the white-haired man appearing with the words, "The worst villain Seong Hwan." The villain brought fear to the whole world. A judge's gavel thumped on the table, and the verdict was sentenced. Seong Hwan was now pinned to a wooden board. Surrounding him were soldiers wearing protective gear and holding guns, standing extremely vigilant. The ejectment continues to execute. Seong Hwan is currently wearing a special device to control his abilities. But this villain, despite being captured, still confidently smiles happily, and is being held in Ruculus prison, which holds the most vicious criminals. He is held in the deepest basement of the prison level 5. Additionally, a mass in the name of justice is scheduled to be held tomate. A person was watching the news, gritting his teeth in indignation with a wound on his face. To commemorate the image of a girl with shoulder-length purple hair, a monk, a long blonde girl, a bearded man and a blue-haired boy appeared. The heroes who died fighting against Seong Hwan, along with Seo Gang Yu. The remaining young man named Seo Gang Yu is currently receiving treatment. Upon hearing the news, his expression turned cold and frightening. The TV was still playing, "The government is truly grateful for the contributions of the deceased." Suddenly, someone picked up the remote and turned it off. The call rang out. Seo Gang Yu coldly turned his head. The person who entered was a young man wearing a police uniform who spoke up. "Your body is aching, so you should lie down. Why are you sitting there watching TV?" This person is the warden of Ruculus prison, Seo Gang Ho. Seo Gang Yu narrated, "This person is my brother, a warden of the prison." Then Seo Gang Yu also spoke up, "Brother." He looked down at his hands, confused and speechless. "Bastard Seong Hwan, His face darkened in fear as he exclaimed, "You should have killed him yourself when you had the chance." His brother immediately spoke up to reassure him. "Gang Yu, you promised your teammates." At that time, his blonde female teammate called Ryosa said very seriously, "Heroes are saving people, not killing people. No matter how evil the opponent is, you cannot kill people indiscriminately. Since they are also human, their fate will be judged by the law." But then Seo Gang Yu retorted, "What if they kill us?" Larsa immediately said, "Promise me no matter what happens, don't kill anyone." she reminded her teammates. At that time, the main character knew to silently obey Rausa. Back in reality, Seo Gang Ho, his brother, spoke up again. I agree too, because the only thing that can Ujege people is the law. He said while bowing his head, not at all happy. His brother was a bit reluctant, and of course a prison guard like me must keep this a secret. This is confidential information. Seong Hwan will be executed next week. You will be in charge of carrying out the sentence. Seo Gang Yu looked over in surprise when he heard that. The older brother continued, You kept your promise to your comrades. You did well. As for the end of his life, leave it to us, the jailers. Let's go then. Seo Gang Yu heard that and looked up at his brother even more surprised. At this moment, Seo Gang Ho reached down to catch him smiling and saying, Come meet your colleague. The scene changes to another scene, letters with flowers, for the fallen heroes are piled up. The people are all gathered together with banners standing there with faces of grief and indignation. And so the images of the fallen heroes were lined up together in a very neat and respectful manner. The Seo Gang Yu brothers also appeared there to commemorate their comrade. In his hand, he held a white chrysanthemum that had bloomed brightly for his beloved comrades. Very quickly, a week later, people still came and went in and out of the funeral home, very crowded. And the day of Seong Hwan's execution has come. The wooden board that pinned the villain appeared, and Seong Hwan's name disappeared. Instead, there is a memorial photo of Seo Gang Ho, the main character's older brother. So heartbreaking did he die, Seo Gang. Yu was in tears at this moment, unable to believe this truth. He was in so much pain that he couldn't say a word. Why? The person sentenced to death by law is not dead. The image of the sinister Seong Hwan appeared. My brother, a prison guard, has to die. A smiling portrait of Seo Gang Ho stood there, a warden who always did his job well. In front of him were chrysanthemums of remembrance and a censer with incense burning and rising smoke. At this time, Seo Gang Yu could only sit blankly next to his brother's portrait. As he was sinking into despair, a voice called out, Seo Gang Yu! At this moment, a girl appeared with two men in uniform walking behind her. She said, Long time no see. This girl is a prison officer named Ruculus, named Jo Se-eun. Can we talk for a moment? Seo Gang Yu was annoyed. His tired eyes glanced up at the crowd. At this time, a tablet with a video open was brought up. Seo Gang Yu asked annoyedly, What is this? Jo Se-eun replied, This is the video of Seong Hwan's execution that took place today. The scene changes to the events in the video being played. Footsteps lined up evenly appear. Seong Hwan's name was tied tightly on the board, being carried away by many prison guards. Seo Gang Ho was walking beside him when he glanced over and said with a teasing smile, Hey, you look like... He leaned closer to him and continued, Very similar to Seo Gang Yu. Are you really his brother? Hearing that, Seo Gang Ho just silently glared at him. He kept asking, Are you a prison guard? Brothers are so different, aren't they? Ha ha ha. Between the two of you, who is the older brother? Who is the younger brother? Seo Gang Ho remained silent. The man still stared at him, waiting. Suddenly he called again. By the way, Seong Hwan asked again, How do you feel after killing someone? Seo Gang Ho then said in annoyance, What? Seong Hwan still had that sly smile. You're the prison guard. Isn't your job also to kill people like me? What do you think? Martimus. He seemed to be trying to provoke Seo Gang Ho, but he just kept silent. After that, he glanced again and said something sinister. I feel a bit regret. Seo Gang Ho asked back, annoyed, regret. Seong Hwan smiled wickedly again and said disgusting words that made people resentful. Killing someone, it's not fun to die with just a light touch. At this moment, Seo Gang Ho was really agitated and exclaimed, He pointed at him and gritted his teeth. Even when killing people who aren't even human like you, I feel extremely guilty, even though I just lightly pressed the button. But the truth is, he always had nightmares while sleeping. Every night he woke up scratching his head and pulling his hair in pain. Every night the nightmares made him feel tired and unable to have a good night's sleep. It's a nightmare. Images of other criminals appeared and shouted, You are just like me. Even before he died, he still grinned and cursed Seo Gang Ho's work, which was nothing more than murderers. Seo Gang Ho was so agitated that he exclaimed, The prisoners I executed haunt me even in my dreams. Seong Hwan continued to smile wickedly and asked, So what is your motivation to continue being a prison guard? His brother now had something to think about. Everyone has their own job. I'm just doing my job as a warden. From this moment on, death row inmate Xiong Huan before execution. Seo Gang Yu sat in front of him and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Xiong Huan just calmly replied, I just want to ask." He laughed like crazy and asked, "It doesn't matter. Between the two of you, which one is the older brother?" The older brother immediately made a ejectment into the walkie-talkie. "Begin the execution." 3. The guards were now preparing to raise their hands to press the butt tomb down. 2. Their fingers were almost touching the butt tomb, and Xiong Huan still had a carefree face and a smile on his face. 1. The finger is now touching the butt tomb. The butt tomb is almost pressed down. Then suddenly there was a flash of light in the darkness. At this time the video on the tablet was paused. Seo Gang Yu could not believe the footage in the computer and was speechless. Jo Se-eun again speaks out, "Time of execution." Black bars appear on the screen due to signal interference. At this time in Lu Rucula's prison, the ceiling appeared with a long, unlit light bulb. The prison guards were now extremely panicked and exclaimed, "What power outage, prisoners?" Then they glanced at Xiong Huan. Is there also a red butt tomb on Xiong Huan's collar? He smiled like a devil and then raised his finger and crushed the red butt tomb. A mysterious attack was carried out. Xiong Huan shouted, "The only one who can kill me." Seo Gang Yu was in a panic. A huge explosion occurred in the prison room. Everyone tried to hug each other and jump out of it. The electrical lines on the ceiling began to crackle, creating flashes of light and smoke that obscured vision. A warden struggled to speak loudly into the radio. "Everyone arrest him. Alert backup needed. Death row inmate has unlocked the control device." He hurriedly said as quickly as he could, "I'll say it again, death row inmate control room." But at this moment Xiong Huan appeared behind the warden and looked with evil eyes. Immediately the jailer's face began to blister in fear. Screams of pain rang out. "Aha!" Xiong Huan then opened his mouth wide and laughed with glee. Then the jailer's body exploded and disintegrated, shocking Seo Gang Yu. His eyes seemed to panic when he saw the fresh blood of his teammate. Seo Gang Yu knelt on the ground. Xiong Huan stepped over the pool of blood and approached him, saying, "When I saw you." He looked down at him with a disgusted look on his face. "I know you're the older brother, right?" Seo Gang Yu was extremely angry, his hand firmly holding the knife handle. Then he jumped up and swung his knife down at him with all his might. But Xiong Huan just gently raised his hand, and immediately his arm was shattered. Seo Gang Yu's eyes were filled with both pain and anger. Then he couldn't help but fall down, holding his other hand tightly to the wound. Xiong Huan's eyes widened as he asked, "Am I right?" Seo Gang Yu's whole body trembled, but he still tried to reach out his remaining hand, intending to pick up the knife. "You must be dealt with according to the law." Seo Gang Yu's fist was covered in blood and veins from the current pressure. Xiong Huan's expression remained unchanged as he stood there looking disdainfully. Seo Gang Yu used all his strength to slash the knife down, while shouting, "You must be executed according to the law, this monster." But this time Xiong Huan just easily reached out his hand again. Immediately a pool of blood splattered in the air, leaving only a few pieces of cloth. The familiar hat fell off at this moment. Above the ceiling were electric shocks flashing. Below was a man standing there like a devil, and the ground was something no one wanted to see. Seo Gang Yu's head was lying in a pool of his own blood. The devil then looked at the empty hat and exclaimed, "What is it?" He grinned and continued, "For the exact answer, you'll have to ask Seo Gang Yu." Back to the present, Seo Gang Yu was still extremely shocked, his eyes wide open and motionless. Jo Se-eun then spoke up, "Therefore, currently due to the sudden attack incident originating from Xiong Huan, the control devices installed on death row inmates on all floors are released. Fortunately, the escape of the death row inmates was prevented, but countless prison guards were locked up with the prisoners." Seo Gang Yu finally regained his senses. He gritted his teeth and asked resentfully, "Who did this?" Jo Se-eun was silent for a moment, then replied, "We are still investigating." Finished, she rested her chin on her hand and went straight to the point. "Hero Seo Gang Yu, I'm really sorry to ask you this at your brother's funeral, but can you quell the riot at Rucula's prison?" Her expression was now extremely sharp and serious. Seo Gang Yu said without thinking, "Of course, definitely. Jo Se-yoon still looked at him with those sharp eyes as if waiting, but at this moment a stream of aura had already enveloped Seo Gang Yu. His crimson pupils were like a ferocious god as he continued, "But I have one condition. My comrade once said this." At this time large and small explosions could be seen. There was a group of prisoners all wearing yellow uniforms breaking down the door together. It seemed like they were locked inside. Chaotic screams rang out, "Open the door! Damn it, die, die!" At this time there were people who were like crazy, killing and maiming others, with satisfied looks on their faces. Seo Gang Yu continued his narrative. Heroes are supposed to save people, not kill people. The iron door then gradually opened, revealing a beam of light. Then the door gradually opened wider. The prisoners, after experiencing a commotion, began to fight their way out. My brother, a prison guard, also told me that the only thing that can ujeg people is the law. The group of hideous-looking prisoners were extremely excited when they saw that beam of light. A shout of delight rang out, "The door is open, everyone escape quickly." And the one who executed the ujegment of the law did not let them rejoice for long. Then immediately there was a stream of power from outside the door that pushed the prisoners back into a prison guard. The prisoners were shocked and exclaimed, What the hell?" At this moment outside the door there was a dark figure with eyes shining like a ferocious beast, looking at the prisoners inside. I don't want to enter Ruculus prison as a hero. A familiar insignia hat appeared accompanied by a greeting that sounded like it came from hell. "Hello, you filthy animals." But a warden, a butcher. Seo Gang Yu then appeared with a cold, emotionless expression and said, "I am Warden Seo Gang Yu." Seo Gang Yu, the fierce monks, were extremely surprised when they heard that. One of the big guys boldly stood up and spoke up. "You're a hero? Why are you wearing a prison guard's uniform?" They laughed like monsters staring at him, "But it was nice to meet you anyway. Go die." As they screamed, the monsters rushed forward to attack Seo Gang Yu. He was still calmly standing in the middle of the door, waiting for the moths to fly at him. Before the sharp claws were about to pounce, he just darkly raised his fist. Then finally his eyes lit up and he rushed forward. The thug who rushed forward was hit straight in the stomach by Seo Gang Yu's punch. The other guy's body was instantly cut in half. The guys who were too close also had their arms ripped off. Whether they were alive or dead, they were all sent flying backwards by his punch as if they had encountered a storm. At this moment, a path from the outside to the inside of the corpses appeared along with streams of blood on the floor. The other prisoners were terrified when they saw this scene. One of them gritted his teeth and sweated profusely. "What?" Meanwhile, Seo Gang Yu was still standing there calmly catching his breath to relieve his fatigue. "Huh?" Then he stood there and loudly warned the prisoners, "You animals, listen carefully from now on by government order." From the first floor, a giant man sat with his face down in there. First floor, solitary confinement room. Basement 1, a purple-haired girl was smiling. Basement 2 was a group of people with unknown faces only revealing bright eyes. Basement 3, a person with blue hair and a glowing symbol under his eyes. Basement 4, a girl with long blue hair that showed half her face. Basement 5, a familiar blood-stained hat appeared. Seo Gang Yu continued to say, "All my brother's work." At this moment, Seung Hwan sat on a pile of corpses, calmly wearing the precious hat of that poor jailer. "I will." He smiled mockingly as he saw who was coming. "You're here." Seo Gang Yu finished his narration, "Continue the succession." Then his resentful face appeared and he pronounced, "Begin the execution." At this time, the other prisoners were extremely panicked when they heard those words, execution. They screamed madly in disbelief. "What nonsense! You bastard, are you trying to kill us?" Meanwhile, Seo Gang Yu only looked at the group of people chewing with cold eyes. Waiting for them to quiet down, he spoke with a serious face. "You killed countless people. Do you still think you don't deserve to die?" The prisoners looked at each other in confusion, wondering, "Did we kill a lot of people?" Then he shouted again, "I didn't kill that many people." But at the top of this line was Kalita, who had killed 12 people. Another man also raised his hand to explain, "The number of people I've killed can be counted on one hand." He was Brook, and he had killed 7 people. Another fat guy proudly raised a few fingers. "I don't even have 5 people left." This guy was Kade, and what's more disgusting is that he kidnapped children, sexually assaulted them, and then killed them. Then a group of unrepentant prisoners kept questioning Seo Gang Yu. "Who are you to kill us? I need to talk to a lawyer. Murderers are human too." Then came the curses and rebuttals of that trash. At this time there was a silent prisoner there observing. He observed and secretly felt annoyed, too noisy. He was a man with long moss-green hair and a haggard face as if he had not slept. His name was Choi Guan. He had killed 8 people and sexually assaulted them as well. At this moment Choi Guan stood in the middle of the chaos and calculated in his heart, while he was distracted by the other prisoners. At this moment he looked through the gaps to Seo Gang Yu. "I can." His eyes now lit up as if he had just revealed a sinister intention. Choi Guan gently retreated backwards. At this moment a foot stomped on the floor. While the other prisoners were fiercely resisting, Seo Gang Yu, Choi Guan used his lightning-fast strength to rush outside, take this opportunity to escape from prison. But before Choi Guan could feel satisfied, something was approaching his ugly face. How could Seo Gang Yu let this little shrimp get into his eyes? He only used one kick, and immediately a large pool of blood splattered in the air. The prisoners who were making noise earlier saw this scene and had to shut up in horror. At this time, only a broken object fell to the ground. Seo Gang Yu gently spoke. "You guys." He stood proudly in front of the prisoners who were standing there dumbfounded and said, "I'll give you one last chance. Obediently put on the monitoring device and film the type of cell waiting for the execution, or be executed by my hand." The expression on his face when he said that was no different from the words of the King of Hell. Hearing that the prisoners on this side all had extremely confused and panicked faces, suddenly a fearless man spoke up and mocked. "What is that bastard thinking?" He was as majestic as a toad and said wild words to the surprise of the remaining guys. "There's something I want to say. If I'm going to die anyway, isn't it better to die in a riot than to lie still and wait for death? This negotiation is really pointless. That guy is so ugly, he's like a sewer rat. His speech is extremely stinky, and that carefree expression deserves to die 100 times. That's not a negotiation." Seo Gang Yu's retort rang out. Facing the contempt of this despicable prisoner, he tried to suppress his murderous rage and patiently explained, "This is not a negotiation. The last thing I can give you is mercy." The prisoners were confused, worried, and calm as they discussed, "We're done. Is he going to kill everyone? To prolong our lives a little longer, I thought he was just a new warden, but he turned out to be a hero from equality. I'm wearing a monitoring device." Me too." But at this moment there was one person who was still silent. From his mouth came a stream of bright aura, while the prisoners were still panicking and gathered together. Then he opened his wide mouth and emitted a rather strong aura. His face at this moment was like that of a high-level monster. The prisoners who were scrambling around at this moment also had to turn around and look at the monster in shock. "Pay attention," a voice rang out, along with a black finger pointing to the sky. The prisoner calmly called out, "Everyone listen, even if he's a hero from equality, there's no need to worry about that. It's just one guy. I once killed a second-rate hero, we just need to join forces." The other guy started brainwashing the weaker prisoners to attack Seo Gang Yu together. Another guy asked with some worry, "Is it true?" Done instead of the confusion from earlier, they all revealed sinister expressions and laughed. "So that means—" The rat from earlier chimed in again. "That's right, there's nothing to be afraid of. Kill him and get your freedom back." Seo Gang Yu calmly looked at the other guy with his red eyes and exclaimed, "This trash." Back to Josie Eun. Now she was sitting in a chair, seriously saying, "Ruculus Prison divides the detention areas according to the level of danger. On the first floor are the guys who killed a lot of people. There are over 300 serial killers there. On the first basement there are more than 100 area-level criminals. On the second basement, more than 30 city-level criminals. On the third basement, there are 10 national-level dangerous guys. On the fourth basement, there are 5 mainland-level dangerous guys. On the fifth basement, there are 3 people, including Sheng Huan, who are dangerous to the whole world." At that time, Jo Se-eun exclaimed, "A lot, that's quite a lot, but the number of prisoners you have to handle will be much less," she said with a very serious face. Prisoners in the second basement. Images of people staggering appeared, their heads locked with a golden halo. At this time, two girls with blue eyes and red eyes spoke up to remind the prisoners to confess your sins. And on the fifth basement level, a ceiling appeared. At this time, there was a girl sitting in the corner of the room. Another guy came closer to observe the girl and then exclaimed, "Wow!" So it was Xiong Huan. In his hand he held a round red lump like meat, standing there, smiling at the girl sitting in the corner, both hating each other. He threw the item in his hand and said casually, "Is someone here?" The girl just glanced at Xiong Huan with cold, sharp eyes. Seong Hwan's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Then he calculated, "I can kill time while waiting for Seo Gang Yu to arrive." At this moment the voice rang out again. "However, there is a prisoner on the first floor who is quite special." Josie Eun put down a piece of information and reminded Seo Gang Yu, "You have to be careful of this guy." From there appeared the image of the rat, from earlier leisurely holding his prisoner sign. His name was Hylon. Back to the present, he now had an extremely calm expression, without the slightest trace of panic or fear. He possessed a skill that could easily convince others with his words. Seo Gang Yu now exposed him. "You attacked a hospital, injured 30 people and killed 7, including the second-rate hero that's 8. Suddenly, Hylon's ugly lips, like the beak of a scorpion fish, uttered 10. He raised his 2 hands, laughing madly, as if proudly saying disgusting words. "I killed you. That hero is pregnant with twins." Seo Gang Yu's eyes became even sharper after hearing what he said. At this point, he stared at him, let out a breath, and started calling out, "Ah, Commander." He spoke into the shining object attached to his collar. "I think I'll use some force. Is this prison sturdy?" The commander on the other side affirmed, "No matter what you do, it won't collapse on your head, I guarantee it." At this moment, Seo Gang Yu's expression turned extremely cold as he said, "Then I don't need to restrain my power anymore." Hylon on this side was still not afraid of death and said disdainfully, "You're just bluffing." He continued to mock him and his teammates. "You're a hero of equality who can't do anything. To capture Seong Hwan, you were so desperate that you had to use your own teammates as bait, right?" The man in the lead broke out into a hideous grin and said, "We'll send you back to your deceased colleagues." Hillen raised his face to the sky, releasing his mad dog-like power. The other prisoners who received that stream of power began to get excited, hope clearly showing in their eyes. One of them then laughed wickedly and shouted, "My body is full of power." Then Hillon opened his mouth like a high-level monster and called out, "Everyone attack!" Immediately the other prisoners rushed towards Seo Gang Yu to deal with him with a strong conviction. At this moment 2 streams of power flashed and attacked Seo Gang Yu. But immediately several prisoners rushed to the top of the body and it was broken like the previous ones. That dark power attacked all those fearless men. Hot blood spurted into the air, the top of the prisoners gradually disintegrated. Now the dark power flowed through the prisoners, causing them to panic and exclaim, What is this?" After a while, the prisoners were killed by Seo Gang Yu's power. The pieces of their bodies fell to the ground like chickens with the flu. There were even a few lucky ones who stood there with their legs shaking like statues. What the hell? Among them was Hillon. He no longer had the contemptuous expression like before, but instead was stunned, bewildered, and terrified. At this time, one foot is thrown up with great force. It was none other than Seo Gang Yu. His kick in the air released a dark aura that crisscrossed like a spiderweb. Then Seo Gang Yu used twice as much force to lower his leg. The blood-red rays of power spread out even more strongly. Immediately his powerful aura reached its maximum, when his feet touched the ground, and the remaining prisoners were also decisively sent to hell by that force. The scene changed to such a beautiful sunset sky. The deadly scene just now was just a nightmare. There is someone sitting in a dark room. There was a man sitting there with his head bowed, silent and motionless. Suddenly the prisoner raised his head. His mouth was covered with a piece of leather. Then a questioning voice was raised. "Seo Gang Yu." On this side, a prisoner screamed, "Ah! Ah!" He was still being dealt with by Seo Gang Yu and was about to be sent off to heaven, but he still couldn't forget to curse, "Damn it!" Then his eyes rolled white with fear. Seo Gang Yu was still jumping up and down to deal with the remaining prisoners. They could only cower and dodge. Seo Gang Yu's eyes were now shining brightly as he rushed forward with his fist of death vortex. The fist transformed into a powerful force that came crashing down. Screams rang out, "Don't stop." Blood continuously splattered into the air. 2 death screams rang out. And as a result, his fist was like a web through all the prisoners there. That fist was like the claw of a giant beast. The prisoners were terrified when the blood-red power wrapped around them. And Hien was no exception. He was also cut in half by that sharp force. His face looked like he didn't feel the pain. After a while, he rolled his eyes, his face full of disbelief as he exclaimed, "Impossible!" As a result of Seo Gang Yu's punishment, the remaining prisoners were cut in half. After Seo Gang Yu withdrew his power, there was only a pile of corpses left behind, like the end of the world. Only then did Seo Gang Yu open his mouth to speak. "First floor execution complete. Let's go to the solitary confinement cell." Behind him was a sight no one wanted to see in their life, but well worth it to those who did. How many people have been killed? The number is uncountable when you see a mountain of bodies that are dozens, hundreds. Seo Gang Yu's fist of death was still burning strong. At this moment he was standing before 2 prisoners, one big and one small, who were extremely confused. Seo Gang Yu spoke, "Choose either wear the device or die." His voice was cold and his eyes were sharp. The little guy gritted his teeth in fear, while the big guy gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, "You!" The guy contemptuously raised his hand and rushed forward, intending to attack Seo Gang Yu, while cursing, "Bastard!" But Seo Gang Yu only lightly kicked his leg, and the other guy was blown to pieces, like the prisoners just now. There were about 300 people on the first floor. The remaining little guy saw the big guy die in the blink of an eye and was terrified. Then he quickly raised his hands and surrendered. "I will wear it. I will wear the device." Seo Gang Yu immediately said, "Go and get it." The man immediately stammered, "Yes, sir." He raised his hands in panic and said cautiously, "Please give it to me." Seo Gang Yu's eyes looked at him sharply. Just when he thought this guy knew how to cherish life, he suddenly smiled a devilish smile. From his hand a power that he thought was stronger than Seo Gang Yu was emitted, and he cursed him, "Bastard." Then he confidently launched that stream of power towards Seo Gang Yu. He laughed like crazy. "Do you really think I will listen to you, you bastard?" Suddenly his eyes widened. Appearing after that attack, Seo Gang Yu was still standing without a scratch. This guy exclaimed in disbelief, "Huh." One of the villains Tome captured said that people with physical incompetence are pitiful. A female prisoner with chains all over her body appeared. Even though her whole body was in the glare, she still laughed like crazy and said, "You don't know the feeling of crushing someone from afar, do you?" A familiar fist punched the other guy's face. Instantly, the guy's head was crushed in the air. Wasn't it just like cracking an egg with your hand? Later, Seo Gang Yu was in another cleaner space. He pressed the red button on the wall. After the door opened, the image of Seo Gang Yu standing against the light. A voice from inside rang out, "It's noisy outside, isn't it?" He just looked at him with cold eyes. The prisoner who was being beaten still spoke up. "It's been 3 years. I knew you would come." Seo Gang Yu frowned uncomfortably. The guy continued to speak, "Long time no see, hero Gang Yu." This guy was the solitary confinement prisoner on the first floor Findio. He ate people and tortured them brutally. He asked again, "Do you remember me?" At this moment Findio stood up. "It looks like you changed jobs, huh? It doesn't look too good." Seo Gang Yu didn't reply to his nonsense and just coldly said, "Choose between life and death." Findio took off his gag and his vile expression began to ramble on. "If I had known we would meet like this, you and your equality hero friends." The scene changes back to the previous moment when Findio was just captured by the Equality Hero squad and thrown onto a rock. At that moment, Seo Gang Yu was startled and looked to one side. There appeared a pot with a half-closed lid. Inside was a pot of red things. Seo Gang Yu was confused when the guy spoke up in disgust. "Doesn't it look delicious?" He then stuck out his dog Tammoki and put on the most despicable expression. "You look like you want to kill someone, don't you?" Seo Gang Yu's eyes glared back indignantly. The guy continued to provoke, "But you wouldn't dare kill him." Seo Gang Yu's hand was filled with streams of anger. His teammates looked at him worriedly. Seo Gang Yu swung his fist towards that damn Findio and roared, "I'll kill you!" While he was furiously preparing to deal with that prisoner, a shout rang out, "Seo Gang Yu!" When the other person appeared, his fist stopped. Rouser said sadly, "Don't." Seo Gang Yu at this time could only suppress his anger, but Findio continued to provoke. "Look at your teammates, how disappointed they look." Back to the present. At this moment he raised his hand that was emitting a stream of power and said, "If you don't answer, I will consider you choosing death." Findio continued to nag. "Do you want to know why I kill people?" "I'm not interested." Seo Gang Yu had long since gone mad and was no longer patient enough to listen to him continue on and on. Immediately a burst of power passed through and Findio's head flew out of his body. Suddenly a voice rang out, "That's because..." Surprisingly, Findio's head still grinned. "I want them to remember me." He appeared on the other side again, raised his hands and said calmly, "So I killed them and became the most memorable person in their lives." The image of a person he had murdered looked up in despair. "When they die under my skill, they will not forget me." His image appears in the lives of his victims like a hateful, poisonous insect. The victims are surrounded by a terrible force that cannot escape. The guy laughed like a monster and proudly said, "They will engrave my image and their eyes, Findio, as proof that I can show you the memories of the people I killed." Seo Gang Yu just glared at him, displaying his cruelty in annoyance. Around this guy were purple-black insects that were as evil as his power. He started to be arrogant again. "Should I show you each one?" At this moment, an image of a head appeared under his hand. Findo was about to say something, "This child." Immediately, the arm that had just summoned his head was cut off by a flash of power. Immediately, the arm that had just summoned his head was cut off by a flash of power. Findio painfully held the wound on his hand. Only then did Seo Gang Yu ask, "Is it because you're a solitary confinement prisoner?" Seo Gang Yu transformed his power into a sword, took it, and approached the struggling Findio. "I really want to shut your nagging mouth." His image appeared like the king of hell and exclaimed, "You don't have time to attack me with your skills, do you?" At this, the guy let out a hump. Then he asked, sweating profusely, "Let me ask you something before I die. Do you remember the people you killed?" Seo Gang Yu swung his sword and calmly replied, "No, there's nothing worth remembering, especially a piece of trash like you." Suddenly his eyes became serious. Findio grinned and created images of his teammates in front of him to distract him. Rouser at this time, sad eyes, said, "Gang Yu, don't." Gang Yu had already become dull looking forward. Two more teammates were also looking at him affectionately and calling Gang Yu. Even though he was sweating profusely, he still tried to show off his despicable appearance. "Do you remember these people?" But Seo Gang Yu quickly regained his composure. He still swung his sword at the calls of Gang Yu. The illusion Rouser was still calling Gang Yu when the sword slash came. His powerful slash cut off the illusion. Immediately, that stream of power brought the space back to reality. Seo Gang Yu's eyes were as sharp as a god of murder as he hissed, "Can you stop your petty tricks?" Findio's name still had a grin on his face, then continued to babble, "I didn't expect you to be able to slash your colleagues without hesitation." Gang Yu immediately coldly exclaimed, "That's not it." At this time, Findio frowned in confusion. Seo Gang Yu finished his sentence, "Just an illusion." Immediately after the body of the Findio was slashed by his sword, his power cut in half. The prisoner's whole body fell to the ground. Seo Gang Yu stood there with his head down and said, "And I'm no longer a hero, I'm a jailer." Findio spat blood but remained stubborn. "What, you're not just a prison guard?" His eyes slowly closed, but he still tried to finish the sentence, "You are a monster." But Seo Gang Yu just stood there silently. Findio's final voice ended his evil life, a monster like Seung Hwan, words to attack Seo Gang Yu one last time. But at this moment he no longer cared about those meaningless words, just turned back to glare at the corpse of that prisoner. The scene changes to Seung Hwan. He looks up with a bored expression. "What?" There was no resistance at all. The female prisoner sitting in the corner was beaten to the floor by him. She looked blank, as if she had no emotion at all. Seung Hwan's childish expression of discontent looked extremely disgusting. "When will you come down, Seo Gang Yu? If not, why don't I go up?" He was calculating after taking down all the people inside. It was already nighttime, the moon was shining brightly through the dark clouds. At this time, 3 people were standing on the cliff watching. A man spoke up. "Sister Shinka, when are you going to start?" The woman called Shinka now smiled in response. He appeared. Huh? He was Seo Gang Yu, who appeared on that floor. His face was extremely cold, showing another look of death about to happen. Shinka covered her face and smiled excitedly, then exclaimed, "My dear husband." "Your husband?" A guy there asked in confusion as he looked at Seo Gang Yu through the screen. The guy smiled and turned back. "Yes, he's my husband." The other guy immediately said, "Ms. Shinka." He smirked and asked, "Isn't your husband Seong Hwan?" This guy's name was Canis. One of the 3 named Gato also spoke up. "That's right, isn't that why you attacked me, to save him?" Canis continued, "And that one over there is a hero. He is the one who is least useful to human development." She replied calmly, "Was once a hero." But her face took on a mad expression as she exclaimed, "No, I don't see any heroism at all." Everything fell silent after that statement. Seo Gang Yu's expression was cold, but still alert. Canis said, "Then you should choose one." Gato continued, "That's right, polyandry is illegal." Shinka seemed to be thinking about her choice. "I don't know if he's younger or older. This is important because they're not compatible." Sigh. The symbol in her pupils lit up. "Whoever survives is my destiny." God, she acted like she was worth so much as to have a choice. She put on a sinister look of anticipation. "So who is it?" At this moment, a ceiling full of light bulbs appeared. Jo Si-eun appeared behind Seo Gang Yu and said, "Good job, Warden Seo Gang Yu. You." Her sharp eyes looked down at the prisoner's corpse and continued, "You've already cleared the first basement." Jo Si-eun reminded again, "The prisoner's strength will increase exponentially, so rest for a while." Seo Gang Yu didn't let her finish and refused. "No." He turned back with an indignant face and said, "I'll be there right away. Open the door." Jo Si-eun was momentarily surprised, then replied, "I understand. Before you go down there, I want to ask you a favor. Down here, basement 2, there are still living guards sending signals." The image of weak guards standing among dangerous prisoners appeared. "How many guards do you think are on each floor?" A female prison guard gritted her teeth and raised her stick to defend herself. Seo Gang Yu immediately replied to Jo Si-eun, "I don't know, but can you save them and bring them back to their families?" Jo Si-eun immediately replied, "All the communication devices on the first basement floor are broken, so I don't know the exact number, but I'm sure there's only one person." The image of blood stains on the floor appeared. It was from a prison guard who was attacked and lost his legs. He was trying to crawl on the floor because all the communication equipment in the 5th basement was still working. The camera image appeared. The warden had crawled to the spot, and he must have been screaming desperately into the camera, "Help! Help me! Help me, someone! Please!" But at this moment, behind that poor prison guard appeared Seong Hwan and another prisoner. He now raised his hand with a vicious look. Immediately the warden's face blistered. Then there was a terrible explosion. Blood splattered on the camera. Seong Hwan smiled arrogantly at the surveillance camera. "I'll show this to the person up there." Seong Hwan held the disgusting red ball in his hand. Seo Gang Yu then adjusted his hat and said, "I'm getting off," causing everyone to panic. Jo Si-eun replied, "I will open the door between the 2 basements." The door now revealed a crack of light. While Gang Yu was waiting for the door to open, Jo Si-eun reminded him once more, "You must be careful because the difference in strength between the prisoners on the 2 floors is like heaven and earth." With that, the door opened before his sharp eyes. Seo Gang Yu's eyes became serious as the door opened. A group of ferocious prisoners rushed out and attacked Seo Gang Yu. They were so excited that they made fun of him. "Ah ha ha, you son of a bitch, whoever is fastest wins." Then there was a burst of colourful flashing lights. The prisoners each had a gun and took turns aiming and shooting, mockingly shooting. "I knew you would come here, but you deserve this encounter." Jo Si-eun saw that and was extremely panicked and cried out, "Seo! Seo Gang Yu!" But her eyes quickly lowered when she heard the words, "Before worrying about others, worry about yourself first." There was a giant hand reaching out in front of Jo Se-eun. One of the prisoners let out an amused laugh. Humph! Then his disgusting hand reached out successfully, grabbing Jo Se-eun's neck and lifting him up. Then he laughed with delight and asked, You're the prison guard, right? What a rare opportunity. I always wanted to smash this arrogant face of yours. Jo Si-eun tried to grit his teeth and break free from his claws. Then he turned back and said arrogantly, "Hey fools, it's the jailer. Whoever catches them first will be the one." But before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. While he was struggling with his pathetic performance, a group of prisoners in his cell were lying on the ground like chickens with the flu. The prisoner now exclaimed in disbelief, "What the hell?" Then he immediately looked up fearfully. That is the image of Seo Gang Yu punching down with the fist of death. It didn't take long for that powerful force to descend. Seo Gang Yu kept punching until the other guy's hand let go of Jo Se-eun. Jo Se-eun was confused as he fell to the ground. Then a voice rang out, "Don't go down!" Seo Gang Yu stood up, looked at her and said, "Basement 2. His eyes were now extremely sharp, as a reminder, very dangerous. Jo Si-eun at this time could only nod and obey. Yes, I understand." Before he could go any further, Jo Si-eun reached out and called out, "Jailer Seo Gang Yu." Tammoki was arrested in the basement 1. Images of the women covered in chains appeared. At this time, Seo Gang Yu could only silently walk away, but after a while he also spoke up and replied, "I know." The scene changes to the first floor solitary confinement room. At this time, some of the tough prisoners were talking to each other. Hear that sound? It sounds like a scream. Did he succeed? At this moment, a mysterious-looking female prisoner called out, "Hey fools! Did he succeed? Which one of them do you think can cause chaos here? I guess you guys will never know. This girl is Tammoki. She killed 28 heroes." Tammoki pointed at his forehead, his face arrogant as he continued, "Do you know why villains are always villains? Because you're not smart enough, former hero." At this moment, a scolding voice rang out, "You bitch!" A brazen prisoner approached her, gritted his teeth, and looked down at her, asking, "Do you want me to kill you?" Tammoki heard this and burst out laughing. "Puff, kill me! You've only killed ordinary people. Have you ever killed anyone with superpowers?" This brazen guy remained silent and did not answer. She continued to point proudly, "No, or have you ever fought them? If you don't know why I'm here, it's because I killed them." The brazen prisoner then exuded murderous intent and exclaimed, "I'm going to kill a person with superpowers right now." But in just a moment she stretched out her claws and slashed a straight line from the top of the brazen man's head down. "Kill!" Immediately a stream of fresh blood spurted out. Tammoki's monstrous arm was covered in blood. A cold, murderous aura emanated from her body as she said, "Who is the one being killed, you idiot?" The people in the room were now standing there in shock. She proudly continued, "When I was a hero, I captured countless villains. So I know how to catch people with superpowers. With that knowledge, I have killed countless heroes." Tammoki stood before the split body she had created and said with a smile, "Now I will instruct those on my side." She licked the blood off her hand in disgust, then affirmed, "I will show you how to hunt someone with superpowers." At this moment, Seo Gang Yu's image appeared in the dungeon. His sharp eyes looked forward. She continued, and more importantly, her expression turned into a venomous, snake-like smile as she said, "I know Seo Gang Yu's abilities." At this moment, a surprised voice rang out, "How do you know Seo Gang Yu's ability?" No. Tammoki then sat down on a chair that was bowed like a king. She placed her hand on her chest and confidently replied, "I was also a hero, and I have a reliable source of information." Another prisoner asked, "Even if we knew, what could we do to him?" "He is a hero in equality, an organization of first-rate heroes, unlike third-rate heroes like you." That Tammoki girl then showed a sinister look. Then she began to explain, "Since Rouser became the president of equality, there have been changes in the hero profession. First, the way heroes are made has been changed so that they can no longer arbitrarily kill prisoners. Second, they often organize collective training sessions between heroes. Finally, the hero ranking system from rank 1 to rank 5 was abolished." Tammoki confidently said, "I mentioned this because the time Seo Gang Yu joined equality was when the ranking system was under maintenance. Seo Gang Yu was specially selected without any outstanding achievements, or in other words, he got in through favors. Rumor has it that he was Rouser's lover. The other prisoner was still a bit hesitant. Actually, I've never seen him fight, but the way he cleared the first floor in the blink of an eye must be at least third-rate strength, one level higher than us." Tammoki then laughed out loud in disdain. The first floor is full of bugs. You guys can do it too. The one with the pointed crest was Choi Mok Gang, who had killed 1738 people. The one with the scar running down from top to bottom was Hoan EU, who had killed 1983 people. Her voice rang out again. It's easy to do that. The one with the big round eyes is Kurian, who killed 2,270 people, and the one with the small pensive eyes is Mizu Jonak, who killed 3,521 people. Right. A large muscular man who appeared to be quite young, Spick killed 6,435 people. The other prisoners were still confused. Tammoki continued, I'm not saying Seo Gang Yu is weak, he is strong, but she was extremely confident. I know his weak points, so we can work together to take him down. At this point, Spick asked, You know his weakness? Ah calmly said, Hey, why do you guys keep thinking like that? When are you going to think about it? Make up your mind and go quickly. Those guys were still hesitating, and Seo Gang Yu was still walking in. He's almost here. The other prisoners heard and immediately raised their hands. I will join. Me too. Only Spick remained silent, so she turned to ask, What about you? He then made a decision. I'm in too. What's the plan? Since the last century, when humans began to awaken to superpowers, doctors through research have divided superpowers into 3 main types. The type that can transform or strengthen the body is the physical ability group. The kind that has the ability to create objects out of nothing, creative ability. Those who possess abilities that do not fall into the other 2 groups are called mutants. The prisoners were now standing there looking straight ahead, waiting. At this moment, a familiar hat appeared. Seo Gang Yu entered the door to the expectation of the prisoners. He's here. Immediately, 2 people exchanged glances with each other, creating lightning bolts. Those lightning bolts of power shot straight down to another prisoner's eyes. Target in sight. Immediately, a powerful force was sent down to Spick's head. He asked, Did you see him? Tammoki, still sitting on the other person's back, calmly replied, I have it. Her physical ability communicating through brainwaves, her 2 eyes were now also infused with that bright lightning. She confidently analyzed Seo Gang Yu. Seo Gang Yu's strength is also physical like me. Tammoki thinks she knows Seo Gang Yu's weakness because she watches him practice every day. The HL-12 training robot entered sparring mode. She then looked at him disdainfully. Look at him. At that time he was training with the giant robot in light sparring mode. In the present. At this moment Seo Gang Yu had already walked in and stood in front of the prisoners, saying his trademark phrase, wearing a monitoring device. Fine. If you want to die, just tell me. Suddenly, a beam of power flashed down from the ceiling towards him. Not long after, a bright explosion erupted beside Seo Gang Yu. She was still thinking confidently, he didn't dodge, did he? At this moment, an excited prisoner reached out and released his power. Tammoki used the cell doors to form a defense line. Let the prisoners with creative abilities and supernatural powers attack continuously. The prisoners with abilities continuously released their power towards Seo Gang Yu. Spick, who was still wearing that power, spoke up. You're right, he just stood there and took the hit. Tammoki just smiled with satisfaction, but Tammoki also knew the reason Seo Gang Yu didn't take these hits was because a huge explosion appeared, but it couldn't do any damage to Seo Gang Yu. After the explosion cleared, Seo Gang Yu was still standing there coldly. From behind him came a force that seemed stronger than the one that rushed in. But Tammoki had another card hidden, and that was this attack from behind. Seo Gang Yu coldly turned back to glance up, a long-range attack. His calm eyes suddenly turned panicked. Seo Gang Yu's body was shaken by that power. His hand also changed slightly when it was subjected to that power. After that blow dissipated, Seo Gang Yu stood there motionless. The guy who just launched the long-range attack smiled smugly as he finished. Done. At this moment, the small butt tome on Seo Gang Yu's collar flashed, revealing the ability-limiting device. As you said, I went to collect these from the warden's corpse. A hand took out the collar. It was Spick. He still had some doubts and asked, but will it work? This is stuff from the first basement. Tammoki immediately affirmed, it'll be fine, we just need to put more on him. Those are the first basement items for a second-rate hero. 10 are enough. Even a first-rate hero would lose all his power if he wore 15. Million can put it on him with his skill. The one called Million, who was holding a bunch of those devices, smiled and replied, yes. He had killed 2,421 people, the ability to control objects. Tammoki continued, just in case put 30 on him. Seo Gang Yu's body was now covered with countless power-limiting devices, and he still stood there motionless. Seeing this, the other guys excitedly shouted, "You're done for, you bastard! We've already put a power-limiting device on you!" However, there were 3 mistakes in Tammoki's plan. Very quickly, those guys stopped their joy and replaced it with shock and horror. The ability-limiting device around Seo Gang Yu's neck gradually cracked. His eyes flashed like a ferocious beast. First of all, the power he emitted was still as strong as ever, without any restrictions at all. Seo Gang Yu's power. The prisoners looked up in horror as the power-limiting devices broke off and flew into the air. Then a fist of death was coming down. Seo Gang Yu's fists cracked open those guys, like the prisoners on the first floor, many times larger than the first-class heroes. The prisoner was vomiting blood due to anaphylaxis. The lightning power cap was also broken. Spick exclaimed in horror, "The restraint device is broken." Tammoki at this time also lost all her arrogance and haughtiness from just now. Looking at that scene, she couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell?" Immediately, a miserable scream rang out. The prisoners turned away to run away under Seo Gang Yu's gaze. "Damn it!" Tammoki hurriedly shouted, "Plan B! Tell them to execute Plan B!" Spick immediately transmitted, "Everyone execute Plan B!" At this time, a voice rang out warning Seo Gang Yu, "Stop!" At this moment, there was an innocent person being strangled by a strange hand. The prisoner grabbed the poor prison guard and threatened Seo Gang Yu, "If you move, I will kill this guy." Then the whole gang of wild prisoners brought out the jailers to blackmail him, "If you want to save him." But this time he just gently raised his hand. Immediately the prisoners were grabbed by his strength. The second mistake, fresh blood splashed into the air again. At this time the prison guard was extremely panicked and glanced to the side. The prisoner's hands painfully let go of the jailers. Seo Gang Yu on this side still only gently pointed out a finger, but the flow of power was completely opposite to that smallness. Seo Gang Yu's ability was of the physical type, but the man opened his eyes wide in horror and exclaimed, "How can this be?" In the prison room, red streams of blood appeared. Before he died, that person was still extremely shocked. Some people said, "How can you have this kind of ability?" The scene inside the prison was extremely brutal. The prisoners were quickly dealt with by Seo Gang Yu's finger lying in a large pool of blood. The other prison guards were also rescued. It can also be used as a supernatural ability. Third and final mistake. At this point, a few prisoners were hiding in a corner, panicking among themselves. "Damn it, what should we do now? Should we put on a monitoring device?" At this moment, a prisoner reached out his hand from this. He broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said, "I will wear a monitoring device. Will you spare?" But before he could finish speaking, her pupils immediately contracted. Then a large streak of blood sprayed into the air. For him, those who repented too late. Seo Gang Yu had no patience with those guys and continued to sweep through the prison. His power flowed through the air. The men on the upper floors at this moment were also fearfully welcoming death from the Grim Reaper. At this moment, Seo Gang Yu blurted out, "It's too late. These people can never be forgiven." The blue lightning power burst out. A prisoner sweating profusely. It was Spick. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Damn." Then she turned to Tammoki and questioned, "What the hell is he? Everything is a mess. Don't you have any plans?" She was still sitting in a corner biting her nails. "No way, how is that possible?" Spick lost his patience and turned to shout, "Hey, say something, I shouldn't have believed you." Tammoki replied, "You said the restraining device couldn't stop him while he was wearing 30 of them." He immediately said, "I will wear a monitoring device. If I do that, I still have a chance to live." Hearing that, she gritted her teeth in anger. "Shut up, shut up." Tammoki's eyes glowed like a demon as he turned around, using her strange hand to pierce Spick's stomach. "Ah!" he yelled madly. "Who do you think you're talking to? You think I'm on the same level as you because we're locked in the same floor." Tammoki looked down at the man he killed and confidently said, "I'm almost capable of becoming a first-class hero." After that, she still couldn't help but clench her teeth and say, "But is that equipment really broken? If he's so strong, why isn't he fighting on the front lines?" Tammoki raised her head and shouted, "This is all nonsense. It's incomprehensible." Suddenly she glanced back at something. It was a jailer trying to leave. After seeing Tammoki's evil gaze, the warden screamed in terror for help. "Ugh, please, save me, someone, please save me, help me." But she was in a rage and immediately swung her arm to stab down. Suddenly a ray of power shot out and cut off Tammoki's wrist. She looked down in horror at her severed arm, which was covered in blood. Seo Gang Yu then appeared in time with a more monstrous hand. He called out, "Hero Tammoki." At this moment, the jailer, having just experienced a moment of terror, stood up and shouted loudly, "Ah!" Meanwhile, Seo Gang Yu on this side was still continuously emitting murderous intent as he asked, "No death row inmate Tammoki, do you have anything else to deny?" Tammoki was still smiling mockingly. "Ha ha ha, damn it, I'm done." Standing in front of a shameless woman, Seo Gang Yu asked, "Is that your denial?" She continued rambling, "Is it true that all the equality heroes are dead except you?" Seo Gang Yu calmly replied, "That's right." Only then did Tammoki let out a strange laugh. "He he he he, so Tome is dead too." Tome's image was blurred by countless chains appearing. Seo Gang Yu just stared at her silently. She asked again, He, are you dead? I told you not to act like a hero, you stupid little sister." Then her Tomi became a bit provocative. "You are a member of equality, but you kill people. Do the other heroes know? You know how much Rausa is trying to change this hero industry? But because of you, everything is back to normal. I wonder if Rausa will be sad in the other world." His eyes now became stern, and he looked at her. "Your denial is too long-winded. This hero industry is not an ordinary industry. That's what Tammoki felt after becoming a hero. But destroying evil does not mean that all are righteous." At this moment, a cry for help rang out. "Please save me. A girl is being threatened by a brazen man with a knife. Please, please." The brazen guy shouted, "Stand still, don't move." The poor girl was extremely scared. But now there was a beam of light shining through. A hero slashed through the thug's body and cut him in half. Even the girl couldn't avoid being hit by the slash. While on duty, even if civilians die, the hero's status is still absolute. This hero, after killing even civilians, still smiled with satisfaction. Mission accomplished. The reason why Tammoki became a hero was simple. She was still a young girl at that time. "You always help me," two hands clasped together. At this moment, Tammoki's younger sister, Tome, happily said, "That's great, like a hero." Tome, who has no supernatural powers, relies heavily on his powerful sister, who possesses supernatural powers. But Tammoki, at this moment, to her sister's surprise, she affirmed, "That's right, isn't your sister amazing?" She twisted her personality. A clear blue sky out, like a hero saving people. The girl who had just been rescued sat on the ground and gratefully said to her, thank you for saving me." Tammoki then smugly said, "Oh, it's nothing," instead of feeling proud. She covered her face and smugly said, "Just doing the right thing." She felt superior again. Tammoki continues to do hero work. Finally, on a mission, she killed a villain. It was her first time killing someone. At that moment, Tammoki's expression became distorted. "For the first time in my life," she touched her face. Then she looked up to the sky and laughed madly. She felt superior. Tears welled up in her eyes. Killing people is so exciting. After that, Tammoki kept killing people. Villains, civilians, heroes. She killed them all without leaving anyone behind. Among them, Tammoki likes killing heroes weaker than himself the most. Feeling betrayed, stunned, and finally she lost her happiness. At this point, the weaker hero begged her, "Please spare me." That expression drove Tammoki crazy. But the needle in the bag will eventually come out. Tome suspected that Tammoki always came home very late and smelled of blood. So that day, Tome followed her. At this moment, Tome's eyes gradually became wild when she saw what was before her. Before her eyes was the image of her serial killer. The little girl witnessed her older sister killing people. Tome felt extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Sister!" Tammoki was also startled and turned to look at his sister, his face covered in blood. "Tommy, I told you not to stay out late." It's useless." At this moment, her hand was still tightly gripping the head of the unfortunate person. She didn't feel guilty, but instead smiled excitedly and invited her sister to commit the crime. "Want to join?" Tome's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" But at this moment, Tammoki became even crazier and waved her hand down. "If you can't bear it, then let me do it myself." At this moment, a loud noise made her startled and looked up. No, there was a chain emitting a purple light that shot down and blinded her hand. And that very day, Tome awakened his ability, her first act as a new hero. Tome, now in tears, pointed and exclaimed, "Sister." Since then, Tome has become a hero and has been chasing after his sister, who has become a villain. Tammoki's image was blurred, but still had a sinister smile appearing. Finally, the evil Tammoki. Tome caught his sister and exclaimed, "You are under arrest." Tammoki then spoke up agitatedly, "So you won't call me sister anymore? That's so sad. Your ability is getting stronger, so it's a pity that it's a summoning ability and not a physical one. Those without physical abilities are truly pitiful." Tome just silently looked at his sister. Tammoki grew even more furious, because they can only kill people from a distance. They will never know the ultimate thrill of tearing people apart in person. "You never understood me." Upon hearing those words, Tom exclaimed, "I've never had a sister like you." Back in the present, Tammoki asked again, "Did Tome die in pain?" Seo Gang Yu only coldly replied, "Tome, remember the image when she fell down in the fight with Sheng Huan?" When Seo Gang Yu came, Tome painfully exclaimed, "It hurts so much." The girl's tears flowed down her face. "Save me, sister." Back in the prison cell, Seo Gang Yu said, "She still called your name when she died." Tammoki was silent for a moment, then said, "I shouldn't have asked, it just made..." At this moment there was a strong stream of power coming out. "I feel worse." On her hand grew a sharp sword. Her whole body also changed to become more terrifying. Then she jumped forward. Seo Gang Yu stood there calmly. Tammoki rushed forward and attacked straight into his body. But at this moment her eyes suddenly became panicked, when the sword in her hand just stabbed into the air. Seo Gang Yu then appeared behind Tammoki. She now struggled to resist the force. At this point, both of them rushed to confront each other. Tammoki's eyes flashed. She was immediately kicked back by Seo Gang Yu, creating a huge explosion. A giant cloud of dust appeared. Seo Gang Yu stood waiting in front of it. At this time, he looked down from the ceiling. Tammoki gritted his teeth and continued to attack him. But Seo Gang Yu just lightly punched her in the stomach. Tammoki also vomited a mouthful of fresh blood at this time. Then she fell to the ground when she couldn't hold on any longer. Tammoki gritted his teeth in anger and looked up at Seo Gang Yu. Seo Gang Yu looked down with his bloodshot pupils and said, "Even as a criminal, I don't feel happy killing my colleagues." She spoke now to his as punishment. "Then can you..." She burst out laughing madly. "Spare me!" She now crouched down to the ground and said, "You are a hero. Did you promise Rouser?" He just coldly replied, "I am no longer a hero." Tammoki still pleaded with all her might, "But please, please, spare me." She was now shaking Seo Gang Yu's legs in fear. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." He immediately said, "Your current state is a scene you often see. The scene of the victims in pain and despair begging appeared. Spare me, please, spare me. Tammoki." Seo Gang Yu's eyes were sharp. "What did you do to those who begged for your forgiveness?" Tammoki's face broke into a twisted smile. "Ha ha, damn it!" Seo Gang Yu didn't let her say another word, but continued to swing his powerful fist. At this time outside the sky, dark clouds gathered. The sound of Seo Gang Yu's fighting echoed throughout the prison. That sound as the Canis crowd was standing there watching, an excited voice rang out. "Did you hear that explosion? That must be Seo Gang Yu, right? Oh, what now?" The middle-aged female singer looked extremely excited. Make someone fall into the net and wake up. The other guards were panicking. What the hell is going on? Right, Gem, scaring someone. But for someone, the familiar hat takes place. Seong Hwan happily exclaimed Seo Gang Yu, which made them even more expectant. At this moment, Seong Hwan felt extremely excited and exclaimed, making the girl next to him confused, "No, I have to go up now." As he spoke, he made a terrifying face like a demon and raised his hand. But suddenly, at this moment, there was a force that blew Seong Hwan away. His whole body hit the wall, creating a huge explosion. The hat on his head also flew up and fell down. Seong Hwan looked at the person in front of him with wide eyes and exclaimed, "What a surprise!" A voice rang out, "Are you bored, kid?" There was a step of someone stepping out in front of Seong Hwan and the other female prisoner's surprise. It was an old, wrinkled-faced prisoner who spoke. "Want to play with me?" The man's name was Kingston. Seong Hwan took the hat and put it on his head, laughing mockingly. "Ah, you're so scary." Kingston also had a strange smile on his face at this moment, asking, "Afraid, Kiva, basement 5, prisoner number 001. I'm just a kind old man who wants to play with children." At this moment, a panicked voice rang out, "Sir!" Josie Ian stopped and asked, "What's going on?" A prison guard watching through the camera hurriedly announced, "Right now on the 5th basement, Kingston and Seong Hwan have met each other." Josie Ian heard that and said happily, "That's great." The jailer heard that and was confused. "Huh." She continued, "One of them will die. Personally, I want Kingston to win. He's not as dangerous as Seong Hwan." Josie Ian's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Hey!" A red flash appeared. "Why is that woman with him?" The image of the female prisoner with Seong Hwan appeared. Back in the cell, Seong Hwan spoke up. "Hey, old man, are you going to play with me?" Kingston smiled and replied, "Of course." He now put on the innocent expression of a spoiled child and said, "I won't accept it." "Is that so?" But at this moment, Kingston's eyes lit up dangerously as he said, "But this old man still wants to play with you." Kingston, he was the first prisoner of Rucula's prison, the oldest released prisoner. Unlike the prisoners in the 4th and 5th basements, who had killed millions of people, he only killed 3 people. The first to die was the most powerful and evil villain at the time, Caracas. The 2 remaining dead were the most talented heroes at the time, Clark and Hilo. He appeared out of nowhere and killed the 3 strongest people at that time. His face was covered in blood as he exclaimed, "I kill all those so-called invincibles. Am I undefeated now, Chipway?" Kingston stood in front of everyone and asked. It's useless, he let himself be caught by the government. In terms of risk, he was the lowest, but he surrendered after killing only a few people, and it was also a time when the relationship between the government and the Hero Association was not very good. He avoided execution for 30 years. Back to the present, Kingston held out his hand, his expression gentle as he said, "I won't kill you, just play gently. If I step on a child, I'll feel guilty." Seong Hwan then seriously prepared to reply, "Okay then." Immediately, a hand was held out, followed by the corpses of the poor jailers. Those corpses just floated in the air under Seong Hwan's control. Seconds later, the bodies turned into lumps of flesh floating in the air. He said coldly, "Let's play together a little." At this moment, Seong Hwan launched round balls of meat to attack Kingston. Kingston still stood there calmly waiting. After a while, he raised his hand. He continuously swiped it at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye to catch those round, fleshy fruits. That hand grabbed the other meatballs, the other hand poked out and broke the round meatballs. The power surged through the air. Kingston's hands waved in the air. Then his power flow formed a vortex. Kingston now combined both hands to create a stream of power. At this time his eyes became sharp. The sharp hand thrust forward. The threads of cloth on the body also fluttered. The round flesh flew straight out behind. Immediately the flesh balls exploded into large bloodstains in the air. The drops of blood fell down. Seong Hwan looked up at the rain of blood thoughtfully. At this, Kingston glanced up with sharp eyes and smiled sinisterly. After finishing, he stood up and said, "I thought you used telekinesis, but your current attack and defense are like this. Then aren't you a telekinesis user? Do you have any other way to attack?" He replied, "I've thought about it. I know playing with old men is boring. What's so fun about killing someone who's about to die?" Kingston was momentarily surprised, then narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, "You really are an arrogant brat. I've met many people like you, like frogs in a well. Everyone thinks they're the strongest." His feet glided lightly across the ground. When one foot stepped down hard, it created strong cracks on the floor. The rocks and soil echoed in the air, and Kingston emerged proudly from the rain of earth he created. At this moment, a loud scream rang out. "Ugh!" The prison guard panicked and exclaimed, "At this rate, the basement will collapse." Josane immediately reminded, "Don't make any more noise." Even with the power of a level 1 or 2 hero, this prison cannot be destroyed. There are 20 layers of special walls. How can they be broken? Everyone calm down. Inside, Kingston's face darkened as he said, "I will correct that trait of yours." With that, he rushed forward. As the floor was gradually crumbling, it disappeared. Seong Hwan was still standing there observing the scene before his eyes. Then he raised his head and looked up with wide eyes. An image of Kingston stomping on Xionghuan appeared. At this moment, that foot was about to stomp on his face. At this moment, a huge explosion occurred, and nothing could be seen. The sky outside was still filled with dark clouds. Inside, the prison guard was still screaming, "Ugh!" Jo Se-eun also had to raise his hands to shield himself from this shaking. Meanwhile, Seo Gang Yu on this side was still standing outside silently. At this moment, Jo Se-eun hurriedly asked, "Is everything okay?" The warden was still shocked and speechless. "Commander, who won?" She was impatient. "That's not it," the warden replied under Jo Se-eun's sharp eyes. At this time inside the dungeon, Xionghuan was still standing in horror, watching the water break before him. The jailer turned to Jo Se-eun and replied, "The walls have all been breached." Jo Se-eun was now sweating profusely and exclaimed in shock, "We're done for." Xionghuan inside looked at the broken walls and exclaimed, "Wow, it's like a human-shaped drill. How far did he go?" A voice asked, "Is this enough to interest you?" He looked down and spoke up, wondering, should we follow him? Suddenly, another group of people appeared and said, "What are you doing following that old man?" Those words came from a familiar, arrogant mouth. Shinka and her 2 followers appeared. She sat on the ground and laughed. "Wouldn't it be much more fun to talk to me?" In the observation room, Jo Se-eun and the prison guard were both confused after seeing this and exclaimed, "Huh." Xionghuan turned back and glared, "Who are you?" Shinka replied, "Let's talk and you'll know who I am." Jo Se-eun saw more clearly and exclaimed in panic, "How hungry is that woman? She's on the 5th basement floor." The warden was still stunned. "What's this?" On this side, Shinka looked up, but before that, she pointed at the screen and said, "Those people who are watching get lost." The screen immediately went black. Jo Se-eun then angrily slammed his hand on the table, gritted his teeth. "This, damn it!" At this time, our main character is still standing silently outside the door. Seo Gang Yu spoke into the communication device on his collar. "Commander, the work on the 1st basement is complete. Please open the door to the 2nd basement." But at this moment, the voice on the other end of the line cut off. "Seo Gang Yu, wait." Seo Gang Yu was still standing there waiting. After waiting for a while, he called back a little worriedly, "Commander," but there was no response and he directly cut off the connection. The space fell into silence again. Perhaps the signal is weak because... Seo Gang Yu didn't wait any longer and used both hands to separate the sturdy door. The door gradually opened, revealing a strange light. His expression was extremely sharp. He continued, "She went down to the lower basements. When going down the stairs of the 2nd basement, unlike the 1st floor and the 1st basement, where before entering I could smell blood. There's no smell here." Seo Gang Yu pursed his lips warily. "It was very clean. Everything was very quiet, not a single body to be seen. The light from the bulb was still flickering there. Not even a person. Seo Gang Yu just walked inside. Suddenly, a loud scream caught his attention. "Ah, ah!" A female prison guard was running out in panic, shouting, "Don't come any closer!" Meanwhile, a group of monsters were chasing after him with their sharp teeth gaping open. The monsters were excitedly baring their jagged teeth. The prison guard girl ran and shouted, "Don't come closer!" But when she ran out and saw Seo Gang Yu standing there, the girl couldn't help but be surprised. Ran over and called out loudly, "Seo Gang Ho." The girl called the wrong name, startling Seo Gang Yu. The prison guard girl was desperate before the monsters chased her. "Ah!" Immediately, a stream of power passed through the girl, destroying the monsters. The girl was now sitting on the ground next to the corpses of the monsters. Ha! Next to her was Seo Gang Yu's fist that was emitting murderous intent. Only then did he ask, "Are you okay?" The girl probably hadn't received the news of the male lead's brother's sacrifice yet, so she was extremely worried and rushed to hug Seo Gang Yu, calling out, "Gang Ho!" At this moment she raised her head to look at him and happily said, "Shouldn't you be on the 5th basement? What was that just now? Do you have superpowers? That's great. But have you been hiding your powers all this time?" Seo Gang Yu immediately pushed the girl away and said, His eyes were sharp as he said, "I'm Gang Ho's younger brother." The girl heard that and exclaimed in surprise, "Ha! Hero Seo Gang Yu." Then she wondered, "Why are you wearing a prison guard's uniform? Oh no, why are you here?" He immediately said, "So you are my brother's colleague." Seo Gang Yu reminded, "It's dangerous here." Suddenly she said, I'm very sorry to hear you say that, young master." This surprised him. Then he asked, "Who are you?" The girl put her hand on her chest and happily replied, "This is the first time we've met, right? I should be the one to greet you first." Then she held out her hand and said with a smile, "I'm your sister-in-law. You look a lot like your brother. Did you know that?" Seo Gang Yu was extremely shocked when he heard that, speechless. At this moment in the solitary confinement room, the second basement, a voice called out, "Mael!" Someone spoke up with a dark face. "It seems like someone has come here." The girl called Mael now replied with a dangerous expression, "That's right, brother." A group of people and monsters were locked inside. "How many sins has this stranger committed?" The little girl named Mael picked something up and replied, "He killed my dog." The prisoner named Mien said with a careless expression, "Really, then it's going to be hell for him." The scene changes to Seo Gang Yu, where the girl speaks up, "I've only seen you in pictures or videos." She smiled and introduced herself, "But seeing the real person is much better. I am the warden of Ruculus Prison, Warden Hongjia." Seo Gang Yu immediately replied, "I heard he has a girlfriend, but other than that I don't know anything else." Hongjia smiled and scratched her head. Actually." Suddenly 2 fingers pointed to his stomach. "Here." Hongjia hugged her stomach with both hands and said with a happy face, "In here is the child who will call you uncle." Seo Gang Yu's eyes were filled with shock. He exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" She replied cheerfully, "It's not clear yet. It's less than a month away. I just found out recently, and since it's related to Seunghwan, I don't want to reveal it too soon." After a moment of shock, he exclaimed, "Is what you said true?" Hongjia saw his serious expression and was also confused and asked, "Yes, is there a problem?" Seo Gang Yu then looked away and evaded no. She asked again, "What are you doing here, Gang Yu? Are you here to quell the riot, but you're also wearing a prison guard uniform?" "I," Seo Gang Yu replied, "have been assigned as a special warden to execute prisoners in Ruculus Prison." Hongjia was extremely surprised when she heard that. She was a little incredulous. "You're the executioner. Why did you do it?" she asked in confusion. "Was it the order of the prison warden?" Seo Gang Yu immediately explained. "It seems like they didn't notify everyone, so I'll give you a brief explanation." After recounting the incident for a while, Hongjia was extremely shocked and exclaimed, "An electromagnetic pulse attack. Who would do that?" Seo Gang Yu replied, "They are still investigating this matter." Hongjia's eyes filled with tears of worry. She hurriedly asked, "What about Gang Ho? He's probably in the 5th basement serving his sentence." Seo Gang Yu didn't know how to answer "my brother," just looked at Hongjia, standing there holding her stomach and crying. Seo Gang Yu couldn't bear to say it. He could only close his eyes helplessly. But he changed the subject. "There's a distress signal coming from basement 5. Hongjia heard that and put her hand on her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. Seeing her like that, Seo Gang Yu could only lower his head and stay silent. Then he said, "It's dangerous here, so go upstairs. I'll take you." "No way." Hongjia said, "If you want to go down to the lower floors, you will need me." He asked in surprise, "Why?" Hongjia immediately explained, "When I look at a target, I have the ability to read their memories. Her special ability is psychometry." Then she waved her hand and said, "I haven't read Gang Yu's memories yet. Don't worry, I won't use my powers so carelessly." Seo Gang Yu could only stare at her speechlessly. Hongjia continued, "I use this ability to provide psychological therapy to prisoners, and I use it to determine whether what they did was really a crime." Seo Gang Yu asked, "But what use is your ability to me?" She explained, "Currently on the 2nd basement floor, in the solitary confinement cell being controlled by Mien and Mael. They are 2 brothers with special summoning abilities. Their abilities give them power. The monsters appear, turned others into puppets by stabbing them in the heart. Now all the prisoners in basement 2 are their puppets." Seo Gang Yu spoke up at this moment to her surprise. "I also know a little about their abilities. They are Margot's students." Margot's image appeared. "I already know this information, so please go upstairs." Seo Gang Yu pointed up and said. Jia hurriedly said, "A few puppets fighting under the control of the 2 brothers are the prison guards." Hearing this, he could only purse his lips and remain silent. Hongjia's expression was more serious than ever. "Among those fighting puppets, you wouldn't be able to tell who is a prisoner or a jailer. But with my ability to read memories, I can tell them apart. Seo Gang Yu immediately replied, "If they have become puppets, then aren't they all dead? What's the point of distinguishing?" Hongjia immediately explained, "No, they're still alive. When those two brothers stop using their abilities, they'll return to normal." He was certain of one thing: those two definitely won't do that. But Hongjia stubbornly said, "Let me." She put her hand on her chest and confidently said, "I can convince them." He worriedly said, "With your condition, it's too dangerous." Suddenly Hongjia said, "Before I became a mother, I was and am still a prison guard, so I have to fulfill my duty." At this moment, the image of her brother Seo Gang Ho appeared in her mind. Seo Gang Yu pursed his lips and silently looked at Hongjia. Then he reached out and said, "Okay." At this moment, Seo Gang Yu's power surrounded Hongjia, causing her to panic. That stream of power lifted her into the air, leaving her completely amazed. Then she asked the girl, "What is this?" Seo Gang Yu looked up and replied, "My ability, it will protect you from danger." Hongjia called down in panic, "Wait, wouldn't that be very disadvantageous to you? This is so weird." At this time, the two of them were still walking towards their destination. At this moment, Hongjia exclaimed, "Ah!" Before their eyes were puppets, whose faces were unclear, whether they were guards or prisoners. Their entire bodies were like blocks of stomy, controlled by a golden ring attached to their heads. Hongjia immediately said, "That's Brother Mien's ability. Please remember that he has captured many prison guards." Seo Gang Yu stared straight ahead and asked, "Which one of them is the jailer?" "Wait a minute." Hongjia replied, then closed her eyes. After opening them, her pupils lit up. Her pupils continuously scanned the puppets. She then gave the result. "The two in the back are the jailers. We need to defeat them first and then group them up." Suddenly Hongjia looked down at her hands in panic. "Huh!" She was now hidden behind Seo Gang Yu's protective circle. She kept calling out worriedly, "I can't see anything. Mr. Gang Yu, what is this?" Hongjia kept shouting inside, but he could no longer hear clearly. Seo Gang Yu then silently spoke. The difference between them is, his power stream skipped across the floor, the survivors. His beams of power attacked the identical puppets, who were the jailers. This stream of his power tightly wrapped around the two puppets. Another puppet that was not affected by the power jumped up and rushed to attack Seo Gang Yu. The puppet's eye sockets were empty. Seo Gang Yu punched the puppet guy straight in the face, causing his head to shatter. His eyes were sharp as he said, "And the dead were prisoners, that's obvious." The puppets all rushed to attack him, but Seo Gang Yu easily defeated them with one punch. Those puppets kept rushing at him like moths and were burned by Seo Gang Yu's fire. His eyes grew more and more fierce. With one punch, he immediately slashed through the prisoner puppets. Meanwhile, Hongjia was still protected inside that circle and couldn't see anything outside. At this moment, a sphere appeared showing Seo Gang Yu sweeping away the prisoner puppets. The two male Mien brothers were both watching through it. Male sister spoke up and said, "Brother, someone from outside has come. Do you think he is stronger than Master?" Mien hesitated a bit. "Ah, well." Mile remembered Rouser again and asked, "What about that woman, Mien was silent. The little girl didn't hear the answer, so she called out, "Brother!" She came closer and hugged her brother's arm weakly, saying, "I'm so scared." Looking through the ball, Mien immediately replied, "Don't worry." Around the two little ones, a crowd of countless puppets appeared. He hugged his little sister tightly to comfort her. "If that's all, he can't kill us." Seo Gang Yu's sharp image appeared. On this side, Hongjia was trying to scream. She couldn't bear not seeing anything, so she asked, Why did you lock me inside?" Seo Gang Yu stood there silently and replied, "Did I surprise you? I'm sorry, I should have warned you in advance." Hongjia immediately asked, "Why did this happen?" He explained to clear up any misunderstandings. "I pushed the jailers aside and the prisoners were all executed." She exclaimed in surprise. "Execution at Kaithen?" she asked in surprise. "But isn't the execution device in the 5th basement?" Seo Gang Yu replied silently, "I executed him with my own hands." Hongjia exclaimed, "What the hell you mean you executed them yourself, Gang Yu?" He looked up and asked, "Is there a problem?" She hesitated a bit. "Who decided this?" His eyes were sharp and he answered frankly, "I decided." Hongjia asked in panic, "Has the warden agreed?" He immediately replied, "Yes." Suddenly she was speechless. What are you planning to do?" "Sa," Hongjia asked through clenched teeth. Seo Gang Yu looked up in confusion. Hongjia asked, "Gang Yu, is everything okay?" Seo Gang Yu coldly replied, "As a warden, I just do what needs to be done, there's no problem." But Hongjia argued, "As a warden, we shouldn't kill them. Our job is to reform the prisoners, to make them better. As a warden..." Seo Gang Yu couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted, "Enough, I'm sick of hearing such idealistic words. A hero's job is to save people, not to kill people. Only the law has the right to yujagi others." His face showed anger as he said, "I know very well the consequences of pursuing such ideals. Someone was brutally murdered by the unreasonable beast. Actually, it doesn't matter if I'm a warden or a hero. I'm just doing what I should have done a long time ago. That is executing wild beasts who have given up on being human." Hongjia was bewildered. "Mr. Gang Yu, in the end they are still human beings." He was so angry that he was speechless. "Why do you have it?" Hongjia looked down in panic. At this, he shouted indignantly, "How can you think like that? You say they are human. From the second basement down there are criminals who have murdered hundreds of thousands of innocent people. All of them deserve to die. In the past, there were people who died unjustly, and there were also many debates about the death penalty. After people with the ability to read people appeared, there were no more cases of wrongful judgments and injustice. Jia, you know this, right?" But Hongjia gave her opinion, but they all have their own stories. He felt speechless. "Well, the story," she continued, "especially Mien and Mael." Seo Gang Yu interrupted. "What story? Everyone in this world has their own story. Don't the victims of the assassination have their own stories too?" Finally, Hongjia looked down in confusion. Seo Gang Yu immediately made his decision. "They will either die by my hands or be sentenced to death. It makes no difference, right?" Hongjia continued, "The death penalty does not mean a massacre." He was really angry to meet a saint like this. Hongjia had to know what pain was when he heard the news that his lover was killed by a prisoner. At this point, Seo Gang Yu also lost his patience and shouted, "Stop it, don't say any more." He raised his hand. Then he warned seriously, "This ends here. If you continue to behave like this, I'll send you upstairs, okay, Miss Jia? I'll handle this my way." Hongjia at this moment could only sweat profusely and stay silent. At this time, everything inside the prison was blurry and unclear. Seo Gang Yu was still walking, while Hongjia was still being carried by his protective circle. Now the red control circles appear, followed by puppets that looked stronger than before. Seo Gang Yu asked, "Which one of them is the jailer?" Hongjia replied, "3 people in the back." "Got it." He finished speaking and then began to reach out to the puppets. Hongjia was still looking down in confusion. Suddenly she exclaimed, "Gang Ho will be sad." Seo Gang Yu was about to attack the puppets, but when she heard that her eyes seemed to go wild. He stood still there to let the puppets swing their weapons down to attack. At this moment, a stream of power slashed down on his neck. Seo Gang Yu's face was now dark with anger. The tip of the weapon was now cracked. The haunting voice rang out again, "Gang Ho will be sad if he finds out." His eyes were so wide they looked like they were about to burst. His eyes were shining brightly. Despite the puppets stabbing at him, he still had no injuries. Seo Gang Yu felt his frustration and anger build up. At this moment, he also punched out a death fist. Hearing the words of other people's ideals echoing in his head, Seo Gang Yu became even more frantic, as if wanting to release his resentment. His teammates' words appeared. Then came the powerful punch. Then the image of the brother appeared again. Seo Gang Yu could no longer contain his anger. Hongjia was terrified when she saw that scene. Immediately, a puppet was slashed down by the force. Then the puppets were rushing to attack him. Words. What can words do? Is this misfortune or fortune? Red power spheres are released into the vortex. Seo Gang Yu's sorrow. Those spheres floated in the air under his control. Those balls attacked straight towards the prisoner puppets. Then the puppets turned into a surging red stream and were slightly reduced. Then there were explosions in the air. Screams of pain rang out. A rain of blood fell on Seo Gang Yu's head after killing the prisoners. He was standing silently in a bloody space. Shinka was watching through the screen and smiled with satisfaction. Her eyes lit up at this moment. Shinka watched while covering her face and happily exclaimed, "Oh, now he's even cooler." At this time, Seo Gang Yu continued walking with Hongjia. Then there was the image of him continuously dealing with those prisoner puppets. Then there was the image of the protective sphere of Hongjia. Those images kept overlapping each other. At this moment, Hongjia was trying to observe. This time the three people over there are all prison guards. Three puppets appeared before them. Seo Gang Yu immediately replied, "Then please wait a moment." But then something made him startled and turned to look. A golden ring appeared and a voice said, "Nice to meet you." Then there is a red circle. The two brothers Mael and Mien hugged each other and walked in calmly saying, "The one who came from outside." The voice that answered surprised the two of them. "You come out here yourselves." Seo Gang Yu looked at the kids with cold eyes and exclaimed, "You made things less troublesome for me, I'm happy too." At this moment the stony door gradually opened and following the two brothers appeared a huge monster. At this moment Hongjia panicked and called out, "Mien Mael." Mien calmly spoke up at this moment. "Jailer Hongjia, why don't you come to us? Shouldn't you be in heaven? You guys should dispel your abilities." Seo Gang Yu extended his powerful hand and said, "Then I will give you all a painless death." Mien then hugged his sister and asked, "Is there any choice you have without killing us?" He replied, "On the first floor as well as the first basement, I gave them the choice to use surveillance equipment or not. But the wild beasts that have killed countless people in the second basement will have no choice but to die." At this time Mien mentioned his master again. "That foreigner, I heard that you are my master's colleague, is that right?" Mael also added, "The woman is also a hero like you who captured us. You and her give off two different feelings." Seo Gang Yu just silently looked at them. Mael was speechless again. "You will definitely go to hell." The older brother immediately reminded him, "Mael, don't say any more." Seo Gang Yu now went on the offensive and coldly said, "We'll see who goes to hell first." Mien now spoke up to negotiate. "If you promise to release us, we will disarm our abilities." Seo Gang Yu immediately replied firmly, "I refuse." Hongjia said, "Mien Mael, this will only make the situation worse." Surveillance equipment warehouse interrupted her at this moment. Prisoner Hongjia. He hugged her sister and started to sell the carpet. "We didn't commit any murderous crimes, you understand that, right?" Hongjia was speechless and continued, "So we also refuse." Hongjia was trying to persuade Mien at this moment. Seo Gang Yu silently interrupted, "Your method is absolutely ineffective." The swallow gritted his teeth and stared at the other brother, hissing, "I will not negotiate with wild beasts." Hongjia continued to try Mr. Gang Yu. "It's okay, there's no other way." Seo Gang Yu created a weapon from his power, saying, "Even wild beasts should feel pain." Before the hammer of death, Mien still wanted to negotiate. "That foreigner, we don't want to fight with you. If you listen to our story, we can negotiate." Seo Gang Yu clenched his hammer and interrupted, "I refuse." Hongjia above tried to shake him off. "Gang Yu, if you talk to them, we can resolve this peacefully." Seo Gang Yu immediately raised his hand towards the protective sphere, then angrily hissed, "Please stay there." That foreigner, at this moment, his power also attacked the two prisoners. His power gripped them tightly and lifted them into the air. The rope of power tightened their bodies, causing them to cry out in pain. As for the way to torture the evil one, the image of a mangled man appeared. Seo Gang Yu looked up with bloodshot eyes and continued, "I already know. I never thought that one day those words would come in handy." At this time the two brothers were extremely afraid of Seo Gang Yu's power. Mien spoke up at this point, "Talking is useless, you're not human." Mael's body also emitted a stream of light, frowning as he explained, "Aren't we social beasts or monsters?" Seo Gang Yu just glared at those villains. When this is glared at above, there are two other names. The two prisoners were replaced in the brothers' place. The voices continued, "We are humans with special powers." Immediately the other two were crushed in mid-air by his power, two streams of fresh blood spurting out. His voice still echoed, "But why don't these people call us humans? What's the difference between us and them?" At this moment countless other puppets were approaching in front of Seo Gang Yu. The feeling that the yellow circle is the white puppet, the red circle is the black puppet. Seo Gang Yu just glanced over and cut off all the heads of those puppets. At this moment he gritted his teeth in anger when he knew he was being fooled. Damn it! Mael looked through the round ball and couldn't help but sweat profusely in fear. Mien turned back worriedly and asked, "Mael, do you need help?" The girl immediately replied, "No, his defense is too strong." At this moment, Mien was standing behind the puppets standing in front. Mael now raised his hand to create a magic circle and said loudly, "Let me help you!" With that, she pressed the magic circle down onto the other sphere. Immediately, that matrix grew larger and fell in front of Seo Gang Yu. At this moment, several red circles appeared in the air. Appearing on the magic circle were giant, hideous monsters. So this was the power of the summoner. A monster with 2 giant round eyes and a mouth full of saliva appeared. But compared to humans, they were nothing. Seo Gang Yu was not afraid of any of them and rushed to attack those monsters. He jumped on top of the monster, each of his kicks releasing a powerful wave of power. He rushed to attack the monsters behind. The monsters kept jostling each other. Seo Gang Yu slipped into the middle of the monsters, then released a powerful force that cut down. His power slashed through the monster on the right, then slashed through the monsters on the left. He circled the monsters, then stopped, lips pursed in anticipation. Mael looked through the sphere and saw the scene. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Then she turned to her brother and said, "Brother, how much longer can you hold on?" Mien replied, "Probably about 10 minutes. 10 minutes, one of her hands lowered. Then Mael bit her finger and drew blood. It not long. She held her bleeding finger above the sphere and shouted, "Then this time." Then the little girl pressed her bloody hand down on the ball. Immediately a pressure pressed down, causing Mien to panic and turn around to look. The stream of power now pressed down on the space below. At this point, everything was in smoke and dust. Mael raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed. Mien looked up in confusion and asked, "What happened?" At this moment, a hat appeared. Seo Gang Yu was now standing in front of the 2 prisoners. Seeing this horror, Mael's eyes filled with tears, and his brother was equally frightened. Then Seo Gang Yu spoke up. "Now that I think about it, if I had caught them all one by one." A large hole was broken through dozens of layers to reveal itself. It was Seo Gang Yu who broke it. The light from above shone down. He looked down at the 2 girls and glared, "Your lives are over here, so release your powers and I will send you away painlessly." At this moment, his power radiated out, attacking the other 2. The wall, that big hole, still causes people a great shock. The 2 brothers exclaimed in horror, "How much power does he have?" Seo Gang Yu then brought his fist closer to them and said, "Your ability, dispel it." His eyes looked down like a murderous god. The 2 prisoners now looked up in panic. At this time, Mien gritted his teeth and raised his hands. Immediately, streams of light appeared along that hand. At this time, the matrix circles appeared in the air. Seo Gang Yu also looked up in surprise. At this moment, countless giant puppets appeared along the matrix circles to confront Seo Gang Yu. The tallest puppet is named Michael. The second one with a black face is Gabriel. The third one with a head full of wings is Raphael. The fourth one, with 3 eyes and a mouth that stretched from ear to ear, was Uriel. Suddenly, 2 slashes crossed each other. Seo Gang Yu's speed was as fast as lightning as he cut through those giant puppets in one go. The 2 brothers quickly turned back to look at their last shield. After seeing that scene, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but stiffen, and he exclaimed, "Ah!" At this time, Mien raised his hand to create a magic circle. Immediately, the jailers were released outside. They were a little dazed and exclaimed, "Ah!" Mien called out to the puppet guards and shouted, "Stay away from us. If you don't let us go, then all these jailers." He was now about to use this as a threat. "Ah!" Seo Gang Yu coldly interrupted, "If you don't dispel the ability and release the jailers." Immediately there was a loud cry that made him stunned. "Ah, ah!" His eyes became serious. Seeing her sister being blinded by Seo Gang Yu's power, she cried out in panic, "Brother!" Seo Gang Yu then stomped his foot and coldly said, "I will make your sister die a painful death." Mael now cried out in pain, "Ah, ah, ah." The screams of his sister made Mien panic. "Brother, it hurts so much, it hurts so much." Seo Gang Yu just stood there coldly looking forward. At this time, Mael still kept screaming. At this point, Mien finally had to exclaim, "Ah!" It knelt down on the ground and begged, "I will dispel it. I will dispel the power. In return, let me talk to the warden." Hongjia. Seo Gang Yu immediately said, "Remove your ability first. Dissolve it." His eyes were cold and determined. Mael's painful cry rang out again, startling him. Seo Gang Yu said, "I'll stop then." A moment later, a beam of light was transmitted down. The two brothers were now sitting kneeling, holding hands and facing each other. After a while, the jailers who were released from control woke up and shouted, "Ah!" The prisoners also regained consciousness, bewildered. Humph. The other group stood in front of the current scene and exclaimed in confusion, What the hell? What is this? Those guys were asking together, "Why are we here?" Seo Gang Yu's power immediately flashed through. That power cut those damn prisoners in half. The blood splattered everywhere, startling the two brothers. The prison guards saw that scene and were also terrified. Someone stammered and asked him, "What's going on, hero Seo Gang Yu?" He immediately turned around and said, "Everyone should go back upstairs." Everyone else turned around in confusion. "Ah, I see." Only then did Mien speak up. "I have stopped using my abilities, so you must also fulfill your promise." Seo Gang Yu immediately replied, "Okay, I will let you meet Miss Jia." While the other two brothers were still surprised, he continued, "But first, let's move somewhere else." At this time, separating the two sides was a group of prisoners' corpses that had been cut in half, looking extremely gruesome. Pregnant women should not see this scene. At this time, in a place that was still somewhat okay, Hongjia was still sitting inside the protective circle, trying to shout. After she was able to see outside, she looked down and asked, "What happened?" Seo Gang Yu replied, "I've finished my work. The power has been removed, and all the prison guards have been saved." Hongjia hurriedly asked, "What about Mien and Mael?" "Over there right in front of me." At this moment, the two brothers were hugging each other tightly in fear. They want to talk to Miss Jia before they die. Hongjia still tried to persuade, "Mr. Gang Yu, you can let these two children wear monitoring devices." Seo Gang Yu resolutely interrupted, "Don't make me repeat myself. The wild beasts in the second basement that have killed countless people will be executed by my own hands." Hongjia was shocked to hear that. At this time, Mien innocently asked, "Jailer Hongjia, have we done something that deserves death?" "We really didn't do anything that deserves the death penalty. Please say something." Its face was filled with panic. Hongjia was momentarily speechless. Seo Gang Yu immediately urged, "Hurry up." Hongjia exclaimed in confusion, "Mien Mao, you two must be executed." She struggled to utter her last words, after hearing that the two brothers could only hug each other in fear. Hongjia on this side finished speaking, and also gritted his teeth. Then everything fell into silence. Hongjia was speechless. Seo Gang Yu asked again, "Do you have anything to say?" Mien also spoke up, "Jailer." "So then," the two children hugged each other tightly, waiting for death. "I will keep my promise." Seo Gang Yu said those words and raised his hand. "It's time to begin the execution." At this, Mael's tears fell down and he cried out, "Please spare us, please." Brother. They now no longer had any strength to fight back. Seo Gang Yu then swung his death fist down. The force that was released created a cloud of dust and smoke. But after the power dissipated, something appeared that left Seo Gang Yu stunned. A beard appears. It was Mago. He was creating a sphere to protect the two brothers. Mago Ikoti appeared with a cold look on his face. The two brothers saw him and were a bit surprised and exclaimed, "Master!" Seo Gang Yu also looked up, wondering, "Mr. Mago." He loomed large before everyone. "What's going on here?" At this moment, the image of Mr. Mago appeared there, surrounding his two disciples. Seo Gang Yu exclaimed in surprise, "What?" He wondered, is this the twins' ability summoning illusions? No, the prisoners in Basement 2 can't possibly have this level of defensive magic. Mago was the one who used this ability himself, but why? Seo Gang Yu wondered. Why is he using defensive magic on these two, whatever, he exclaimed. Then he summoned his powerful power. No matter what Min thinks, nothing will change. The two brothers were still extremely terrified and hugged each other tightly. His fist broke the shield, falling debris. But at this time, Mr. Mago's image continuously released matrix circles that pressed down on Seo Gang Yu. He gritted his teeth in anger. "You damn old man, what the hell have you done? Why did he do this?" Mr. Mago was now trying his best to protect the two prisoners. His blood-red power still flowed out. Seo Gang Yu's fist shattered those magic circles. Now only the original blue protective shield remained. The pieces fell down, but Mr. Mago's expression remained as gentle as ever. Seo Gang Yu, his eyes were sharp, but also stopped. Seo Gang Yu broke through Mago's countless defenses. Mien panicked and hugged her sister, who was about to faint. His eyes showed obvious discomfort, but he couldn't erase the feeling of sadness in his heart. The scene changes to a clear blue sky with white clouds appearing. At that time, Seo Gang Yu's group of heroes were gathered there smiling happily in a flower field. They were looking at Mr. Mago, who was happily playing with the children. The curly-haired hero saw this and said helplessly, "Doesn't that old man feel tired?" The first one laughed and said, "That's good." The curly-haired hero turned to Tome and smiled brightly. "Tome, after we get married, will we have children?" Tome replied annoyedly, "When did I say I would marry you?" The curly-haired man still teased, "Oh, come on. I hate people who cheat on others like you." "I've never cheated on anyone," Curly Hair protested. Rouser saw them like that and spoke up. "Really, come on, stop arguing." Suddenly there was a loud call that made everyone look over in surprise. "Everyone?" Mr. Mago put his arms around the children and said with a smile, "Don't just sit there and watch, come down here and play with the children." It was still a clear blue sky. Seo Gang Yu's teammates joined in the fun of teasing the children, leaving him alone, sitting at the base of a tree, silently observing. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a voice calling Seo Gang Yu. Mr. Mago approached him and asked, "Don't you like children?" He immediately replied, "It's not like that. I just don't know how to approach them." He smiled and sat down next to me, saying, "You just need to imitate what your parents did when you were young." Seo Gang Yu calmly replied, "My parents passed away shortly after I was born, so my only family member is my older brother." Mr. Mago heard that and broke out in a cold sweat because he felt guilty. Then he raised his hand and coughed, then said, "About this I apologize to you." He glanced at Gang Yu with some hesitation, but he quickly looked away. Suddenly Mr. Mago smiled and called out, "Gang Yu." He pointed at his face and said to Seo Gang Yu, "Then you can practice with me, try acting like a child." He looked over with a very puzzled expression and then said, "Huh?" Mr. Mago laughed again and said, "Ho ho ho, I was just joking around. I didn't know you could make such an expression. But it's not entirely a joke. If you're in trouble, you can act childish in front of me." Seo Gang Yu silently watched his teammates playing with the children, then said, "I refuse." At this time the sky turned to dark clouds pouring rain down. Xionghuan appeared, his hands outstretched, covered in blood. Seo Gang Yu stood there stunned under the cold rain. He glanced down where he saw his two teammates, the curly-haired guy and Tome, hugging each other tightly, waiting for death. Seo Gang Yu glanced to the other side where Rouser and the monk had stopped breathing. The blood drops kept falling down. Seo Gang Yu's eyes were now filled with tears of indignation. While he was still in despair, a voice called out, "Seo Gang Yu." While dying, Mr. Mago still did not forget to call out to comfort him. "It's okay," even though at this time his eyes could no longer be opened. "Everything will be okay." At this moment the fragments appeared and returned to the present time. Seo Gang Yu now punched out and shattered those matrix circles. So when only one layer of Mago's defense remained, at this time Mael inside had completely fainted, leaving only Mien still looking up in panic. Mago's protective shield circle had also gradually disappeared. He closed his eyes, then smiled gently. Seo Gang Yu could only look up helplessly. Then his strength was stretched out. Seo Gang Yu let Hongjia out, leaving her bewildered and panicked. "Huh, eh!" After bringing her safely to the ground, he called out, "Jia, can you read the memories of abilities?" Hongjia quickly replied, "I can do that." Seo Gang Yu immediately pointed up and said, "Then read that ability's memories for me. I need to know what that old man was thinking when he did this." Hongjia looked at Mr. Mago and the protective matrix circle and asked in confusion, what is that, Hero Mago?" She then gave the memory of that ability. In her arms were Mr. Mago and the two death row brothers having fun together. This is the memory contained in the Hero Mago's ability. Seo Gang Yu sat down on the ground and said uncomfortably, "It looks so unpleasant." Hongjia immediately objected, "I think it's cute." He asked again, "Why are the memories of those murderers here too?" She explained, "It's because he used his powers on them." Seo Gang Yu looked over at Hongjia, who hurriedly said, "I didn't mean to put them here." Seo Gang Yu said, "I'm telling you this so you don't misunderstand. No matter what the circumstances of those murderers are, I will still execute them." The three master and disciples in Hongjia's arms shrank together in fear after hearing this. She replied, "I understand. Okay then." After saying that, Hongjia let the three master and disciple down below. At this time, a cluster of candles hanging from the ceiling was lit, then iron cages were brought out. One man banged his gavel and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the auction of individuals with special abilities." There was someone in a torn shirt, holding onto the iron bars looking out. That person's face was haggard and looked extremely miserable. It was hell. Set a fate that is not good. Me and Mael, at this time, the other two brothers were also locked in a cage together. The two of them had an emotionless look looking outside, 6 years old. It's an auction for ability users, a hobby for VIP collectors. Hidden deep under the city of Huangtan is a secret auction house. Mien and Mael were sold here by their own father. The most expensive ones have special level abilities, and some have transformation abilities. The most common summoning ability should have the lowest price, so Mien and Mael hide their true abilities. And for a long time no one bought the two children as they were waiting to be thrown away. At this moment a man came in, opened the iron cage of the two brothers and said, "Get out, someone wants to buy you two." It was a man and a woman. The woman saw the two children and exclaimed with interest, "Oh, these children, they summon angels and demons." The man asked, "So you want to buy them?" I ask, because there is no return policy here. The woman smiled and replied, "Oh, I was just curious." He heard this and asked, annoyed, "What?" She put on a crazy look and said, "I wonder what it would be like to breed an angel and a demon." The two brothers were shocked and confused when they saw that. The other woman continued, "You guys are probably too young to know, but you will understand soon enough." As she spoke, she looked at them with a sinister gaze. Her eyes were wide open as if she was on drugs. Suddenly a stream of power shot out from the ceiling, causing the two to look up in shock. At this moment, a ball of burning lava was falling straight down below, surprising the other two. Then the entire building was thrown into chaos by that energy. Switch to another scene this time, showing a sky full of dust and smoke. In the middle of the city appeared a giant crater of devastation. The adult couple who had just been protected within a shield circle exclaimed in horror, "Whoa, what is that?" The two brothers inside were also protected by a shield. Mien shook her sister's shoulder and called, "Mael, are you okay?" Mael was so scared that he couldn't speak. "What's wrong, Mien?" At this time, everyone was protected inside the shield. A laugh rang out, causing the two brothers to look up. "Oh ho 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 ho!" At this moment, a familiar set of strawberries appeared. Mr. Mago raised his hand to play with his beard and smiled. Next to him was a girl floating in the air, wearing a bunny bow tie. He still had a mischievous look and said, "It's magic." At this moment, the rabbit-eared girl cried out, "Come on, Margot." Her name was Lepus, Margot's assistant with the summoning ability. Lepus angrily scolded, "What the hell level is this? How can I keep up?" Margot still smiled mischievously. "Ho ho ho ho, if you work hard, you'll be able to do it." "Lepus, I told you, with the summoning ability, imagination is very important." Lepus replied resentfully, "But you teach too fast." Mr. Mago immediately changed the subject. "Have you completed the task I assigned you?" Lepus replied, "Yes, I have teleported all the auction participants and released those who were detained." Mr. Mago immediately said, "Then let's continue to another level." Lepus felt helpless. "What is it this time? How can I summon such a giant ice monster?" Suddenly there was a noise that made the two people look down. Mien was holding her little sister and looked up and asked, "Can you two take us with you?" "You're a summoner, right? We're also summoners." Lepus shook her head. "No, he promised to only accept you as his disciple." Margot smiled and retorted, "I never promised that." Hearing that she was surprised and let out a "huh" sound, Margot turned to the other two and said, "Let's see how capable you two are." Lepus gritted his teeth in anger when he saw this, "You liars." At this time Mian summoned an angel, while Mael summoned a devil and a devil. Lepus was surprised by this and thought, these two kids summoning things is so strange. Normally kids only summon toys and dogs. Margot was also a bit hesitant. After that he observed the other two brothers and commented in his heart, really interesting. Originally a person who loved children when he saw this interesting thing. Margot smiled without hesitation and reached out his hand saying, "All right, follow me. I will teach you two kids magic." Lepus at this moment could only puff his cheeks and sulk behind him. For 3 years, Margot taught Mien and Mael how to summon. Imagination is the most important factor for summoning ability. The image in my head will appear when I use my ability. Mien summoned the angel because he remembered his mother, the one who protected everyone when he was young. Mael's summoning of demons was probably influenced by his cruel father. Margot then happily taught while saying, "If we look at this world in more multi-dimensional ways, we will be able to endure a lot of things. But it's okay to just focus on one thing." Lepus behind him smiled and said, "Meteor is the best." Margot pointed behind him and said, "Like that rabbit over there. I don't know which direction the two of you will go." At this time the two brothers were a bit confused. "We really like heaven and hell." Margot was surprised when he heard that. "Heaven and hell," Lepus also exclaimed. "Different from normal children, huh?" The children immediately explained, "My mother told me before she passed away, good people go to heaven and bad people go to hell. Those words have always been a support for us. We want this world to have only justice. Good people will go to heaven and bad people will go to hell." The two brothers said these words with bright faces. Margot smiled brightly, patted the two kids' heads and said, "You two will definitely do it because you two are the kindest kids." One day at this time the sky was filled with dark clouds. There was a very urgent call of Mago. Lepus ran over and said in a panic, "The Hero Association needs your help." He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Margot now showed a rare look of anger. "They ignored my request and now they ask for my help." Lepus was still confused. Esward has appeared in Finland. The image of a man with a luminous glow on his face and neck appeared. Mr. Margot heard this news and was shocked and exclaimed, "What did you say?" "We must attend the gathering of heroes immediately. What are they doing with there?" Lepus replied, "I don't know too." Margot hugged his head and said tiredly, "Oh my God." He stood there silently for a long time and then spoke up, "Bring Mien and Mael here." After meeting and talking, the two brothers panicked. "You have to go." Mael hugged Margot tightly and cried. "No, don't go," Mien asked more strongly. "When will you come back?" Margot helplessly closed his eyes and replied, "The opponent is quite tough. It will probably be at least a few years before I can return." Mien asked casually, "Can't we follow you?" He immediately explained, "You and Mael, the opponent is too dangerous. I can't let you two go together. I don't want you to go." Margot could only look down at his newly adopted grandchildren with heartache. Mael cried out in tears, "I don't want to be thrown away again." Lepus immediately scolded, "Throw away, you two are not objects." At this time Margot gently called out, "Mien Mael, this is my parting gift. My ability symbol is on your clothes, so when you get to my hiding place, someone will take care of you two." As he spoke, he transferred his ability to the two brothers. Margot closed his eyes and said gently, "We will meet again one day." But he had no idea that this would be the last time. The two children at this time could only hug each other and cry. He did not forget to remind them, "When you two grow up, you must be good people." But after Mien and Mael parted ways with Margot, they did not go to their uncle's hiding place because they were afraid of meeting strangers. Instead, the two children went to a remote place and practiced their supernatural powers on their own. What kind of ability do I have to cultivate to become a good person until I meet Margot again? Mien at this time exuded a yellow aura. What is good? What is bad? The image of an angel and a devil appeared. Mael emitted a red aura that symbolized evil. What should I do with my ability? 2 years later, Mien and Mael decided to define good and evil for themselves and return home. Good people go to heaven, and the bad guys go to hell. Here they began to create their own imagined heaven and hell. It was utopia. The two brothers' faces showed excitement. In just 1 month, Miel and Mael turned the entire city into their own paradise. They watch over the townspeople, summoning their angels and demons, then monitor the residents, choosing who will go to heaven or hell. Those standards were set by the twins themselves, based on things they heard from their mother when they were young, things that people are not allowed to do, such as stealing, littering, causing trouble in public, lying, betraying friends. And so for them, deep in their childish memories, those things are haunting memories that never fade. Even for those who met the standards, it still returned to its demon form and smiled at the other person. I've always been watching you. You have lived a meaningful life. The woman hugged her child tightly, fearfully, saying, "Please help us." The child replied, "Don't be afraid. This is not the end." After saying that he controlled the demon to stab the poor mother and child, he proudly said, "You will have a beautiful dream in heaven." The mother could only cry out in pain and despair, "Ah, ah." And he stood there clasping his hands in satisfaction, saying, "Forever." Unaware that the commotion from the land of the twins, a tall building appeared, has attracted the attention of the Hero Association. The man with a different face exclaimed, "Let's start the meeting now." This person was Authority, the president of the Hero Association. At this, Authority continued to speak up. "I have already announced so. Why is it so empty?" In front of him now were only 3 young men sitting on chairs. At this point, a blonde girl replied, "Well, I guess they're on vacation or something." She was the 3rd-level hero, Seo Gang Yu. One of the boys spoke up while chewing gum. "Please open that information and come see what it is." This guy's name was Custer, and he was also a level 3 hero. At this time, a few light bulbs shined down weakly. After seeing the information, both Custer and Seo Gang Yu exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" Custer exclaimed, "The 1st level has come to this. It's really hard to get to 102. Seo Gang Yu continued dejectedly, "Oh shit, I want to level up. I want to reach that level." Chairman Authority immediately asked level 3, "Do you want to try?" Seo Gang Yu replied dejectedly, "It won't work, Chairman." Then she looked at the information containing the picture of the 2 brothers. "But why did you choose this small village basement level 1? It doesn't help the hero's performance much." Authority immediately explained, I chose that place because these kids are considered level 1 villains." Custer asked, "How old are they?" The chairman replied, "About 10 years old." The youth exclaimed upon hearing this. Just like that, they conquered the entire village. Seo Gang Yu continued, "After their 2nd promotion, they might reach level 2 or level 3 villains." "Should we prepare anything before dealing with them?" Custer asked. Seo Gang Yu smiled. "It will take at least more than 5 years for them to develop further, so there's no need to prepare much." Custer exclaimed upon hearing this, "Is it that long?" Authority then spoke up. "There are also some things that need to be added. These 2 are Mago's disciples." Custer heard this and exclaimed in surprise, "Mago, you was Tom," while Seo Gang Yu helplessly said, "Ah, I knew it." But the argument between the 2 young men broke out again. "Then we should tell Mago this. He went to Finland to capture Edward. Tell him to come back after he's done." Authority just sat silently before this discussion. At this time, a beautiful set of nails was held out. The remaining person who had not said anything suddenly raised his hand to volunteer. This girl was wearing a mask. Her head was full of hairpins. Her pupils were shaped like hearts. As she asked, "Can I go?" This girl was K2, also a level 3 hero. The scene changes to a sunset with a golden sky. There is a wheel rolling on the ground. K2 arrives and stops to observe. She shakes a stylish pink motorbike. At this time, she placed both hands on her hat. Then she took off her hat and observed it while exclaiming, "Wow!" Countless golden and red rings were floating in the air, emitting a sparkling light under the sun. K2 couldn't help but exclaim, "What a magnificent sight!" She did not know that she was being watched through a crystal ball. On this side, the 2 brothers were closely following K2's every move. Mael said in confusion, "You have a stranger." Mian just responded with an "uh-huh." At this time, K2's heart-shaped pupils were still focused on observing. The sky was still as brilliant as ever at sunset. K2 even took out his phone to take a picture of the loach and the puppets. While taking the picture, she exclaimed, "Oh, this is a special ability. Is it brainwashing? Or are they just put into a coma? I don't think they're dead. What is it?" Suddenly, something made her turn around cautiously. The devil and the angel from earlier have turned into those 2 twins. To K2's surprise, Mian spoke up, "Stranger, why are you here?" Both children stared at her with skeptical looks. K2 saw these 2 brothers and rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling and constantly exclaiming, "Wow, those are some amazing abilities, right? What can you guys do? Is there anything else different about them?" Mian replied unhappily, "You should answer our question," K2 continued. "But," She raised her hand towards the sparkling red and gold rings floating in the air and continued, "Do you know about these things? After all, you also have many disciples who are summoners, right?" Hearing that, the two brothers looked at K2 in confusion. K2 then raised a question. Did the scholars summon them from the teacher? Mien panicked and asked again, "Who are you?" Both of them were sweating profusely, waiting. "I'm your senior." At this point, K2 showed a rather perverted expression sticking out her tamig. "Remember that." Mien stood up to shield his sister and said, "We don't have any seniors other than lepers." Xiaohai smiled and replied, "Master, I've already removed your name from the list of disciples." At his frown, she continued, "I think I was too concerned about some sharp objects." As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing large and small scars all over. K2 ran his claws over those wounds, and he said I needed to learn more defensive magic as a way to protect myself. Unfortunately, I didn't like that, so I didn't listen to him. He doesn't pay attention to you anymore. The two people on this side were even more confused after hearing that. Suddenly, K2 exclaimed again, "It's really embarrassing." She tiredly bent down and said, "Teacher, you're so bad. It's terrible." Then came the crazy sounds of K2, her two hands holding her face, tears streaming down her face. "It's not right, it's wrong. It's not right, it's wrong, it's wrong." The girls were terrified when they saw that scene. Little Mael snuggled up to her brother and said fearfully, "Brother, she's really scary." K2 was still in a state of agony as he screamed, "Master, you said I have magical talent. I just want to be praised, even if it's just a smile from you." As she spoke, she released her furious power. "But you crossed me out!" At this moment, Mien quickly raised her hand to create a magic circle. It hastily shouted, "If you don't leave this place immediately." But at this moment, a different color flashed in its pupils. Sharp objects like knives and scissors appeared in the air as K2 lost control. The objects in the air shook one after another. The two brothers on this side were getting more and more terrified and screamed, "Ah!" At this moment, K2's weapons attacked the puppets of the two brothers, causing the dust to splatter in the air. Fresh blood spurted out continuously. Those poor people kept gaping and vomiting mouthfuls of blood. After going through a horrible scene, only the blood-stained weapons of K2 remained in the air. "If I do this," at this time tears were still flowing, but she still had a devilish smile and exclaimed, "Will you pay attention to me again, teacher?" Fresh blood spurted into the air. A poor man was stabbed with countless weapons. The scene was extremely tragic. Meanwhile, K2 below was still raising his hands to control the weapons, while laughing madly, "Ahahaha." Meanwhile, the victims were in pain, like they were going down to hell. K2's face was now twisted and distorted in a perverted manner as he exclaimed, "This is so much fun!" Mien saw this scene and fell to the ground. He turned to his sister and asked, "Mael, are you okay?" Little Mael also panicked and knelt down on the ground, calling, "Brother." At this time, the two of them were watching the scene of K2 massacring their puppets in horror. Both of them gritted their teeth in fear of this person. "What is that woman?" "Ah, that's right," the second singer said, after killing for a while. "So this is what it feels like." The pitiful people's bodies were now covered in knives and forks, looking extremely terrifying. K2 stood in the middle of a pile of corpses he created and excitedly jumped around. "This is even more interesting than I thought." At this time, there was also a person in the air who had a golden ring on his head. K2 saw it, and her face showed excitement. More. She created another weapon in her hand. She madly threw the weapon at the other person and shouted, "I want more." But at this moment, the two brothers immediately appeared and created a shield against that attack. K2 saw that, and his expression became even more distorted. "Wow, you guys can use protective magic." Both twins now frowned and stared outside. K2 was still in a frenzy. "You guys have learned a lot from teacher, right?" Then immediately an angel puppet silently attacked from behind. At this moment, a purple matrix circle appeared. The puppet that was about to sneak attack paused, and K2's voice rang out, "But..." In her hand appeared a giant pair of scissors that cut the puppet's body in half. Then the second brother glanced over, smiled evilly, and continued, "This is still not enough." Seeing this, Mean angrily said loudly, "This is you will have to go to hell." K2 held the giant scissors, just winked and pursed his lips, saying, "You kids are too rude when talking to your seniors." Really, I've always wanted to use my ability in a crowded place like this. But I'm a hero after all. I knew I would get caught if I did that, so I restrained myself. But thanks to you guys for preparing this place, and finally I can make my dream come true. So now I K2 said, raising her hand again. I think I can summon it. At this moment, K2's facial expression changed. She clenched her teeth and broke out in a cold sweat. Then she couldn't bear it anymore. Screams rang out. Ah, ah! The two twins on this side were once again startled. The second singer's mouth was wide open and he screamed, "A, A, 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 A." At this point, a paper cutter blade begins to appear. That box cutter that came out of a tear in the sky looked terrifying. K2's eyes, nose and mouth were bleeding at this moment, but she still smiled with satisfaction. Ha ha! Here it is. Imagination is the most important thing for a summoner. The experience of slaughtering countless lives has exaggerated the imagination and made her ability even stronger. The giant box cutter now appeared above K2, following her summoning. Ah, this is the first time I've summoned something this huge. K2 excitedly shouted, "This is so huge!" "That's cool." K2 let out a hysterical laugh. Song K2 stopped that perverted expression and instead coldly raised his hand forward and said, "It's all thanks to you guys. Now, goodbye." But suddenly at this moment, K2's entire body was devoured by some giant monster, leaving only her outstretched hand. Mien was extremely surprised at this moment, but this Mael summoned an evil monster that devoured K2. On the child's hand is a red matrix circle. The same was true for Mael, whose eyes were now streaming with tears of blood. Her face was distorted. She gritted her teeth and said, "Devil." She cursed others without looking at herself. When Mael looked at K2, all she could see was a terrifying demon. That sight also magnified her abilities. At this moment, Mien turned to call her little sister, Mael. Little Mael immediately stiffened and called back, "Brother." Her shocked face standing before the monster it had just trained made people extremely nauseous. She even asked, "Did I just kill someone?" Under a sky that was slowly turning red, the answer came out. No. The giant monster with two bulging eyes was still there. Mien hugged her little sister and comforted her. That is not a human, but a demon. Fast forward a year, Miel and Mael have created an even bigger paradise for themselves. The sky is filled with sparkling red and gold rings, and the Hero Association once again recognize them. Are the evil people of the second basement in Ruculus prison. Second basement. At this moment, one finger trembled as he looked at the information about the two evil people. Mr. Margot exclaimed with a look of disbelief, "Mien and Mael." The chairman then spoke up, "Are they your disciples?" Margot was still in a panic as he looked at his two disciples' achievements. Why did things turn out like this? The chairman also continued, "We are also very curious." After a while, Mr. Margot stood up and turned away, saying, "Let me go there." The chairman suddenly held him back. You can't go anywhere." Margot asked in confusion. "What?" The chairman replied very tensely. "I can't let you handle this." "What do you mean?" The chairman immediately explained, "It's clear that I told you to go kill Eswood and come back, but you didn't listen to my request right. Instead, you captured her and handed her over to the government. If that's the case, then I can't listen to your request either." Mr. Margot really lost his temper at this point and shouted, "We're not going to solve anything by talking like this. I'm going." Authority chairman slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "I said it frankly. You can't go." At this time the table was hit and had cracks. Margot also didn't just start raising his hands to create magic circles. "Stop it! You talk like you're some kind of power-hungry psychopath." Suddenly a voice said, "Let me go." That person appeared to interrupt the confrontation between Margot and Authority. That person was Rousa. She said with no expression on her face, "I'll be the one to go there." Rousa, a level 3 hero. Authority agreed after hearing that. "Actually, it's good to use this as a promotion mission for a level 3 hero. You should be the one to go." Margot, still angry, interrupted, "I said I would." But then a loud call made him stop. "Margot." His eyes were filled with astonishment at this moment. Rousa approached him with a confident and determined expression. He just stood there silently saying nothing. Only then did Raosa put his hand on his chest and said with a trustworthy expression, "Trust me." The scene changes to a city with red and yellow rings in the sky. At this moment, a voice called out, "Mael!" At this time, the other two were still hugging each other, observing the situation through the red ball. Mien said worriedly, "An intruder." Mael was calmer. "That's right, brother. These two are so evil but still have that innocent look on their faces. Someone come here." They looked through the sphere and saw that the person coming was Raosa. These two looked scared. "I wonder how many crimes she has committed." Raosa outside just smiled and glanced up. The sunlight shines down on the buildings. Raosa stood tall in the sun, her eyes looking far away. She is looking at something. In the sky were 3 people. Their heads were wearing something, their arms and legs hanging down. She commented, "Are they the heroes who took on this mission before? At least they're all alive." Raosa is still watching. Mien and Mael looked back at her. One of them spoke up, "Outsiders, who are you? Why are you here?" The girl calmly introduced herself. "I am the hero, Raosa. I came to bring you guys back." The 2 kids wondered, hero, another hero. A person who casts a formation. The monsters summoned by this little girl were full of threats to Raosa. They warned her, "Leave this place now, or I will send you to hell." "Okay, then I will go back." Raosa smiled a smile as bright as the sun. "In exchange, I want both of you to come back with me. Let's go home together." The monsters were engulfed in flames. Mien and Mael were shocked and couldn't believe their abilities were defeated. Raosa remained standing even in the sea of fire. She walked towards them and looked at them. She spoke up, "You are children with kind hearts. I don't sense any killing intent from any of your attacks." Her expression changed with her words. How sad. If the people who came here were good heroes, the situation wouldn't have been this bad. She slowly walked towards the 2 people. The 2 children hugged each other helplessly. "Isn't it strange you think you're doing the right thing, but there are so many people coming to stop you? Don't come any closer." Facing their panicked eyes, Raosa still gently said, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you two." Raosa continued, "But what you did was wrong. Your teacher is very sad." The 2 children opened their eyes wide when they heard about their teacher. They talked to each other. "Master Margot, is he back?" "Mael, don't believe this lie." Raosa said frankly, "I'm not lying." She reached out to them, then spoke with a smile, "Unleash your abilities and come back to me. It's time to go back to Master Margot." The 2 children looked at her with wide eyes. They reached out to touch her hand, feeling an indescribable warmth from Raosa. Raosa held the 2 girls' hands and walked together. The sun gradually sets. The 2 of them gasped in surprise when they saw something. Raosa remained calm and said, "I knew it." Margot stood across from them. "You follow me." The 2 children rushed into Margot's arms. He opened his arms to welcome them. "Teacher, Mien Mael." The 2 children burst into tears and snot as they spoke to him. "Teacher, actually our abilities belong to the supernatural category. Mum told us to keep it a secret from others." He heard Mien and Mael say, and was surprised. "You only accept summoners as students, right? I'm sorry we lied to you." He asked Mien again. "We only accept summoners who said that a hero named K2. She said she was your student." Margot remembered that person was in disbelief at the information he had just heard. "My students, Mien, I have never accepted anyone other than you 2 and Lepus." His explanation surprised the 2 children. "I only met her once at the association and gave her some advice." What they reunited after 3 years. They shared with each other what happened during those 3 years. The 2 kids talked about how they tried so hard to grow up to be good kids and how they were misunderstood by others. Until now, me and Mael still don't understand that. Margot stood watching the 2 children sleeping on the grass. Raosa spoke from behind. "Are you done talking to the 2 kids, Raosa?" He looked at her seriously and asked, "Can you entrust them to me?" Raosa did not reply, but presented another related matter. Even though they have not killed anyone in the village, they have taken thousands of people hostage and even killed heroes. It is very difficult for them to avoid the death penalty in court. Margot hurriedly said, "They simply went astray because they were too young. They have already unleashed their powers. If you leave it to me, I will help them understand that what they did was wrong." "I can't do that." He continued to plead, "Raosa, you said they were just kids." Raosa lowered his eyes. "Margot, I don't agree either. The government changed the law to allow the execution of minors, and the law is the law." Moreover, a hero's job is not to reform criminals. But, she continued, I sympathize with you. The world has too many problems right now. So Margot, she suggested, can you work with me from now on? He was confused. But what does that have to do with the two children? She continued, her eyes serious. I will change this world. Margot's eyes widened at Rouser's statement. He spoke up. I have one condition. Then he pointed at the two children. Until they grow up, don't let them die. Please let me use my ability on them. Rouser agreed. Okay. With Rouser's support, Margot quickly used his ability. Until they grow up, none of them will die. We will change this world before they grow up. A man in military uniform and a hat. He remained silent as another girl came beside Gang Yu. Seo Gang Yu. He turned his eyes towards the source of the sound. A person with brownish blonde hair continued, I've heard a lot about you from Gang Ho. Rouser smiled, holding out his hand. Do you want to change the world with me? He slowly stood up after coming out of his memories. Margot is showing two people, Mien and Mauel, to him. They said, we simply judge people based on our rules. Aren't laws also rules set by the people of this world? Gang Yu still did not reply. The other two continued, what difference is there between us? The girl spoke up now. Gang Yu, Gang Ho and I were assigned to provide intensive rehabilitation for these two children. She explained confusedly while red rays surrounded her. I'm not saying they didn't do anything wrong. They need to understand that what they did was wrong first. Gang Ho surrounded her with a red sphere, not allowing her to finish speaking. He walked forward, Seo Gang Yu. Red rays of light penetrated from the ceiling to the ground. Mien hugged Mael, scared. He looked at his hands. The other two were in utter panic. Please spare us. Seo Gang Yu him. The closer he got, the louder Mien and Mael begged. Please, please, we know we were wrong. He raised his fist. The other two shouted, Mom, Mom! Hick teacher. Gang Yu punched down. A tremor occurred at this place. The red rays have not yet been collected. Gang Yu punched the ground a distance away from Mien and Mael. Their eyes were filled with fear tears and snot running down their faces. Gang Yu cursed, fuck! He gritted his teeth until blood came out. His eyes were red and his hands and face were full of veins. This is really uncomfortable. Gang Yu thought a lot. Those thoughts became jumbled pieces in his head. Gang Yu opened his eyes wide and stared. Those thoughts teased him in his own mind. 3 people appeared before him. Loud laughter rang out one after another. Gang Yu knelt on one knee and observed the scene before him. Why do you have to think so much? The girl with black hair laughed. That look doesn't suit you. You're even more handsome in real life than in your pictures. Gang Yu opened his eyes wide. The girl with black hair smiled brightly. Hello, my husband. Your bride is here. The girl excitedly introduced herself. I'm so happy to meet you. My name is... Before he could finish speaking, Gang Yu rushed forward. A collision occurred. He was a bit surprised. When someone else is talking, you have to listen. A man blocked his attack. Don't you even have the basic courtesy? The other girl pouted. Canis, he will soon become our master. You are so rude. I'm sorry, Miss Shinka. She cleared her throat. Ahem, let me reintroduce myself. But when she continued to introduce herself, Gang Yu rushed forward again. My name is... He didn't listen to her and just kept swinging his fist. She gently reached out her hand. A shield was erected between the two of them, easily blocking Gang Yu's attack. You have no patience. She continued. We'll be seeing each other for a long time, so let's talk a little. She smiled. My name is Shinka. She is a mutant, someone with the power to control space. I will be the one who will become the ancestor of the new humanity. The place where they stood was shimmering with purple light from Shinka's barrier. Konga wondered, ancestor. She laughed. That's right, ancestor. So tired? He said indifferently, my brain is so tired. A crazy woman just appeared. Crazy. Shinka didn't feel offended, on the contrary, he smiled. I'm probably the most sane person in this place. Right, everyone? That's right. Yeah, probably. She continued, Gang Yu, do you know that humanity is in danger right now? Humanity. Shinka said with a serious look, doom is near. At this rate, we will all become extinct. Gang Yu was skeptical. What? Shinka asked again. Gang Yu, what do you think the threat to humanity is? You, the one from the Equality Organization, maybe think is right. Only the villains or heroes of the past have absolute power. She frowned in protest. The person behind her echoed. However, that is completely untrue. Gang Yu covered his face. The thing that is degrading humanity now is, he sighed. Those anonymous people who are called normal people according to my plan, those genes must be filtered. She argues that only those possessing superior genetic codes should give birth to future generations. But because of the sacrifices of those who carried superior genetic codes, these genetic codes that should have been filtered out and reproduced proliferated terribly. Shinka even has figures like, for example, the second-generation heroes of equality, led by Rouser. They possess superior genes, yet why do they still die, despite the logic of nature saying otherwise? It's obvious that creatures that can't evolve to survive will die, yet they try their best to prevent that. Gang Yu didn't move, and Shinka continued to babble. Oh, Gang Yu, you're fine. You're not a hero anymore. You're enjoying killing those with weaker jealousy now, aren't you? She smiled and pointed at him. I fell in love with you when I saw that. Gang Yu remained silent. Shinka continued. Ruculus Prison is a gathering place for superior humans who would become new humans but are unjustly imprisoned here. Because they kill weak people. After we kill all the heroes that prevent humanity from evolving, and all the weak humans, then, she excitedly painted a vision of the future. We will build a world where only people with powerful abilities exist, the Alpha world. She pointed at him, continuing to smile friendly to reassure him. Oh, don't worry. If those powerful heroes change their minds and join us, we'll include them in the new humanity as well. We're not that strict. Gang Yu just now spoke up. I try not to beat up non-criminals, but it seems I can't help but beat you up. Shinka was excited by his words, but the person next to her was wary. Oh, make me go numb right here. Oh my, that's embarrassing. The person next to her had to explain, Miss Shinka, I don't think what he meant was what you were thinking. Shinka replied, okay, but don't do that now. We'll do it next time when it's just you and him. I'm sorry I told you it's not what you think. Shut up, how would you know? Shinka cleared her throat, ahem anyway, then pointed at him, you will be Adam. Then continued pointing to herself, and you will be Eva. She imagined the two of us would give birth to human children who would lead the evolution of the human race. She shyly covered her mouth with a bouquet of flowers. Actually, I originally planned to have Seung-hwan be Adam and use the electromagnetic pulse weapon to save him. Gang Yu was stunned. Shinka continued, but the security of this prison is tighter than you think. No attack from the outside can do anything to it. So after we got the inside map of the prison, we used an electromagnetic pulse weapon we made and detonated it from inside the prison using my ability. Gang Yu asked again, electromagnetic pulse weapon. Shinka replied, then I talked to Seung-hwan. However, he is still underage and has not yet reached puberty. You know that. You will only have full ability after puberty, right? But time is precious. That won't stop me. My name is Shinka, which means imaginative. So I immediately came up with a great solution. Before Seung-hwan becomes an adult, I will do it with him. Gang Yu for humanity. When he becomes an adult, then we will do it with him for the benefit of humanity. I found a solution, Shinka said proudly, to pass on our jealousy to future generations. Then she laughed. What do you think, you two could become sworn brothers? You two could get along well. Wouldn't that be great? She asked back, do you understand what I'm saying? Gang Yu replied to her, in that case. You guys are the ones behind the electromagnetic pulse attack, right? Shinka was startled when he saw Gang Yu's angry expression. No, I mean other things. As if remembering, she admitted, oh right, your brother was an investigator, right? He died after that electromagnetic pulse attack. It's okay, you can build another family with me. Let's build the biggest family possible together. Gang Yu couldn't hold back his anger anymore. Shinka asked him, so have you decided yet? I decided a long time ago. Oh really? He reached out towards the barrier. I take back what I said. I couldn't help but make you all squishy. Shinka looked at him expectantly. I'll make you guys. He used his ability, gritting his teeth in as much pain as he could by crushing and breaking your bones. Shinka was worried. The girl beside him joked, wouldn't that be like beating someone to death? The other man was also worried. It doesn't look good. Wow, why does he want to tear me to pieces? Gang Yu is no different from a bloodthirsty beast. Shinka closed one eye and acted cute. It's not so bad when lovers argue. People say that if you love each other a lot, you'll understand each other better. Gang Yu angrily tore apart Shinka's barrier bit by bit. She was delighted. He's really good. The man next to her warned, this is very dangerous. His ability is about to reach her. Immediately a space gate opened. Gang Yu paused for a moment. He was falling through that portal. 1 second. Words attract him. She waved at him with a smile at the exit. Let's finish this outside. She did not forget to remind, calm down first before coming. Then the gate disappeared. Gang Yu was left in this space. He still used his ability. Gang Yu goes crazy. A pillar of power from the center shoots straight up into the sky. The power he unleashed made Shinka's group on guard. Gang Yu escaped from there. Shinka looked at him with wide eyes. Wow! His power is not over yet. It cut through space. Gang Yu followed it and approached Shinka. She smiled, and the three of them entered another space portal. Gang Yu continued to charge forward. The crazy woman exclaimed, "It's like we're playing hide and seek." He stomped his foot down forcefully. No one was hit. There's only him left. Shinka opens a portal and teases him. She invited, "It's almost closing, come get me." Morphology. As soon as the words left his mouth, red rays began to surround him. Shinka was excited. "Oh, that's it. The stuff you use in B1, he's still not as fast as her." Shinka appeared behind him again, blushing with delight. She smiled. Gang Yu's hand was already in front of her. Wait! He followed her every time she opened the gate. Shinka hugged the girl next to him with tears in his eyes. Gang Yu's claws were about to reach her. Suddenly the space around him changed. Gang Yu opened his eyes wide in surprise. The girl was on top of him, holding his neck. Shinka reached out from another gate. "Gato, everything is going smoothly. Why are you getting in the way?" Lord Shinka. While Gato was rushing towards Shinka Gang, Yu grabbed her head. Before Gato could finish, "If he catches you, you'll die." He slammed Gato's head against the gate. Another explosion was created. Shinka and the other man were silent. "Gang Yu, don't be quiet. The surroundings were a mess." Someone spoke, and his eyes immediately turned in that direction. "See?" Hato appeared behind Shinka intact. "I told you, if he catches you, you'll die." Shinka asked again, "About that life just now, how do you plan to deal with it?" "Well, Mr. Shinka, please decide." Gang Yu shows his ability again. "What a waste! What about the life I lost?" She shed tears. "Your jealousy is so wonderful. How did things turn out like this?" Gang Yu continues Morph 5. Shinka coldly multi-dimensional. Gang Yu opened his eyes wide. Several of his red orbs had to fight against the multi-dimensional. Each gate had a human silhouette. Gang Yu was stunned. Shinka stopped smiling, greeting them. "They are the new humans, and they will replace humans. From now on, B3 is in flames." B3 is in flames. Esward stepped out of a space portal. "I can't believe Margot is dead. I should have been the one to finish him off. They're da brand now." Vixen smiled. "Who will be the one to tame me?" Friatu also spoke up. "Does an old man like me need to participate?" Natura replied, "Old man, everything in this world is necessary." Benjamin worriedly thought to himself, "I'm so scared, I'm 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 so scared." Vedi was smoking his pipe. "A hero dressed as a jailer, I'm interested." Morith sternly crossed his arms. "You rude bastards, smoke in the right place." Shinji and Tiburon, both of whom were body refiners, appeared together. "D-born ding ding ding." "What the hell are you talking about?" Ju Yonghyun, another ability user, was laughing. "There are people even more evil than demons gathered here." Prisoner B4. Tujujin, an ability user and bodybuilder, stared at the thing in his hand, the empty scabbard. Stepness, a bodybuilder, pointed at something. "They're useless guys who rely on weapons, huh?" Terapia wondered, "Is number 4 still alive?" Maledit, a summoner with a hand on his hip. "I knew those clothes were more comfortable." Hero mutant, silent and speechless. Gang Yu opened his eyes wide, his hat stained with blood. From the gate, 2 more figures stepped out. Prisoner B5. Aurora, a mutant, looked at him coldly. Next to her was Sheng Huan, who was excited to see him, Seo Gang Yu. Gang Yu's explosive power made everyone there stop laughing. Modazira, the white-haired boy, was excited. Gang Yu rushed towards him. "Let's continue playing." Gang Yu charged forward with force. Sheng Huan was excited. He already had a ball in his hand to hit with him. The two of them quickly approached each other. Gang Yu's red power stream collided with Sheng Huan's blue power stream. The roar that seemed to swallow everything echoed throughout the prison. Others above observed, "What a barbaric way of fighting." Some people were amused. "I hope no one is careless and gets hurt." Warden and others spoke up. The other jailers came to inform the warden, "We have to leave here." The warden was incredulous. How did this happen? Nothing went according to plan. One of Gang Yu's hands was against something. His whole body stood up slowly. Gang Yu went crazy mode 0. All B3 and B4 criminals are caught by the heroes of justice. I got it. However, none of them had ever seen Seo Gang Yu in combat mode. I understand why that Rouser woman stopped Seo Gang Yu from fighting. Others simply said death. They looked at Gang Yu. So this is what death looks like, those who have seen his appearance. Others were excited. That's great. It's really inspiring, feeling amazed. That man, is it a special ability? Then it can't be stolen, so jealous. Shinka cried. Gato placed his hand on her head to comfort her. Why did he make such a decision? It's so sad. Seong-hwan touched his hat happily. Seo Gang Yu, why didn't you show me this skill before we fought? Do you still have it? He laughed. You're amazing. Gang Yu didn't say much, but attacked directly. His eyes went wild with power. Seong-hwan sneered. But you're still hiding your profession, right? Gang Yu explodes even more. Blue blows hit him. Continuously more and more. Gang Yu was pushed back, but he quickly regained his balance. Then he used his feet to attack again and rushed up. Like a red lightning bolt, he headed towards Seong-hwan's place. His face no longer resembled a human's. He punched, but the punch was blocked by Seong-hwan's curtain. He smiled. Okay, I've frozen the space in front of me as a precaution. Together they created an explosion. The onlookers exclaimed, "Wow, what a terrifying bastard! He's already this strong without using any combat abilities. He is still underage. If he becomes an adult, how much more weird will he be?" Seong-hwan looked towards the smoke and shouted, "Seo Gang Yu, where did you go? I know that it's still not enough to take you down." He continued to shout, "Seo Kang!" Before he could finish speaking, Seong-hwan was punched straight in the face by Gang Yu. He coughed up blood. Gang Yu glared. He continued to punch him in the middle of the body. Seong-hwan's eyes widened as he flew away. Seong-hwan bumped into the wall roughly. Viewers were delighted with the development. Pretty. It's a battle between monsters. A red lightning bolt cut across. Shinji and Tuberon's heads were cut off at the same time. Gang Yu passed by the crowd, approaching the summoner. He struck another blow. Then unexpectedly, because Esward had cast defensive magic. Margot's defensive magic was amazing. Too bad he died so soon. Do you feel nostalgia welling up after seeing your comrade's magic? Gang Yu puts in all his strength. The defenses began to crack. East-West clicked his Tammoki. Honestly, I'm jealous of that power. The defenses fell apart. Another person cut in. Give Gang Yu a kick. He flew away, hitting the wall. Smoke rose from where he hit. Hero stood watching. Gang Yu's appearance reflected on his face. He was like a demon rising from hell, slowly standing up. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Stop, both of them looked down. Seong-hwan smiled brightly. Seo Gang Yu, you have to play with me. But think again. He continued, I still see you're hiding something. Gang Yu's eyes widened as he heard the brat's next words. He laughed. Are you restraining yourself because of the warden? You're really weak. That won't work. He smiled and raised his hand. I'll create a playground with just the two of us. His fingers closed. The clouds covered the moon in the blink of an eye. A night sky where this prison is quickly filled. Soil and rock change. Josie-eun and the others found it hard to believe. They were quickly affected, out of control. What is it this time? Others watched with surprised looks. The space was distorted by Seong-hwan. Am I seeing wrong? From now on, go out and play. Everyone shouted. The whole prison was moved to another place. At this moment, a huge explosion erupted from the building, making it almost explode. Screams of ah rang out, and Josie-eun and the other jailers were in great panic. Red power streams are spreading towards everyone. At this moment, before Yozen was completely bound by that power, she only had time to scream, "What is it this time?" At this time, red spheres began to form due to Seo Gang Yu's power. The balls were getting thicker and thicker. Before that big explosion happened again, he threw those balls out of there to protect everyone. At this moment, a hand reached out. Seong-hwan still held the piece of meat in one hand and laughed excitedly. This place is quite sturdy. Suddenly, one of his eyes widened. At this moment, Seo Gang Yu's body was red. His eyes were shining brightly as he threw his fists and rushed over. But at this moment, someone created a shield circle to defend against Seong-hwan. It was Shinka. She was standing upstairs holding out her hand. Shinka said something mean. You shouldn't touch others when they're using their skills. The girl tossed her hair and said arrogantly to her entourage, Let's go too, it's too dusty here. Jin was still looking up pensively. Suddenly she bent down and touched a rock. The stomy was infused with power, causing it to glow. Shinka saw that and his mouth and eyes opened wide. At this moment the stomy that Jin had transferred power to became brighter. Shinka's eyes grew more excited. At this moment a sharp sword appeared. Jin now had a cold expression holding the newly created sword. Shinka saw that and asked, What are you doing? But she said nothing and slashed her sword many times in the air, surprising the people behind her. The female student saw this scene and her face showed excitement. Wow! But she also turned towards the space gate and said disdainfully, Why waste your energy like this? We can go out this way. All right, let's get out of here. Gather up. Scene changed to outside the city. The people gathered in one place and looked up in panic at the change. It turned out that in front of everyone was the image of Seo Gang Yu, a person as red as coal with two glowing eyes. They were all shocked and exclaimed, What is this? Then suddenly there was a magic circle under Seo Gang Yu. Then he quickly disappeared to everyone's confusion. Everyone stood there motionless for a few seconds. What just happened? A villain. At this moment, Seo Gang Yu appeared in another place, surrounded by huge clouds of smoke. The smoke grew thicker and thicker, partially obscuring his body. And then, only Seo Gang Yu's two eyes that were glowing like an evil god were left. At this moment, there was a pile of things piled up like a mountain. Now it was clearer that it was a giant sphere. Standing below it was Seo Gang Yu. At this moment, a hand appeared again. That mangled orb was created by him to confront Seo Gang Yu. At this time, from inside the sphere, streams of light were emitted to the outside. Seung-hwan then smiled evilly. Boom! Immediately the ball exploded. A moment later, the smoke spread out again. The explosion that Seung-hwan created left a giant crater on the ground. Then he looked strange and smiled smugly as he landed on the ground. On this side, Seo Gang Yu was still sitting with one hand on the ground. One side of his face was about to return to normal now. Those streams of power were slowly dissipating from his body. On this side, the giant dent Shinka's group was standing there watching. Shinka excitedly shouted again, Don't get in their way, let's just stand and watch for now. The reason why prisoners B3 and B4 listen to Shinka, although they are not the type of people who would normally listen to others. Hello, I'm Shinka. I will help you achieve your wish. Voila, lust. Every time she talked to men, she put on her most lustful appearance. Shinka uses the prisoner's desires, a feeling that all humans have. A globe of earth appeared. Whether it was an old man or a juvenile, she successfully invited all the prisoners to join her world. But there are exceptions. At that point, Eswood coldly asked, What if I refuse? Shinka replied, It would be sad if you refused. You will die for other reasons too. Seung-hwan at this moment laughter rang out. Ha ha ha. Seung-hwan laughed heartily as if he had just heard a joke. A new type of human. He wiped the corners of his eyes from laughing too much and said, You want to marry Seo Gang Yu for that reason, and then marry me. You're quite interesting. Shinka, who was naturally shameless, clapped her hands and laughed along. I'm glad you think so. But then Seung-hwan said, But there's still one problem. I think fighting Seo Gang Yu is more interesting than what you can come up with. He made a sinister face. Seung-hwan. Shinka made a kind face again and reminded, If you only pursue that short-term pleasure, you'll become a dopamine addict. You need to look at the bigger picture. If you kill Gang Yu, what else can you find joy in? Seung-hwan still smiled confidently and said, It's okay. I'm going to die anyway. I'm fine with that, because I'll die while enjoying myself. Shinka put on a sad face and said these horrible words, If I could give birth to Gang Yu's child and then give birth to another child with you, they will be able to entertain you when they grow up. And then once you become an adult, you'll be even stronger than you are now. That way you can feel even more joy fighting Gang Yu then. Look at the long-term benefits. If you join me, you'll be able to feel happy until you die. She continuously brainwashed the young Seung-hwan. He was silent for a moment as if thinking. In front of him was the shameless woman looking at him with an excited face, as if he found someone as crazy and perverted as himself. Seung-hwan couldn't help but let out an excited smile. Then he said, Okay, let's try it. It sounds fun. The other woman saw that and happily exclaimed, "Oh, that's great. You made a wise decision." Suddenly, Seong-hwan was cold. "But I don't love you. How can we get married in the future?" Shinka approached the man and said, "It'll be fine." She pressed her flabby breasts close to Seong-hwan's face and confidently asserted, "You will fall in love with me, then I'm sure of it." The scene cuts to a moment later where the guy is wearing a rare look of panic after receiving a blow. Seo Gang Yu then stabbed him in the stomach. Then he pulled it out, and the man was thrown backwards. At this time he also coughed up a mouthful of blood. Even so, he still held the piece of meat firmly in his hand and said triumphantly, "Hee, I guess using one hand won't work." While Seo Gang Yu was looking at him with resentful eyes, Seong-hwan started to attack again. "Seo Gang Yu, say something. Are you going to stay silent forever, or maybe you can't speak in that state? Do you know what this is?" Seo Gang Yu still looked at him with hatred. Seeing that he did not answer, he calmly took out the ball in his hand and said, "This is your brother." Hearing this, Seo Gang Yu's eyes became even more resentful. Seong-hwan could die 1,000 times and still not atone me for his sins. At this moment, anger and pain overwhelmed his reason and he screamed. Seo Gang Yu turned into a mad beast and charged at his enemy. But Seong-hwan calmly provoked, "Oh, so you can still talk." Seo Gang Ho ran quickly towards Seong-hwan, who was standing calmly holding a round object in his hand. The rocks under Seong-hwan's feet flew up from the ground. Seong-hwan, with a look of savage delight on his face, controlled the rocks to rise. The stomies suddenly turned into extremely sharp objects. They grew larger under Seong-hwan's control and pointed their tips towards Seo Gang Yu, who was accelerating towards them. Seo Gang Yu raised his hand into a fist, before thousands of sharp spikes of earth rushing towards at extremely fast speed. Seo Gang Yu punched with a force towards the thousands of spikes. With Seo Gang Yu's face full of fury, the sharp points quickly flew past him. Suddenly, Seo Gang Yu opened his eyes wide in surprise. A series of explosions sent rocks flying everywhere. Seo Gang Yu stood in the middle of the ground, using his giant transformed hands to pin the ground down. Seo Gang Yu looked forward in surprise. An extremely large object was rushing towards him. In front of the misty scene of rocks and dirt, the object was still rushing towards Seo Gang Yu at an extremely fast speed. Seo Gang Yu looked towards the object. He used a fist to raise forward. Seo Gang Yu's fist was getting closer and closer. As his fist and the object were about to collide, Seo Gang Yu gritted his teeth. A loud explosion sent Seo Gang Yu flying. The object tightly gripped Seo Gang Yu's body. Seo Gang Yu was thrown away, crashing into the mountain behind, creating a huge impact. Seong-hwan's hands continued to control the object. After the hazy scene at the rocky mountain, the object remained unchanged and continued to float in the air. Seong-hwan caught the object, laughing loudly as he stepped forward. Seong-hwan held up the object sinisterly, saying, "You can't attack this thing, can you?" Seo Gang Yu struggled to stand up after the collision. Seong-hwan continued, "I just had a good idea." Seong-hwan looked at the object innocently and said, "If I eat it, will you not be able to attack me?" Seo Gang Yu was surprised when he heard that. Seong-hwan continued, "But it's too big, so I can't swallow it." As he spoke, he exerted force on the object and continued, "I'll compress it a bit." Suddenly, something strong rose from the ground. Seo Gang Yu used one foot to kick Seong-hwan so hard that he couldn't react. Seong-hwan widened his eyes in surprise and coughed up a mouthful of blood. A loud bang made the scene go dark. Seo Gang Yu stepped on Seong-hwan, lying on the ground with one foot. Seo Gang Yu raised his hand to form a fist. Seo Gang Yu aimed straight at the target and punched Seong-hwan in the face with great force. The fist continued to swing down. This time Seo Gang Yu punched Seong-hwan down, sending the surrounding rocks flying. Stepness Hero and Tuju Jin calmly stood watching the scene before them. Seo Gang Yu with an extremely angry face. Suddenly 2 hands grabbed Seo Gang Yu's arms. Seong-hwan lay on the ground miserably, reaching out to grab Seo Gang Yu's arm. Suddenly a green light radiated from the 2 people. Seo Gang Yu's eyes widened, looking at the person before him in surprise. Seong-hwan looked at Seo Gang Yu with a painless smile. A surge of power shot up high, causing everyone watching to look. Gato covered his face with his hands, following the flow of power. Meanwhile, Shinka was making strange noises. Shinka clasped her hands together in front of her chest. She opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." Shinka continued, "What a pity if only those two could reconcile with each other, it would be great." Gato continued, "That will never happen." Canis agreed beside him, "I think so too." Canis looked down and said, "Besides, it seems that this battle is about to end." Xionghuan struggled to get up and looked at Seo Gang Yu, lying motionless on the ground. Xionghuan, covered in blood and injuries, looked up and forward. Seo Gang Yu shook and stood up. Seo Gang Yu's eyes were filled with anger. Seo Gang Yu stood up abruptly while Xionghuan was still lying on the ground. Xionghuan opened his eyes wide. The streams of power gradually appeared. The streams of power followed each other more and more. Those streams of power advanced and surrounded Seo Gang Yu. Shinka and everyone else looked at the scene before them in amazement. Shinka exclaimed, "That's..." Shinka said, "What is that, Shinka?" And everyone witnessed a series of wires intertwined to form a giant object. A laugh rang out across the giant network. Xionghuan looked at the giant network miserably and said, "How many skills do you have? I really can't beat you." Xionghuan looked at the person in front of him and continued, "Hey, what do you think, Seo Gang Yu?" Xionghuan's voice rang out, "How does it feel to kill someone?" Seo Gang Yu knelt on one knee on the ground, looking at Xionghuan. Xionghuan continued with a smile, "You must be as disappointed as I am, right? Just touching them a little bit, and they disappear. Not even enough for you to release your own pent-up emotions." Seo Gang Yu heard Xionghuan's words. Seo Gang Yu said, "Shut up." The power still surrounded him. Xionghuan continued, "So what?" Xionghuan said with a smug look, "After playing around with me to your heart's content, don't you feel refreshed from getting rid of your negative emotions? You must feel very uncomfortable." Seo Gang Yu frowned as he looked at Xionghuan, who was speaking. Xionghuan said, "When you had to suppress your power all this time." He continued, "Because you have to go along with that trash, is that right?" Rouser and his teammates appeared at Xionghuan's words. So Gang Yu hesitantly said, "You." Xionghuan looked at Seo Gang Yu's reaction. Xionghuan looked blankly at the person in front of him who was speaking. Seo Gang Yu's face darkened as he exclaimed, "You don't know anything." Seo Gang Yu's eyes showed contempt. Xionghuan looked up at the giant net and said, "By the way, this skill looks dangerous. This must be your last attack, right? I'm almost exhausted too. This is trouble." Xionghuan continued, "Not knowing the giant network in the sky is scary." Xionghuan looked up happily and continued, "If only I had listened to Shinka and become an adult." "Can I beat you?" Xionghuan said while looking at the network. Gang Yu firmly asserted, "That will never happen because you will die here." Shinka was surprised and said nothing after hearing that. The net gradually flew into the air, covering the sky. Shinka said in panic, "Huh, what's going on in there?" Shinka held out her hand as power surrounded her hand. A purple circle passed through the net. Shinka panicked and controlled the circle while shouting, "Xionghuan!" Shinka's image appears in the circle. Shinka through the circle witnessed Xionghuan being stabbed in pain, eyes wide open. Countless spikes pierced Xionghuan's body, killing him on the spot. Seo Gang Yu opened his eyes wide and his face darkened. What Shinka saw was Xionghuan being stabbed by hundreds of blood threads coming from Seo Gang Yu. He opened his eyes wide and didn't make a sound. Shinka panicked and shouted, "Xionghuan!" She raised her hand and activated her ability. Shinka immediately teleported to Xionghuan and gently pulled him through the gate. Xionghuan was limp and carried away by Shinka without moving. It seemed like he had died in the battle just now. Shinka was in a panic. "Treat him." Terapia rolled up her sleeves, walked over and calmly said, "Move aside." He knelt down and thrust his arm into Xionghuan's heart. Immediately after, the blood threads on Xionghuan's body disappeared. To be more precise, Terapia sucked them into his hand. He exclaimed, "I can't believe he was able to use his strength to protect his vital parts during the chaos." He said, "His fighting instinct is impeccable." The blood trailed up his elbow. Terapia stood up. "It's done." Shinka saw that Xionghuan hadn't woken up yet, so he shook him. "Xionghuan, wake up." Terapia raised his arm covered in blood, honestly. His face was expressionless as he said, "A formidable power." He then cut off his own hand in front of other prisoners. His arm grew back like new. He asked them, "What should we do with Seo Gang Yu now?" A voice rang out, "What else?" It was Hero. He coldly said, "Kill on the spot." But someone interrupted. Wait. Everyone turned to Shinka. She checked Xiong Huan's pulse and raised her head. Before we do, she said earnestly. The symbol lit up in her eyes. I want to talk to him one last time. The person here is someone everyone knows. That person, Seo Gang Yu, is lying face down on the ground, motionless at the center of the battlefield. Just a moment later, Seo Gang Yu staggered to his feet and looked around. Something suddenly appeared in his vision. A ball of flesh. He knew by feeling that it was the most important person in his life, his older brother, Seo Gang Ho. Seo Gang Yu slowly walked over. He bent down and picked it up as gently as he could. Looking at that piece of meat, his heart ached. A feeling of despair gradually invaded his mind. Seo Gang Yu's vision gradually blurred. He no longer knew if this was real or an illusion. If this was just a dream, then it would be great. His brother would still be alive. The portal suddenly opened right in front of him. Shinka stepped out and said, Gang Yu. She pleaded, sounding worried. It's not too late, but life isn't like a dream. Seo Gang Yu was exhausted, but still aware that the person before him was an enemy. He used his ultimate power. Seo Gang Yu looked at her with hatred as she prepared to strike. Shinka stumbled back, looking confused. I really don't understand this. A flash of lightning. Seo Gang Yu's ability was immediately restrained. He was visibly upset. A criminal on Shinka's side cast a complex matrix. It seems like negotiations are not going well. Esward said coldly, now we must kill him quickly before he recovers his little energy. He turned to his colleagues and asked, does anyone object? They said in unison, agree unanimous. Friatu said with pity, I feel sorry for that young man. Benjamin said weakly, I'm also afraid of killing, but I think I'm more afraid of that person being alive. Natura laughed heartily. Returning to motherland isn't so bad. Maladit stretched and complained, I'm so hungry, let's do it quickly. Stepness laughed heartily. That guy will surely be able to amuse me. Vedi held the pen and wrote regretfully, what a pity is it ending here, what a pity. Ju Yong-hyun laughed. Ha, he's even scarier than the devil. Vixen saw this and teased him, a coward. A booming voice rang out above them, get out of my way. They looked up. Hero had turned into a giant and was standing behind them. He clenched his fist and swung it down, aiming straight at Seo Gang Yu. Seo Gang Yu cowered to protect the only thing his brother had left. He endured the pain without a single groan. Hero will be the first to strike. Ju Yong-hyun holds her hand and summons the unicorn. East-West also took action. The criminals in B3 and B4 began to attack Seo Gang Yu. The smell of acrid smoke suddenly made a question pop into Seo Gang Yu's mind. How long has it been? Seo Gang Yu let out a breath after the brutal torture of the criminals. He opened his mouth and lay motionless, holding a piece of meat in hand. Hero raised his foot, preparing to stomp down. Okay, let's end it. Seo Gang Yu still couldn't fight back. He could only wait for the blow to come. A swirling wind rose with Hero's footsteps. I wonder what he is thinking. As he was about to step down, a blue light flashed. A hand raised to use its power to stop it. Seonghwan woke up at some point. Shinka. He said to her, didn't you say that I would become stronger when I grow up? Hearing this voice, Shinka turned around in surprise. Seonghwan. The criminal accomplices also looked towards him. Seonghwan happily said, do you know? Under the gaze of his fellow criminals, he continued, for the first time in my life, I have a dream to strive for. He said excitedly, his eyes sparkling like stars. I want to defeat Seo Gang Yu. Shinka was shocked, speechless. Seonghwan continued, so don't kill him, I'll be the one to finish him off. Esward frowned and rolled his eyes. Enough nonsense. Kill him now. Shinka interrupted him. Everyone. Before Eastwet's astonished eyes, she said, let's go home. A clear voice rang out. Everyone promised to listen to me. Hearing her say that, everyone fell silent. None of them objected. Let's go home. The smoke continued to blow, light glimmering through the clouds. Shinka opened the portal for them to pass through. She happily said to Seonghwan, do you want us to help you? Seonghwan took the hat. It's okay. He put on his hat and glanced back, looking at Seo Gang Yu, still lying there as if there was no life. Seonghwan left a sentence. Next time we meet, I will win, then disappeared through the gate. News report. After the electric shock attack at Ruculus Prison, 8 B3 criminals, 5 B4 criminals, and 3 B5 criminals escaped. What will happen next? From above, an old man had been observing everything. He laughed excitedly. Ho 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 ho! Kingston smiled. The world is getting noisy now. Just as Kingston had thought in the near future, Shinka would turn the world upside down. The pink-diapered star giggled and said, meow, 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 meow. The person opposite looked surprised. What really? It continued to whine, meow, 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 meow. The girl spoke to it absent-mindedly, but she hesitated. I'm not ready yet. Pink Star replied, meow, meow, meow. Suddenly the scene of these two people talking became chaotic. Screen goes black. The earth appeared with a strange symbol. A voice rang out joyfully. A new world, the Alpha world, welcomes you. Shinka appeared along with two others. She happily said, "Hey-oh, hello everyone. I'm Shinka. From now on, I'll be your Eva," she said and introduced the two people beside her. Beside me are some guests. The man said, Canis, and the cat-eyed girl also introduced herself. I am Gato. A line of text appears. The question is, what is the Alpha world? Canis answers this question. The Alpha world is a created world. He continued to take care of the infected humans with Lady Shinka as the human Eva. The next question that pops up is, who has the right to stay in the Alpha world? At this, Gato replied, to become part of the Alpha world requires the following conditions. The first condition, she paused for a moment and said, that person must possess powerful abilities while showing a muscular figure. Man hin len mot jan chot kem theo gyong noikwa gato jiukin thu haengoi jokhong juoch bao ven hong angoi so hu anguan gen bitu choi. Gato noi tiep jiukien thu bangoi jo faiju sukkoi je dui tri noi gyong. The screen then pops up with an additional question. What happens to those who are not eligible? Shinka said indifferently with a look of pity. I think those with sources of jealousy who weren't chosen are because they committed crimes in the old world. They deserve to die. Shinka pointed at the camera. But if we have committed a capital crime, what should we do? She said, yes, that's right, they should be terminated. Shinka clapped his hands. Those with unqualified sources of jealousy deserve to be executed, she said enthusiastically. At the same time, a letter appeared on the screen. In the next month, we will select new humans who are qualified to become a member of the Alpha world and send them invitations. Shinka made a throat-slitting gesture and said with a smile, anyone who dares to refuse our invitation will be considered guilty of covering up for those whose source of jealousy was rejected, and they will also be executed. So we hope you will consider our invitation carefully. She clasped her hands together and said earnestly, all right is the future of the new humans, bright. Then she walked to the camera and winked. It's all thanks to your future, Eva. It's me, Shinka. Bye. The screen is distorted again. The channel switched back to the original movie. The girl pouted and said to the pink star, meow, meow, meow. The pink star also pouted and replied, meow, 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 meow. The screen went black again. The light from the big screen gradually went out. In the dark room, 7 people sat around the conference table. Under the glaring lights, someone broke the silence. All right. The man spoke of the breakout from Ruculus prison and the broadcast that was shown to all of humanity after the break. The confident WSC chairman said, WSC World Security Council opens the World Security Council meeting. Shinka's image and information appeared on the screen. One person muttered, Shinka. That person said she was the woman who attacked with the electronic pulse, right? Is she on the villain list? We asked the Hero Association, and they said no. The bespectacled uncle said, this is trouble, it's unbelievable. While the heroes of justice have not been gone for long, something happened. The woman beside him said, how do we solve this? Someone interjected, before we go into that, Li Kian, he questioned, let's look at a few issues first. Einheiter, the leader of the peace party, stood up and banged on the table. The warden of Ruculus prison, Jo Si-eun, gave herself the right to execute prisoners. She did whatever she wanted without reporting to her superiors. He scowled. Since when can an individual arbitrarily sentence another person to death that has caused a great deal of confusion and concern? Someone spoke up. We are in a dire situation, and yet we keep harping on about such a trivial matter. The person said the Jo Si-eun warden simply made the wisest decision in this situation. Authority two-term president of the Hero Association and current leader of the World Party. If it were me, I would still do the same. Einheit said, even if the situation was urgent, why wouldn't she have had time to report the incident? Authority immediately defended, not even a second should be wasted. That must be why she chose to go find Seo Gang Yu. I can sympathize with that action. He glanced at the person next to him. Do you have any comments? Looking at the old man pensively beside him, El Hayado, Minister of Justice. El Hayado spoke up. Although I do not agree with allowing an individual the right to execute another person at will. Everyone looked at him. El Hayado raised his hands and said with a smile, although I do not agree with allowing an individual the right to execute another person at will, due to the very special circumstances I completely understand. At this time, Buddha, a member of the Fire Prevention Committee, said, it must have been a nerve-wracking decision. Looking at the circumstances, I'm afraid the other side will suffer a lot of losses. The girl named Crumb, the police commissioner, also said uncomfortably, aren't we already suffering losses? Since public security has been in shambles, when have we had a moment to rest after the broadcast? Deputy Defense Minister Guerra, the cigar, said, is it time we realized we are in the middle of a war, or are we still just talking about a prison break? Authority slammed the table angrily, saying, I say those prisoners deserve to die. He angrily pointed at Crumb and Guerra. We got ourselves into the current situation, isn't it? Because you stubbornly clung to those sentences. From then, Crumb denied, not me. Authority continued. If I were still the president of the Hero Association, those guys would be dead before the death penalty was even needed. I can't understand how you guys bring disaster upon yourself by not killing wanted criminals as soon as you catch them. He gritted his teeth. Ever since Rouser became the president of the Hero Association, the world has been a mess. Buddha calmly said, you haven't changed at all, have you? Einheit spoke up again. You think the decisions you made when you were still the president of the Hero Association were right. Look closely at the heroes back then. He looked at Authority and continued, most of the heroes you lead are never mentally normal. Authority said with a concave attitude. So what? The two argued. One said, it's better to control them than let them turn into villains. The other immediately countered, is being a hero that important? Authority grimaced. It's obvious. After Rouser took over as president of the Hero Association, those who could have been heroes turned evil and caused trouble everywhere. Buddha glared at him. Authority, the image of a hero in your head is completely different from mine. Authority said again, you are just a bunch of people who dream about your ideal world without even looking at the reality right in front of you. Vacant sat silently watching them bicker before saying, Rouser. Everyone unconsciously turned to look at him in silence. If she were here, he said. Looking toward the empty seat, he continued, I'm curious what her views would be. Authority silently gritted his teeth. He clicked his tomig and left. Go to the car. The secretary opened the door for him and asked, did the meeting go well? Authority said gruffly, not at all. He grimaced and said, those people are really troublesome. I don't think there's anything to discuss here. Just kill the prisoners. He grumbled, it's all that bitch's fault, that bitch Rouser. The secretary asked him, what are you going to do from now on? Authority replied, since Rouser became the president of the Hero Association, the members of the World Security Council. Remembering those hateful faces, he said bitterly, the faction of those who support repentance includes the Peace Party, the Fire Prevention Committee Commissioner, the Minister of Defense, and the President of the Hero Association. Authority frowned. The pro-punishment faction includes the World Party and the Police Commissioner. Then remember Buddha's face, and the neutral side is the Minister of Justice. Speaking up to here, he sighed. It's all because the four of them joined forces to oppose the two of us that our opinions were ignored. Even the current chairman is gradually leaning towards Rouser's side. He said, but right now, the position of president of the Hero Association is still vacant. We just need to help our people get that position. To make things even, he could do anything. If it was 3 against 3, perhaps our views would have been seriously considered. Authority paused. Therefore, he looked out the window. We're going to meet Seo Gang Yu, the former hero of justice. He said in a firm tone, I am sure that. A guess crossed his mind. Others have also started to act. Authority thought of a pink-haired girl with bunny ears. The secretary wondered, isn't Seo Gang Yu quite close to Mr. Rouser? Authority said. Yes, he is. He smiled foolishly. However, the current situation has changed quite a bit, right? The secretary followed his orders and started the car. Let's go meet Seo Gang Yu. At this time, Seo Gang Yu was lying in the operating room. His lips were chapped from lack of water. Seo Gang Yu opened his eyes dreamily. A question was asked to the heroes. Why can't heroes kill villains? UJ laughed at the question. Ha ha ha, I had the same thought when I first joined Equality. Seo Gang Yu. He said, you will also find the answer to that question when you go with Equality. Hearing that, Herb looked at him in confusion. Do you want me to kill someone? He hesitated. I don't want to. Waving his hand, he said, if heroes have to kill people, then I'd rather not be a hero. This time it was Tome's turn to speak. She said, my sister is a criminal on death row in prison. She said hesitantly, it's true that she committed a crime that deserves death, but I think she should be given a chance to make up for it. Margot rubbed his chin. Why can't heroes kill villains? Think about it the other way around. Why do heroes have to kill villains? He thought sadly, is it because they live for nothing, or have they given up on being human? What kind of human would be worth living for? What is the meaning of being human? Then he said cheerfully, it's hard to think about, let's think about it together. Rouser said calmly, a hero's job is not to kill villains, our job is to save people. She held out her hand, from now on, save people with us. Seo Gang Yu's eyes suddenly went dark. Rouser's voice rang out, Seo Gang Yu, you will definitely. He dreamily asked, why everyone? The scene that appeared was the portraits of 5 familiar teammates. Why did everyone leave without giving me an answer? Hongjia appeared and said, the job of a pastor is to reform prisoners. She hesitated. I am not against the death penalty system as an investigator. It is my responsibility to tell criminals what they did wrong before they are executed. Seo Gang Ho stood before him with tired eyes. The law is what condemns people, and we are the investigators who will carry out the judgments given. Seo Gang Ho's image suddenly crumpled like a piece of paper. His words still echoed. That's why before the execution, crumpled paper image, the duty of an investigator is to... Seo Gang Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Blood rain fell down. The feeling of blood spread throughout the body. A voice called his name. Seo Gang Yu, a hand held out a meatball. The giant version of Seong Hwan looked at him provocatively. Even you find this interesting, right? He said excitedly, after all that happened, they keep talking nonsense. Seo Gang Yu's face was stiff with glue. The surrounding scenery was like a sea of blood. Seo Gang woke up with a start. He gasped. A voice called him Seo Gang Yu. Lepus sat cross-legged and said, you're awake. She asked worriedly, are you okay? Seo Gang Yu still hasn't escaped the nightmare. The world was still blurry before his eyes. Lepus said, I'm sorry. She confessed, I should have gone to help, but I knew something was going to happen in the column. Lepus seemed apprehensive. I can't know the details because the investigator covered up the commotion. Seo Gang Yu covered his eyes. It's okay. He continued, even if you go there, you won't be able to help. Lepus was still worried. Are you really okay? I heard about your assignment in the prison to execute criminals. Seo Gang Yu interrupted her. Actually, he looked at Lepus. I'm not okay at all. Lepus looked at him. Gang Yu. Seo Gang Yu glared angrily. I should have killed all of them, but I couldn't do it. Lepus opened her eyes wide in surprise. You call? Seo Gang Yu asked her, Lepus, are you here to say that I shouldn't kill villains? If that's the case, then go back. I'm not a hero anymore. Under Lepus's disbelieving gaze, he said clearly, I am an investigator now. Lepus bowed his head. We need to form a new hero association and choose heroes in a new equality. She said, I'm taking over as the temporary president of the Hero Association now, but with the changes coming, we need a hero to lead. Lepus looked straight into Gang Yu's eyes. So we are thinking of choosing you, a former hero of equality, to be the president of the Hero Association. Seo Gang Yu interrupted again. I told you. He glared at her. I'm not a hero anymore. Heroes should do what is necessary for heroes. Seo Gang Yu said, as soon as I recover, I will go out and do what I need to do. Lepus stood up. Gang Yu. Another voice interrupted. Hero Gang Yu, you're right. Authority stood in front of the hospital bed, hands in pockets, arrogantly looking at Seo Gang Yu. He smiled. Oh, you're investigator Seo Gang Yu, right? Lepus surprised Authority. He slowly walked over. You've worked hard to execute criminals alone, but now you won't have to do that anymore. Authority firmly stated, I will soon become the president of the Hero Association, and I intend to let the heroes execute criminals. Lipua was surprised. What? Seo Gang Yu was wary. Are you the representative of the world faction? What are you talking about? Authority replied. I will step down from that position soon. He continued, to be able to participate in the Hero Association president election. Authority adjusted his vest and looked at Gang Yu. I came here to talk to you and ask if you're interested in becoming the president of the Hero Association. But then, no need, just consider it as me coming here to visit you today and say hello. Then he turned and walked towards the door. I hope you recover soon and leave the hospital. Lepus, just wait and see. Lepus grimaced. Do you think anyone will vote for you? Authority just clicked, it's Tammoki. He smiled smugly. We'll have to wait and see, right? Lepus turned to look at Seo Gang Yu with a fever. Gang Yu? He just closed his eyes and said, I'm tired. He looked at Lepus. You go. Lepus was speechless. A moment later, Authority got in the car and looked out at the scenery. Just as I thought, he said. He mused, everyone is very busy. Many others, including me and Lepus, probably came to Seo Gang Yu. He thought as he spoke. After the appearance of supernatural powers, many people have had a hard time. Military and police organizations are all too reliant on one individual with power. Authority thought to WSC. The World Security Council will probably soon discuss Seo Gang Yu's execution of criminals and whether he should be given the power to execute. He continued, according to the current law, Seo Gang Yu's actions are wrong. The secretary asked curiously, then what are you going to do? Authority clicked his Tammoki again. A thought crossed his mind, if that's what the law says. During the party meeting, Einheit banged on the table and said, we need to punish the investigator of Ruculus prison. Crumb retorted, isn't that a special situation? She said, even if my subordinates do that, I will ignore it. Einheit was about to confront him, but then someone intervened. Authority said, you don't give us any information about what we can do or any solutions. All you talk about are ideal situations that don't make sense. Einheit grimaced. Ideal situation, I already came up with a solution. Then he pointed to the people sitting at the conference table, fire department, army, police. Crumb raised his hand. I never agreed. He continued, including the Hero Association cooperating and capturing criminals. We will make them face the judgment of the law. Authority shouted, is that your solution? Einheit calmly replied, yes. Authority immediately pointed, is your head in the clouds? Vacant then spoke up, Authority. He was also tired of this situation. So what is your solution? Authority says, let vote now. Everyone was stunned. Vote. Authority continued, let the nations vote on whether investigator Seo Gang Yu. He put his hands on his hips seriously. Whether he has the right to be executed or not, we will change the law. Does everyone agree or disagree with the decision to execute Seo Gang Yu? After hearing Authority's words, everyone was stunned and asked vote. Authority said, that's right, instead of us arguing here like this, a vote would be much clearer. He looked at everyone. Aren't you all working for the people? Einheit argued immediately. Things like this are dangerous if decided by majority vote. Authority pointed at him. Are you looking down on the people now? Seeing Einheit's indisputable appearance, Authority gloated, I see clearly. He provoked, you're avoiding it because you think you're going to lose, right? He glanced to his left, am I right? Everyone looked towards the person in highest power here, the president. He closed his eyes and thought for a few minutes. Then he said, okay, let's take a vote. The emotions of those present were mixed. 2 weeks later, a blue-haired girl read voting results. People are excited about the headphones, 88%, in favor 12% against. The number of people in favor is overwhelmingly dominant. Authority laughed heartily. This is only natural. The girl continued, according to the opinion of the favorable side. Everyone listened attentively. This situation should be considered a declaration of war, and the enemy must be destroyed. There is no need to apply the law to them, for they are beasts that have abandoned their human status. Authorities' wrinkled face brightened with excitement. Also because these problems arise while pursuing ideals, the right to execute should be given to all the heroes, not just Seo Gang Yu. Her voice was calm. There's also the opposing side's opinion. She said Seo Gang Yu's current state makes it difficult for him to make rational decisions. Giving him the power to execute is quite dangerous. Everyone's faces were filled with contemplation. If we give the power of execution to an individual, it could cause the same problems as the previous heroes. If an individual values his judgment over the law, society will be at risk of collapse. She finally stressed that is the opinion of the opposition. Einheit spoke first. We can accept this result to satisfy everyone. Authority slammed the table. Damn it! His face crumpled. Please, everyone, the results are so overwhelmingly clear. What is there to argue about? Vacant reminded, don't make a fuss. He calmly said, quickly call Seo Gang Yu here. At the office. The sunset glow poured in. Vacant stood against the light and said, it's been a while, hasn't it? He said to the young man standing tall before him, Seo Gang Yu. Vacant said, have you heard the news? Seo Gang Yu replied, yes, I have. Vacant asked again, so what is your decision? Seo Gang Yu said, according to the results of the vote, I will execute all of them with my own hands. Vacant said, I have one more question. He waited for his reaction. What would you do if the voting results were contrary to the current results? He frowned and said, if so then. Red eyes lit up, I will kill them all and surrender. Vacant mused, all right. He looked up again and said, there is one more thing. Vacant thought of the former hero. If Rouser was here, what do you think she would do? So Gang Yu looked surprised. He thought for a moment, Vacant's eyes looking at him expectantly. Seo Gang Yu spoke up. That's about it. Clenched his fist. You should ask Rouser directly, it will be clearer. Vacant sighed. Yeah, maybe that's true. He looked straight into Seo Gang Yu's eyes, asking the final question. If this matter is settled this time. Seo Gang Yu was about to leave when he turned back to look at him. Will you come back as a hero? After listening, he left, leaving a sentence. I don't know about that either. The meeting had just ended and the press had already sniffed out and loudly reported about Seo Gang Yu. A special law on Seo Gang Yu has been passed. In front of countless reporters pointing cameras, World President Vacant. Vacant spoke, his voice calm as he said, granted death penalty, authority to Warden Seo Gang Yu to deal with prison breaks. His eyes were steely, the recent incident at Ruculus prison and preventing future terrorist attacks. Authority stared at the screen. Okay, let's take it one step at a time from here. I guess we can get it back to how it was before. Lepus sat on the lawn watching the news as well. She was silent. Vacant's speech was shown everywhere. One person was holding a jar of juice. Her eyes were falling. She sat dejectedly on the cold bench. Tears kept falling. Gang Hoa! In another place, the familiar voice rang out again. Is that so? If so, then we need to prepare now. Shinka looked back. Is everything ready? The criminals awaited Shinka finished the executioners. Seonghwan smiled. Not long ago in Spain and Portugal, a blue vortex appeared carrying a piece of paper with an invitation written on it. The world government. And everyone looked up to the sky. Everyone stood there stunned. A giant blue whirlpool appeared in the air. In that vortex appeared another green magic circle. There was a loud noise coming from it, but no one knew what it was. In just a few seconds, an explosion came down and wiped out all the people there. The attack just created a huge hole in the ground. A cheerful voice rang out, wow! The group of criminals stepped out from Shinka's gate. Vixen stretched. Hot, huh? The girl with the umbrella said to Eswood, who had just rushed out. This crazy guy. Morith said displeasedly. What if someone receives an invitation? Why are you attacking them so indiscriminately? Eswood was upset. If they die from just that level of damage, they don't deserve to be invited. Immediately after that, Shinka's image appeared on screens all over the world. She said hello. Her face was still as cheerful as ever. Hello everyone, I'm Shinka. She pointed to the camera. From now on, the people in the World Security Council also watched in silence. Shinka said loudly, the execution of those carrying the eliminated gene. As Shinka's sentence began, the criminals slowly entered the big cities. They were excitedly preparing to destroy this place. Seo Gang Yu put on his hat, his eyes filled with determination. At the meeting room of the World Security Council, The secretary said, in this incident based on the documents sent from the Hero Association, the one with the tattoos under his eyes and neck is Esward, a summoner. He is a villain who was captured by the hero of justice, Mago. He has the ability to transfer the summoned power stolen from his opponents into a mark on his body. Just by raising his hand, he can create a huge explosion. Looking at the devastation before him, Esward felt no sympathy. They are too weak. He has the ability to copy his opponent's summoning abilities. Esward looked at his hand unsightly. I should have stolen Margot's fighting ability. Next is the girl with cat ears. Vixen is a physics type. She is a villain who was captured by the hero of justice, Yude. She has the ability to transform into a fox spirit. In the blink of an eye, she can kill several hundred people. Vixen sighed, her face covered in blood. Where can I find someone who can tame me now? The next person is Ju Yong-hyun, a special type. He is the one who always has a mysterious smile on his face. He is a villain who was captured by the hero of justice, Herb. He grabbed his hand and a blue light flashed. Release. 2 unicorns appeared, waving their arms and killing. He has the ability to summon demons. Vixen ran over and rubbed his back. Ju Yong-hyun scratched her head. Very strong, right? The girl holding the umbrella named Morith is also a special type. She is a villain who was once captured by the hero of justice, Tome. She looked like a typical person with special powers. Morith stood behind a person who was crawling and calling for help. She said, "You're too noisy, it's not elegant at all." Then a no-entry sign appeared and she said, "Eva is right." An orange bow suddenly appeared on the other person's neck. He was then strangled to death. Morith disdained. Her unselected genes are truly despicable from the egg. The secretary concluded, her power is extremely complex. She continued, the Hero Association quickly mobilized forces near Portugal to deal with the situation. Authority scowled again. Well, it wouldn't be any use for them to come, since you guys didn't want to kill them in the first place. Vacant spoke up, it's okay in that case. He looked at Boda. Firefighters will be given priority to rescue people. Boda replied, yes sir. Vacant continued to look at Guerra and Crumb. The army and police have the duty to protect the people. Guerra immediately replied, yes sir. Crumb was hesitant. We don't have enough power to stop them. In the end we will still have to call the hero team to come to the rescue. Vacant turned to El Hayado again. Where is the officer El Hayado? El Hayado replied, I heard. He said, the Josie-eun prison warden said he started going there as soon as he saw the broadcast. Einheit then complained, we haven't fired her yet. Vacant asked the secretary, is there any way to know what the enemy's purpose is this time? The secretary said timidly, we still haven't figured out what they really want. Before this attack, Shinka pointed to his comrades, the target of all of you. She said, to execute all those with the unchosen genes and help those who accept our invitation to join the Alpha world. Shinka raised his hand. Let's just gently give them a taste first. It will be much easier to convince the rest of the people to accept the invitation later. Everyone's eyes were on her. She continued, right now I want you to focus on bringing people back rather than killing them. Then she spread her arms out, enjoying the decisive moment. In the end, we can kill as many people as we want, who don't have the chosen genes. Morith spoke up to stop the other 3. Hey, stop it! She was serious. Is that enough to warm up your body? Let's go do the mission Eva gave you. Vixen said, whining, but I want to destroy a little more. Ju Yong-hyun nodded. Okay. East-West disagrees. He said, I will do what I like. If I will continue to destroy this place, those who accept our invitation will eventually have to show up. Morith angrily said, you're going too far. Are you planning to ignore the mission Eva gave you? He just calmly said, if that's the case, then what are you going to do to me? Under Vixen's gaze, Ju Yong-hyun raised her hand. He formed the summoning seal again, 3-legged crow. A skinny, ugly bird flew in. He climbed onto the bird and said, I see that even if you tell him to go, he won't go. The fox spirit jumped up. Wow, let me go too. Morith couldn't do anything, clicked his tongue and turned around to leave. East-West said, as soon as we're done, we'll report this to Eva, do whatever you want. Hearing him say that, they left him alone. The scene was in ruins, the city was engulfed in flames. East-West sighed. He sighed as he released fire. Nothing has changed since I got out of prison. What a pain. He rolled up his sleeves to look at the tattoo on his arm. Everything is the same. No matter how much I destroy it, my power still cannot increase. It's truly a cursed ability. Looking at these diamonds, he said, I understand. His eyes were sharp, must continue stealing. While he was not paying attention, a pair of huge legs were falling down. It was a rabbit that fell where Eswood was standing. He quickly created a barrier. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice. Who are you? A person stood on a flying carrot. The giant rabbit disappeared. The person said with disgust, You really haven't changed at all. You've been out of prison for so long. Lepus grimaced. You didn't learn anything there, Eswood. The barrier that Eswood created gradually broke down. He frowned and said, Lepus came at the right time. Did you give Mago a peaceful burial? At a school that is US-born talent academy. In a classroom the teacher is lecturing. A boy sitting at the front desk raised his hand. Teacher, I'm scared. The teacher immediately smiled affectionately and comforted. It's okay, kids. He winked and said, No matter what happens, I will always protect you. Follow me to my hiding place. As soon as he finished speaking, a round of applause rang out. Everyone followed the sound and saw a woman suddenly appear at the back of the classroom. It was Morith who just clapped. She said, Very good, what an admirable teacher. The children were scared and ran away screaming. Morith frowned. You guys are too noisy, it's rude. Profi shielded the children behind him. He took a defensive stance and said angrily, Morith! She was still calm. You know me, I'm so embarrassed. She took the umbrella. Don't be afraid, I know you also received an invitation from Eva. She said and jumped down. Those who received an invitation, follow me, Profi interrupted. Please get out of here now. He sat down and hugged the children. I won't let you take any of them. Morith was refused before he could do anything. She said annoyedly, You are not wise at all. She patted the umbrella on her hand, started using her ability, thinking you dare interrupt me while I'm speaking. Profi felt the pressure from her. Morith rubbed the edge of his hat. I must teach you a lesson. This Greek-style school of supernatural powers was built after the events of Mien and Mael to educate children with supernatural powers. Under the direction of Rausa and Margot, special schools are set up all over the world. Here, children are taught how to adapt to society by heroic teachers. And another purpose is how to control the ability when carrying the ability. Morith tossed her hat high, ruled territory. Her hat instantly grew larger. Then capture them and lock them up. The children screamed in fear. Profi was surprised. What is that? Morith hit the box again. Shh, she said, be quiet. After her words, a no-no sign suddenly appeared on the children's mouths and then turned into a mask covering their faces. They wanted to pull out but couldn't. Morith sneered, finally quiet. Morith's special ability is also known as the rules. It would activate when the opponent was ujaged by her to be inferior, causing them to be restrained or even harmed. If I see you fooling around again, I'll send you on your way. Profi looked at her warily. She conjured up some weird thing with eyes. Morith scowled and said, typical bully. Morith said, the three brats who received special invitations stepped forward before me. The three brats carefully stepped forward under the terrifying gazes. Morith pulled out a piece of paper. Let's see they're all special systems, right? Special systems have many diverse uses. From now on, you will be able to work together to create the Queen's world. Then she looked at the kids who were covering their mouths and said, answer me. The no talking sign was removed. A boy asked worriedly, is the Queen the woman who appeared on TV? Morith smiled and replied, exactly. She continued, a beautiful woman with perfect ideals. The boy immediately said, then I don't want to participate. All eyes turned to the boy. Morith was surprised, huh? The boy continued, didn't that person say she would eliminate all those who don't possess supernatural powers? The boy continued, there are many friends around me who don't have supernatural powers. I will never harm my friends. The cat-faced girl beside her also said, me too, my parents don't have any supernatural powers either. They didn't do anything wrong. The little devil girl beside her also stuttered, me too, me too. The children kept questioning Morith. Moreover, he taught that discrimination and hatred towards others is wrong. He also said that those who want to solve things their own way, with their abilities instead of using words, are bad people. Bad guys, let us go. Morith was silent for a moment and then asked, don't you like it? The children said, yes, I don't like it. She immediately used her ability to create a prohibition sign under the three children's feet, then go die. Orange bows appeared on the children's necks. Suddenly, Morith's eyes widened. Profi behind suddenly coughed up blood. A green light radiated from him, and blood spurted from his neck instead of the children. Profi gasped, "Huh!" Only then did we learn that his ability was to absorb all shockwaves that impacted special targets, also known as bodyguards. Morith chuckled. "Ho ho! Now I understand why Shinka sent you an invitation, an ability that is too perfect for a bodyguard position. It is extremely necessary for Shinka to be able to freely act as a bodyguard. Killing you would be a waste of talent." Profi suppressed the pain and said, "Morith, we know you very well. When you were young." Before he could finish speaking, she raised her hand to stop him. "Stop." She scowled. "You heard from Tome. It's rude to spread a lady's past." Profi looked at her angrily. Morith continued, "I didn't come here to tell stories about my past." She said, "I came here by order of the Queen to select those worthy to join the Alpha world." Morith glared at Profi. "Give up the children, I will spare your life." Profi immediately replied, "No, I can't do that." Hearing that answer, she was confused. "Why are there your own children among them?" Profi replied, "No." Morith tilted his head, waiting for an answer. "So then," his face said firmly, "because I am a teacher." Profi is a member of the Hero Association and a teacher at a school for supernatural beings. His defense was able to withstand attacks from both the third and fourth floor prisoners. But when Authority was the president of the Hero Association, he was always a fifth-rate hero. Why, one day, Authority called Profi into his office. He asked, "How long are you going to do this?" He looked at him. "We don't need a punching bag." The reason was because he didn't have the ability to kill, didn't have the ability to destroy evil people. But when Rausa became the president of the Hero Association, she called him over. Rausa made a proposal. Profi be a teacher at the ability school. He looked surprised. "Am I wrong? My ability isn't suitable to be a hero." Rausa shook his head. No, what are you saying? I mean, you should do both teacher and hero work in parallel." She said, "There is nothing more important than educating children, so I want to entrust them to the best hero." Profi said self-deprecatingly, "But I'm not suitable." Rausa looked at him and laughed. "What are you talking about? Who can do better than you?" Profi was confused. Rausa looked at him affectionately. "You are the hero of heroes. Isn't it wonderful that you sacrificed yourself to protect your comrades?" At that moment, Profi was speechless. Back to the present, Morith said, "I have a good idea. Go convince the kids." She said arrogantly, "They will listen to you because you are their teacher." Profi started. "Morith," he said, "the world is changing. Remember the ruined buildings, the emergence of mutants, and the great wars that caused our society to collapse." The backs of heroes appeared in his mind. Profi continued, "And to stabilize this society, we had to sacrifice a lot of things." Morith wondered, "What does that have to do with my question?" Profi said, "I mean..." He looked straight into Morith's eyes. "If that woman's crazy fantasy becomes reality, this society will fall into chaos again." Hearing this, Morith went crazy. "Don't insult the Queen." She said, "You are so long-winded to refuse the Queen's invitation. I don't care if this society is in chaos." Profi denied, "No, you should care." Looking at Morith blankly, Profi continued, "Because when society is in chaos and cannot function," he looked at her with pity, "there will be more children who will have to suffer like you." Morith crazy. She gritted her teeth and said, "You!" She was hot-blooded. "What do you know?" Profi tried to explain. "Like I said, we know you very well." Morith ignored her. She pointed her umbrella at him ridiculously. Immediately after that, a series of iron rods pierced through their body. She muttered, "You've been talking nonsense all this time." Profi tried to use his powers to take the beatings for the children. They cried, "Teacher!" Morith looked at them with contempt as they tried to resist. How filthy! She was angry like a snakehead fish, all. Suddenly, a shoe stepped down, causing Morith to sink her head into the ground. Before the surprised eyes of everyone, Seo Gang Yu said, "Special custody area, third floor prisoner Morith." Seo Gang Yu stomped on her face, using his power to crush her so she couldn't raise her head. He angrily said, "Call that bitch out here." Morith couldn't move against Seo Gang Yu's strength. She asked, "You crazy bitch, are you talking about our queen?" Seo Gang Yu looked at her contemptuously, "Including you too." Morith shouted, "What, you shameless bastard!" She raised her hand and used her power on Seo Gang Yu. Chains immediately appeared around his arms, legs and neck. A guillotine appeared above Seo Gang Yu's head. Morith said triumphantly, "Your day of ejectment has come." Seo Gang Yu used only 1 second of his life to destroy her guillotine. The chains on his hands and neck broke simultaneously. He continued to punch Morith in the face. Her face was sunken. Her hat also gradually shrunk back to its original size. Profi watched as Seo Gang Yu tortured her. Gang Yu said, "Profi." He replied, "Yes." He looked at Profi. "Get the kids out of here." Profi was still pinned down by the iron rod. "The power that was cast on us has not been neutralized yet." Hearing that, Seo Gang Yu clenched his fists. He punched Morith in the stomach again. After many more times like that, a moment later Morith was motionless. The things Morith summoned also gradually disappeared. Seo Gang Yu reminded, "Run as far as possible." Profi immediately said, "Okay, you guys, let's go." Seo Gang Yu grabbed Morith's neck. She still seemed to be dazed. Seo Gang Yu said, "Let me say it again." He threatened her, "Bring that bitch here." Morith gritted his teeth at that threat. Morith started Lady Manners. 2 concentric circles immediately appeared under the 2 people's feet. She let out a breath, "Phoo!" In the eyes of Seo Gang Yu, Morith turns into another person. "It's been a long time since I've looked like this." Seo Gang Yu did not react in time and was caught by the 2 men. Morith quickly retreated to keep his distance. The 2 men who were grabbing him were both invisible and dressed as gentlemen, saying, "Women come first." Morith raised her umbrella. She drew a circle around herself, lady territory. Then she threw the umbrella into the air. The umbrella then grew larger to protect Morith under the umbrella. She said, "Sigh, thinking about you having to face me, you must be very unfortunate." The ladylike demeanor is the original form of Morith. Once the lady's demeanor is activated, those who recognize Morith as a lady will also possess the same superpowers as her. At the same time, this ability is a typical, weak-targeted ability. She frowned. She never thought that this power would work against Seo Gang Yu, who could break Shinka's space-time ability. He easily defeated the 2 invisible men in front of Morith. She simply wanted to stall for time. "This will be my grave." Morith's main goal is to help the remaining criminals complete the mission Shinka assigned them and return safely. She is determined to buy as much time as possible. Seo Gang Yu stepped forward. "It seems you don't intend to bring her here, right?" Morith laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha, I don't understand." She hid under the umbrella and said, "If I were you and the one chosen by the Queen, I would burst into tears. I can't believe you would let go of such a precious opportunity." Seo Gang Yu didn't care. He deployed his move. Morith still tried to resist. "Wait a minute." She raised her hand. Before this demon, she thought she had to buy as much time as possible. Morith said, "I know where the Queen is." The veins on Seo Gang Yu's neck stood out. He wanted to kill this talkative bitch right away. "Well, I don't need to know that." Seo Gang Yu continued walking. "I just need to bring your body to a psychic and have them examine it, and I'll know right away." Morith sweated. "I haven't thought of that way. As long as I die here, it's not a problem." She said, "What are you going to do after finding the Queen? Even if you get there, you'll have to fight everyone. Do you think you can win this time? Even the Queen won't spare you." Seo Gang Yu didn't listen. He raised his hand, red rays gathering. Morith cautioned, "I knew it." She looked at him warily. "I have to kill myself." Seo Gang Yu reached out through the protective layer while she was still thinking, "Must die without leaving a trace." Red light emitted, scattered. Seo Gang Yu was startled. Before his eyes was Shinka emerging from the teleportation gate. She blocked his attack and chuckled. "You want to see me that much? I guess your heart has changed, huh?" Morith surprised Queen. She shouted, "It's dangerous here." Suddenly she glanced over at Seo Gang Yu. Fierce air currents. Seo Gang Yu has transformed into another form. Shinka still cheerfully said, "Wow, showing all your strength just now. Your mind must be still not shaken, but are you okay?" Regardless of what she was rambling on about, Seo Gang Yu threw his fist. He broke through Shinka's defensive wall. Seo Gang Yu looked at her with hatred. "I will kill you with all the strength in me, even if it's just the smallest." Shinka hugged her cheeks. "Ah, so scary, but why am I not upset at all? Seeing his mind always haunted by me makes me feel so happy. Is it love?" Seo Gang Yu broke the shield protecting the 2 of them. He slowly walked forward. Shinka said, Morith, I'll take care of everything here. Can you go and deal with those who refused our invitation? Morith said, yes, Kui. She had not finished her sentence when the red threads rushed towards her. Seo Gang Yu rushed to kill her, but Shinka was one step faster and created a portal for her. Shinka looked surprised. A voice rang out behind the children. I'm a bit late. Morith walked in holding his bloody stomach. Cough, cough! The children screamed in panic. Profe said, you guys run away from here. Morith held his mouth and spurted blood. No! The cat-faced child suddenly stopped and said. The little girl pointed at Morith. That person! She is the one who appears in the textbook. On the other side, Shinka was surprised. Oh! Looking at the sky covered with blood, she said, we've only just begun. Aren't you being too pushy? Seo Gang Yu appeared and said, this place will become your grave. Shinka walked over slowly and naturally. To use this technique, you must transform into zero form, right? She laughed. I think you shouldn't push yourself too hard. Immediately after, Seo Gang Yu caused the blood thread to rush towards her. His eyes looked down coldly. Those wires were plugged back into him through the green circle. Shinka raised his hand. It's just as I thought, this power is still not worthy of you. Seo Gang Yu coldly watched her let the ropes wrap around her. Shinka turned back and said into the portal, Canis and Gato. The two of them immediately jumped up. Suddenly they noticed the strange scene around them. Canis said, Miss Shinka, what's going on? Gato added, they shouldn't have come out. Shinka covered her mouth and laughed. Is this really a difficult case? Gato shook his head and said, instead of killing him, we should have stalled for time. He used his finishing move at the beginning. How can we withstand it? No way. Hearing that, Shinka thought, Then she waved her hand cheerfully. Then let's run. Suddenly her arm went numb. Shinka was confused. What's going on? She couldn't open the portal. Seo Gang Yu spoke up. I told you, didn't I? He used the Black Heaven prison technique to absorb the strings. This place will become your grave. This is a space created by Seo Gang Yu's ability. Once you enter this space, there will be no chance of returning. Shinka, who was standing outside in space during the battle between Seo Gang Yu and Seung Hwan, was able to use his ability to pull a Seung Hwan trapped inside out. But now that she was in Seo Gang Yu's space, she would never be able to escape again. Only then did Shinka reveal a look of fear. What a ridiculous power! Blood strings fell from the sky. Seo Gang Yu took advantage of the attack. He swung his fist. His punch slammed straight into the newly created Shinka barrier. The shield instantly shattered. She let out a breath. Phew. Canis beside her said, Miss Shinka. Their eyes were fierce. Canis continued, I think it's time you took the collar off us. Shinka smiled shyly. I already promised Seung Hwan that he would be the one to finish off Gang Yu once he grows up. Canis said, I don't think we'll get out of here alive if we don't kill him. Seeing Seo Gang Yu preparing for his next move, Shinka replied, That's true, but I believe Seung Hwan will understand. She said, Okay, neck chain. Suddenly at that moment, a pressure that made Canis and Gato wary. Seeing their unusual reaction, Shinka looked up. What's going on? She rolled her eyes. On the bloodstrings gathered. Seo Gang Yu silently observed. A voice rang out, peerless in the world. The voice turned in another direction. The eyes of everyone present turned in that direction. Canis and Gato both made a fuss. The man continued, No one in the world can stand against me. Shinka looked around in confusion. Even if there are dozens, hundreds, thousands of enemies, they cannot stand against me. Seo Gang Yu seemed surprised. The person continued to speak. Once someone considers me an enemy, the whole world will be his enemy. Who would dare to make enemies with me? A person appeared and said with a smile, That's how it is to be unparalleled in the world. He asked Seo Gang Yu, What do you think? In front of him sat an old man with bandages all over his body. Kingston asked, Don't you want to be the best in the world? Seo Gang Yu did not answer that question. He stood still like a statue. He continued, You are strong but not peerless. But I can turn you into that, he said to him. Shinka shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? Are you senile? She said, Where the hell did this old man come from? His fist flew towards her face. Shinka disappeared through the portal in a flash. She said harshly, I'm talking. Kingston just calmly replied, When men are talking, women should not interfere. Before the two pets' stunned eyes, Shinka continued, An old man like you should just disappear. Then blood ran down her nose. Shinka immediately covered her nose. The two pets ran towards Miss Shinka in panic. Blood was flowing from his nose continuously. Shinka cursed, "Fuck!" She looked at Kingston angrily, old man near death. Hearing that, he also joked, "Near death, but I'm still standing here normally. However, for a woman like you, that's impossible." Shinka angrily raised his hand. "Go to hell." She immediately summoned countless teleportation gates. The light emitted from the portals she created was as bright as stars. Shinka said angrily, "You are just an old man about to die." Suddenly, Kingston appeared behind her and shouted, "You indeed possess a powerful ability." He exclaimed, "At that level, you're not inferior to that white-haired brat." Shinka suddenly turned around. "You!" She raised her hand to create another portal, but Kingston ducked and easily dodged it. Kingston continued, "However, both you and that brat have one big problem." Shinka rolled his eyes. Kingston threw a punch that sent her flying, while her numerous portals shattered. Debris flew through the air. Shinka finally coughed up blood. She couldn't dodge its attack. Kingston still raised his fist and said, "You are too confident in your abilities." He continued, "To the point where you don't even bother to train yourself at all." Kingston slowly walked forward. "Your body is..." He looked at Shinka, who was looking at him with anger, and slowly said, "I will show you that the body I put my soul into is the true power." The gates above his head flashed with light. Something was moving very fast. Kingston realized it was aiming at his left. He single-handedly blocked Canis's attack. Then he sobbed, "Oh!" Then he disappeared from sight. When did Kingston move to another place? He said, "Even so." Seeing Shinka's two pets rush over, Kingston continued, "Your subordinates have trained themselves." Canis and Gato madly rushed forward, without regard for life or death. Kingston also took a rock to counter the attack. While Shinka tries to create a portal, Seo Gang Yu has been watching them from afar. He was a little surprised by the appearance of an unexpected character. His eyes were sharp, but after observing the situation, he quickly decided what to do next. That is to cooperate with Kingston and kill that woman. Thinking so, Seo Gang Yu slowly walked forward. On the other place, Vacant was incredulous, asking, "Kingston appeared?" The secretary replied, "Yes, we received contact from Officer Seo Gang Yu." "Kingston was always eccentric," said Buddha. Guerra added, "It seems he's found someone new that he's interested in." Vacant said worriedly, "Doesn't that mean Officer Seo is in danger?" Guerra puffed on his cigar and said, "It's okay, although we don't know how strong Kingston is." He paused and said, "But we know what he'll do." Crumb sighed wearily. "Really?" Buddha said, "I agree. He won't be an enemy of Officer Seo." Buddha finished speaking and then turned to glance at the person opposite. "And the person who will act in an unexpected way is someone else." There was an empty seat next to El Hayado. "Authority isn't here again today." Back to the hiding place of Mr. Prof and the kids, Morith said, "Notebook." She burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, why does a textbook have information about me? How ridiculous." Morith calmed down, and she grimaced. "That really bothers me." Profe spoke up. "Not just you, all the criminals in Ruculus prison are recorded in there." Morith was surprised. "What?" She disdainfully said, "To mock the losers." Profe calmly replied, "No, not like that, to understand all of you. After hearing that Rausa and Margot had established an ability academy, a prison officer came to find them. Nice to meet you." An officer walked up calmly. He tipped his hat. "Welcome. I am an officer of Ruculus prison. My name is Seo Gang Ho." After hearing him say, Margot said, You want to add criminology to the required subjects?" Seo Gang Ho replied, "That's why we need to understand them." Morith is unbelievable. "It's ridiculous." She looked at him and said, "So what do you think? How do you feel after reading about my past?" He said hesitantly. Morith suddenly, a voice rang out, "Why are you trying to talk to a beast?" Profe turned back in surprise. He continued, "Profe, you still haven't changed a bit." Authority stepped forward and grumbled, "I should have fired you." Profe was stunned. Authority. He said, "Listen guys, what you are being taught is wrong." He looked down at the children. "I will teach you that, so take this opportunity to remember it well." Authority then looked at the blood-soaked Morith. Criminals don't become criminals because of their circumstances. With that, he loosened his tie. Authority continued to preach, "Those buried in emotion will say that they became criminals because of their upbringing or society. They try to provoke your pity." He rolled his eyes and continued, even though they are criminals, just because they were born that way. Morith looked at him with hatred. Social mutations are like cancers. Authority rolls up sleeves to reveal veins on arm and cancerous lumps. He cocked his gun. He continued, it needs to be completely cut off. I'll give you a show. The old man Authority stood behind the children, his eyes somewhat angry as he stared forward. Morith's voice suddenly rang out. She said, am I the scourge of society? Morith with her body covered with wounds, her hand holding her bleeding stomach. She stared resentfully at the other person and exclaimed, what's wrong is this world? Before Morith could finish speaking, he interrupted her, shut up. Authority spat out harsh words. What a disgusting excuse. I'll say it again. Authority rolled up his sleeves. His clenched fists revealed his muscles, his expression somewhat disdainful, and he said, no matter what era or society you were born in, you will always be a scumbag. The scene gradually became tense. He continued, you are simply... A tone filled with contempt for Morith exclaimed, your existence was a mistake from the very beginning. Hearing those words, she was extremely angry and shouted loudly, shut up! In the heavy atmosphere, someone suddenly spoke up, Morith. The old man Authority put his hands in his pants and said, although the pain you endured cannot compare to what countless victims and their families have gone through. He grabbed a watch. Authority quickly put the watch on his wrist, his tone serious as he exclaimed, but I will give you the greatest pain within my ability. He challenged Morith. She was so angry that her teeth were bleeding. He said, now let's see what I will do. He raised the watch in his hand. He looked at it and said, about 10 more minutes. Authority special body type. At this moment, Morith spoke up with a ready-to-fight attitude. She stared at the opponent and exclaimed, come here. Acting as quick as lightning, Authority closed in on Morith. He delivered a powerful blow straight to her stomach. She was quite surprised by what was happening. She immediately spat out a small mouthful of blood. Her stomach was hit, causing blood to flow continuously. He continuously attacked Morith. The brutal blows made her unable to counterattack in time, so she had to take it all. He punched her chest. She gritted her teeth. The balloons were floating in the air. Morith was holding a weapon in his hand and shouted angrily, you bastard! Suddenly, Authority rushed forward, punching Morith hard in the stomach. The powerful shockwave from the punch sent red spheres flying behind her. His hands pressed hard on the wound. A cold voice immediately said, accelerate. Countless invisible attacks struck Morith's limbs. She was beaten so much that her face was deformed. Morith quickly spat out a mouthful of blood. Invisible hands appeared from the air. Authority quickly grabbed her head. A blue light immediately shone brightly below. A painful scream pierced the sky. Ah! Her face was now covered in blood. Her teeth were broken. Authority quickly swung his leg, lifting it up to punch Morith straight in the face. It was a powerful blow. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing how tired she was, he spoke up. Does it hurt? Time must have been very gentle with you. He used his foot to punch his opponent hard in the face. Morith's face was covered in blood, and she slowly said, ugh. She shouted angrily, Ka'ala ah! A red circle immediately surrounded the area below where the two of them were standing. Morith was holding a weapon in her hand. A groaning sound echoed in the air. Countless ghosts in flying costumes appeared behind him. One of them immediately exclaimed, Lady first. The others simultaneously raised their hands forward and quickly followed suit, Lady first, Lady first. Suddenly, Authority knelt down and punched the ground, then shouted, accelerate. Countless blue lights shot straight through the zombies. Their clothes were immediately covered by the light. The light quickly made the opponent's face tattered. He looked up, his tone cold as he said 4 times. Bang! Authority punched the opponent straight in the face. Blood splattered everywhere. Morith was sent flying backwards by the powerful punch. A bright blue light suddenly appeared. Authority moved as fast as lightning and appeared in front of where Morith was flying towards. Bang! Her gave her a strong blow. Morith was thrown high into the air, hitting the glass hard. She fell down below just as Authority appeared. Authority slapped her cheek hard. He punched her once in the cheek, then another hard punch to the stomach. A punch straight to her face. Everyone present there looked up in fear. Everyone was shocked by the scene before their eyes. Her body emitted blue light in the air. The old man Utority's two hands were clasped together, and he raised them up high. Resentful eyes looked at her. He punched his opponent straight in the stomach. Morith was immediately thrown to the ground with great force, smoke and dust flying all around. Her body was covered with bruises and wounds all over, and she coughed a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing this, Utority immediately said with disdain, "You seem to be in a lot of pain. That expression suits you." He raised his leg high, his voice exclaiming, "But..." Utority kicked straight into the wound on her stomach. He kicked violently. Then he said, "The victims and families you have harmed must be in much more pain than you." Morith's scream of pain rang out. "Ah, ah, ah." Utority quickly raised his hand to look at his watch. He exclaimed, Looking at his watch, he exclaimed, "About 3 minutes left." Hearing those words, she painfully exclaimed, "Time acceleration ability." Hearing that the other party replied, "Exactly." He continued, "When I use my power, I can control the flow of time of any object I touch, including myself." Hands reaching forward, that means. Utority gripped her head. He said, "I can slow down time too." His eyes and face immediately became terrifying. His eyes stared at Morith, and he exclaimed, "Slowly feel the pain, and die, you scourge of society." Prophe and the children present there were extremely frightened and surprised at what was happening before their eyes. Everyone had their mouths and eyes wide open. The children hid behind him. Prophe immediately thought to himself, it was just a fleeting moment. But for Morith it was as long as a lifetime. The hand that was pressing hard against her head finally lifted. Utority put his other hand in his pocket, and with the other hand he raised his watch and looked at it. He immediately said, "What a pity, if the situation had been less tense, I could have spent more time." Hearing the old man's words, Morith sneered, "Humph." She laughed even louder, "Ha ha 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 ha." Hearing this, Utority noticed and asked, "Why are you still laughing?" Morith opened her mouth wide, her eyes staring into space, without answering Utority. Seeing that he sat down, grabbed her shirt and lifted the other person up and asked, "Did it cut off but because of fear of death?" Morith coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The old lady immediately spoke up and said, "I won't lie and say I'm afraid of death, but the reason I'm laughing isn't because of that. I didn't expect to complete the mission this way, but it's good anyway." Hearing what she said made him even more confused, so he asked, "What are you talking about?" Her gaze shifted towards Prophe and the frightened children, and she said, "When I die, everyone caught in the special circle of Morith." Then he looked at Utority and said, "Get caught up in my power." Morith exclaimed triumphantly, "They will all follow me to the grave. Death, sacrifice." Hearing what she said, Prophe was extremely surprised and exclaimed in shock, "What?" Utority immediately turned his head to look at Prophe with a threatening gaze. His body turned purple, looking very savage. In a mysterious area, the teeth-like strings appeared in the blood-red sky. Kingston took a defensive stance, staring straight at his opponent. A black aura appeared around him. Kingston fought alone against Canis and Gato. They were charging at each other with all their might. A stream of black air immediately crept through the air. It enveloped Canis and Tom's bodies and hit their limbs straight on. They screamed in pain, and their bodies were deformed. Gato's eyes turned indignant. She hated the man standing before her. She, as quick as lightning, rushed towards Kingston at lightning speed. Her sharp hands immediately reached out, aimed at her opponent. She shouted loudly, "No!" Kingston's hands were faster, and he immediately struck the top of his opponent's head. Bangshi was immediately knocked to the ground. Cracks on the ground appeared densely around the two of them. Seeing what was happening before him, Canis grabbed the necklace around his neck. He anxiously exclaimed, "Gato, quickly take off the necklace." Bang Kingston's punch landed straight on her face. Canis and Gato were beaten to the ground. Kingston exclaimed proudly, "Arrogant." He then said, "Who do you think you are going around with such sealed powers?" Kingston looked at the two of them with disdain, and then he spoke up, "You guys are too complacent." A strong wind immediately blew out around him. Kingston, who was in a defensive stance, turned his gaze towards the two of them and said, "I will make you." The powerful attack was as fast as lightning, quickly cutting the bodies of Canis and Gato into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Kingston quickly dodged to the back. He said, "Never thought of that." Canis and Gato were shocked at what was happening to them. They looked at their own bleeding, hacked bodies and were speechless. A painful scream that pierced the heavens rang out, hearing that Kingston, with a carefree expression, turned his head and spoke. Let the healer reattach it for you. He's quite useful. At this moment, Shinka's side, seeing everything happening before her eyes, angrily raised her hand towards Kingston and exclaimed, "You damn fake guy!" Shinka gritted her teeth and said, "You damn old man!" Bang, out of nowhere, someone appeared and punched Shinka straight in the stomach. The powerful attack sent her body flying and slamming into the glass next to her. The glass shattered into pieces. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Body was immediately thrown several meters into the air. Shinka painfully held her stomach. She angrily let out a humph. Her eyes looked resentfully at the opponent who had just attacked her. Seo Gang Yu quickly rushed like the wind towards her. Seeing this, Shinka was extremely surprised and fearfully raised her hands to shield herself. She exclaimed, "Oh, don't come here." Seo Gang Yu then rushed towards the opponent, ignoring what Shinka had just said. He gritted his teeth angrily, his eyes turned crazy. A white light flashed by. Seo Gang Yu kicked Shinka hard in the stomach. She was hit and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Seo Gang Yu looked at the other party lying on the ground with crimson eyes. Shinka painfully raised his hand and said, "Gang Yu, don't do it again. Think again." Before she could finish her sentence, Seo Gang Yu quickly used his hand to punch her in the stomach. She didn't have time to react to his fierce attack. Shinka was punched by him violently. Her entire body was thrown backwards, causing objects to fall all around. Shinka's mouth immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. Seo Gang Yu's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with anger, as he looked at the other party. Seeing her being beaten like that, Karnis was extremely angry and shouted loudly, "Miss Shinka!" Seo Gang Yu's hands clenched, creating black lightning in the air. He stood looking at Shinka's body, lying motionless on the ground. His hands clenched, ready to strike. Her voice was filled with fear. "No, no!" She closed her eyes tightly and shouted, "I can't die here." Suddenly, Seo Gang Yu opened his eyes wide. A hand touched his hand. Kingston appeared right next to Seo Gang Yu. Seeing that, his eyes looked at him with some surprise, and he immediately said, "That's it." The cold gaze looked at him and continued, "You can't kill him yourself, can you? A champion never accepts help." The scene changes back to the original place. Authority grabbed Morith by the collar, lifted him up and asked in a demanding voice, "Goddess ritual ability." Hearing him ask that, she contemptuously replied, "That's right, if I die, it will activate. What are you going to do now?" Seeing this, Authority angrily spoke up, "Listen." He turned to face Profe and said, "I apologize in advance." Hearing that, Profe was shocked and said, "What?" Authority used its power to pierce straight through Morith's body. She immediately painfully spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Authority's eyes and expression did not change. A voice screamed, "Ah, ah, 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 ah." He immediately spoke up. "If you guys take this girl back to treat her, make her release her powers and then kill her, you guys can still survive. But if somehow she escapes your hands, tens of hundreds of thousands of people will suffer losses again." Authority looked at Morith's men and continued, "So it's best to kill her here and sacrifice you guys. To cure cancer, sometimes healthy cells must also be damaged." He stretched his arms out straight, looked into the sky and said loudly, "Sacrifice for the greater good is necessary." He clasped his hands and said, "I thank you for your sacrifice." Authority turned his head to look at Morith's corpse, which was emitting blue rays of light. Profe on the opposite side also noticed this abnormality and immediately spread his arms to protect the others behind him. Authority looked at the corpse with cold, emotionless eyes and said, "Very dangerous. Fortunately, this feeling of unease can only be used after death. If it could be used while alive, it would be even more dangerous." He then stared at the deathly aura radiating from Morith's body. He did not linger for long and immediately turned around and left. His expressionless face still showed no reaction. He raised his hand to bid farewell to Profe. "Then I will bid you farewell first." After saying that, he suddenly called out to Profe and said, Profe, I don't need to apologize to you, right?" Profe could only watch as Authority left, feeling uneasy and anxious about death. Authority asked one last question and waved away. "Your body is sturdy, right? Survival is what you're good at." Right after Authority left, a terrifying, ghostly voice rang out, "Come on, causing Profe's eyes to instantly become sharp. It seems that Morith's spirit has returned to carry out that evil curse. Around her were countless giant chains. Morith used his eyes filled with deadly sinister intent to look at the Prof group. Immediately after, chains like giant snakes suddenly grabbed the hands of a little girl in the crowd. Then came the other children. Even Profe was also tightly bound by those heavy and terrifying chains. Those children immediately became panicked, their eyes filled with fear when they knew they were about to face life and death so quickly. They kept screaming, making Profe panic and worry as well. He quickly swallowed his fear and called out in a deep, gentle voice, "Everyone!" Hearing his call, the children stopped crying. They turned their eyes toward him, fearful but also full of hope for life. Profe spoke up again to reassure them, "Don't worry, I promise to protect you." Saying that, Profe walked alone in front of Morith's spirit, raised his head and looked straight at her face, making her wonder. "What is it?" Profe said. "It's just as you said." He looked at the poor, pitiful children. "They will be safe." Morith looked at him doubtfully, seemingly not understanding what he meant. Profe looked at her with a determined expression. "Here, the only person who can go with you is me." Returning to Seo Gang Yu's side, he madly charged towards Kingston. His powerful aura and deadly red eyes made everyone terrified. Kingston also took a stance to block Seo Gang Yu's direct attack. Two huge streams of power collided with each other, creating a huge shock. Kingston looked at Seo Gang Yu and suddenly smiled, saying, "Just as I thought." He looked at Seo Gang Yu, who was taking the opportunity to turn around and rush to finish off Shinka. He continued, "If it were you, you would have reached the true peak." Terrible streams of power constantly radiated around. Kingston was able to rush in to block Seo Gang Yu's attack for Shinka. He looked at Seo Gang Yu with an annoyed look when he didn't get a response. "And an old man like me is being left behind. Let's talk." Seo Gang Yu became impatient upon hearing this. He gritted his teeth in anger. Seo Gang Yu shouted, "Get out of the way," and raised his fist, preparing to charge again. Karnis and Gato were on one side towards Kingston and Seo Gang Yu, who were fighting fiercely with a state of panic. Seo Gang Yu was going crazy when he heard Kingston's voice. "Hey, young man." He easily blocked Seo Gang Yu's fist with just one hand. His tone was persuasive as he continued, "I understand how you feel." At this moment, white light appeared in the surrounding space, coming from Kingston. He slowly lowered his hand in front of him and said intermittently to Seo Gang Yu, "But to resolve this situation, we cannot let our emotions overwhelm us." He said, and got into a defensive stance, preparing to counterattack. Seo Gang Yu also seemed to have sensed the danger emanating from him. He dodged Kingston's attack just in time. The attack was deflected back into the sky. Immediately after that, a scene happened that left Seo Gang Yu astonished. A giant hole appeared in the ceiling from Kingston's punch just now. Shinka was now able to sit up, but was still shocked by this scene. While she was panicking, she heard Kingston say to her, "If you want to run away." Shinka looked at Kingston. He stood there not turning around and said to her, "Now is the time, girl." She gritted her teeth and stared at Kingston to see if he was telling the truth or not. In the end, she quickly used magic to teleport away from this place. Karnis and Gato on this side saw that their master had safely left, so they didn't stay any longer. Seo Gang Yu just stood there like a statue, not saying or doing anything. Kingston looked straight at Seo Gang Yu. The two of them just stared at each other in silence for a while. At this point, Kingston finally spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. "Let's sit down and talk." As soon as he finished speaking, Seo Gang Yu madly rushed over. He didn't seem surprised at all and just let out an "oh" sound. He calmly accepted the attack. Well, the body can tell a lot. Turning back to Morith and Profe, Morith's doubtful voice rang out, "What?" Profe calmly stood before her and said, "As you already said, apart from my defense, I have nothing special. I didn't like my power at first either." He paused for a moment and then continued, "But after talking with Rausa, I realized that my power is also necessary for this society." Speaking of this, Prof also activated his magic. He said eloquently, "I will use all my power to take all the damage on behalf of the children." The children seemed to understand what Profe said. They looked at him with worried eyes and called out, "Teacher!" Morith heard that and was also confused and asked Profe, Why did you have to go to that extent? Profe calmly replied. I told you so. He looked straight at Morith. Because you are a teacher. In Morith's eyes at this moment, there was a bit of confusion. She shouted back frantically, What does that have to do with you walking yourself to your death? Grove patiently explained to her, Morith, you can't understand me because we live in completely different worlds. Then he looked at her with sharp eyes filled with condemnation, raised by the wrong people and turned into a killing machine. Morith heard this and immediately became angry. She gritted her teeth and shouted at Profe, Shut up! Profe continued to look at Morith with that gaze. His tone of condemnation continued. In this life there is no choice of one's own, being manipulated like a puppet. Morith saw him continue and frantically shouted for him to stop. Shut up! But Profe continued to condemn her, walking the wrong path for the sake of someone else's future. Morith now exploded, Shut up! Profe refused her. No, I can't do that. He once again repeated his words from before, I will go to hell with you and correct all the mistakes you have learned. Morith saw that he was still stubborn and scolded, Bastard. Profe continued, If we continue talking. He looked at the children who were looking at him with tears in their eyes. Teaching is a job dedicated to the future of students. Then I thought back to when I first started my career. So since I was appointed as a teacher at this school, I have been willing to sacrifice for the students. One of the children shouted in panic, wanting to stop him. Teacher, you can't! Profe looked at his beloved students with the loving eyes of a responsible and kind teacher and comforted them. It's okay, guys. He smiled gently and gave his last words to the children. Be good adults, because you are our future. The children saw their teacher like that and didn't know what to do. They could only look at him as if they wanted to hold him back. Morith witnessed this scene and gritted his teeth, not knowing what to say. The future. Memories flashed back to when Morith was a child. A gentle voice rang out, Hello everyone, from today I will be your guide. The three children in ragged clothes looked up at the person who introduced herself as their teacher with innocent and curious eyes. She bowed to look at them and slowly introduced herself, I'm Callum. She looked straight at the children, smiled friendly and continued, From now on, you will be my future. Morith, when she was only 12 years old, was also among those three children. She looked up at her new teacher with sparkling eyes and heard him say attentively, Are you ready to sacrifice for me? Continuing with Morith's memory stream as a child, Callum selected children with special abilities from the orphanage. After doing this, Callum continued to carry out her plan and let them study in the school she created. Callum stood on the podium and greeted the children she chose. Hello everyone, please call me Teacher Callum. She looked at the children with a somewhat evil gaze. Then her next words clearly showed her greed and ambition. I will become the queen of this world in the future, and you will learn your lessons. Little Miss Morith looked at her with a somewhat timid and fearful gaze, as if she had sensed something unusual. Callum continued to say, to become loyal warriors in this school. At this point, she raised her voice to advise and encourage, so try to keep up with the lessons. Little Morith was filled with unease at Callum's words. Then came the time when the devil Callum trained his murderous tools. Morith and the other children spent many years studying under Callum's guidance. She constantly teaches the children evil things, learning how to use special abilities to kill people easily. And then there is the education of manners under the guise of brainwashing. Not only that, but also the use of brutal demonic methods to test loyalty, and much more. And after many harsh training sessions like that, Morith caught Callum's eye, thanks to her outstanding potential. And Morith developed her abilities faster than any other child. Thanks to that, she received Callum's favor and became the class president. Along with this favor came a few class rep privileges that Callum gave her. The class monitor's authority is to punish other students on Callum's behalf. She also gradually becomes corrupted due to having to constantly exercise her authority to torment other students. The innocent and doubtful look in his eyes was gone, replaced by a soul that had been washed clean after the inhuman lessons. Morith followed Callum's lecture more seriously than anyone else. She watched helplessly as her friends suffered painful punishments at her hands. After moments like that, she always felt like something was wrong, and it's at times like these that Callum appears. One night as Morith was standing in the lobby, Tum appeared from behind and asked Morith, "How are you, Morith?" She gently asked, "What is a day like being a class monitor?" Morith hesitantly replied, "Miss." She recalled seeing her classmates scream in pain as they were punished. Then she answered Callum honestly, "I don't know why, but when I punish bad students." Saying this, she looked at Callum with a puzzled look. "I feel nauseous and can't control it." Callum heard that and just smiled and replied softly, but there was an undisguised smugness in her eyes. Morith asked doubtfully, "Why is that, Miss Callum?" Callum affectionately called her name Morith. She suddenly asked a very confusing question, "Do you like insects?" Morith also quickly and honestly replied, "No, I hate them." This answer made Callum very satisfied. Exactly that's the problem. It is human nature to feel disgusted when seeing creatures inferior to themselves. Speaking of this, she patted Morith on the shoulder. It's a completely natural feeling. Then she leaned down, her eyes fixed on Morith. But as time goes on and your friends learn to do their part, that feeling will lessen. Speaking of this, Callum spoke words of encouragement that seemed sincere to make Morith trust and completely obey her. "So try your best, Morith. It's a good thing you gave me the role of class monitor." These words seem to have gradually brainwashed Morith. Since then, Morith has continued to use her powers to punish his classmates. After that, Morith still felt an inexplicable disgust, although there were times when the nausea seemed unbearable. But what was meant to be happened. As Callum said, over time that feeling gradually disappeared. During a group lesson, Callum looked down at his almost adult students and said, "Time has flown by since you've been here." She stood proudly on the podium, looked down and declared loudly, "Next year when you all grow up, I will become the queen of this world." Just like that, the children of the past are now adults. They still have to practice like crazy under Callum's supervision. Even fighting with each other became part of their training. They fought like crazy, rain or shine. They seemed to become insensitive to pain and harsh weather. And finally the day came when they actually grew up and stood before Callum with reverence. Callum's plan went smoothly, without any obstacles. Callum looked at them with satisfaction, as if they were her finished tools. That was until that happened. On a beautiful sunset, a man who had been slashed in the middle of his stomach was leaning against the wall continuously, making painful sounds of ugh. Along with that, a cold, emotionless voice rang out. "What, can't you kill him in one go?" A man said doubtfully, "Maybe I overdid it last night." He held a woman in his arms. The woman asked, "Let's see." The man gently patted her head and replied, "We should rest tonight." The identities of these two mysterious people were also revealed. The man was Clark, the woman in his heart was Hilo. Both belonged to some mysterious special system that was not specified. The scene changes back to Callum's school blood dripping onto the floor. Callum lay motionless on the floor. She was covered in blood. Clark punched Callum straight through the chest, causing her to die with her eyes open. Seeing this, he wondered and exclaimed, "What is this?" He said calmly, "This girl is so weak." Clark and Hilo spoke to each other as if blaming each other, but their faces were expressionless. There was even a hint of excitement in their words. "Uncle Authority clearly told us to be careful. Could it be that we've become too strong? Maybe so." Clark sat down next to Callum's body and exclaimed, "Anyway, it's a big dream for her to set up a school and raise children to be rebels." Hilo heard him say that and asked, "Should I go to school?" Clark also juggled with her. "Too lazy." Hilo heard him say that and said to him, "But if we don't go, Mr. Authority will complain." Clark felt a little scared after being reminded like that. "Let's just go on a trip and get this over with quickly." Clark and Hilo quickly moved to the large classroom of Callum's students. The students led by Morith stared at the scene unfolding on the platform and silently listened to Clark's words. For this reason, he held Callum's body out in front of the students and announced, "This school is now closed." Immediately after his action, there were screams of fear. Morith witnessed his teacher turned into a lifeless body and brutally carried in Clark's arms, screaming, "Teacher!" The broken sounds rang out. Clark and Hilo were calm. Immediately after, the other students madly charged towards the other two and launched simultaneous attacks in that direction. But Hilo remained still. She just gently raised her hand in front of her. Then, not fast, not slow snap. Immediately, the other people were knocked away by her. Morith gasped in amazement as he watched his teammates being defeated with just a snap of his fingers. Clark and Hilo silently looked at the people lying on the floor. Clark sighed and let out a hmm. He exclaimed, "She has taught them too well." Hilo wondered, "Is it right to bring these children along?" Clark seriously stated his opinion. If we re-educate them to integrate into society, it will take a lot of time and resources. Saying this, he looked at the painful faces writhing on the floor. After thinking for a while, he said again, "Even with education, they are still walking killing machines. Clearly time bombs, not knowing when they will explode." Clark turned to Hilo and asked, "Have these kids killed anyone yet?" Hilo replied seriously, "We caught them before they did it, so they probably haven't." Clark wondered, were we too hasty? This situation is awkward. He dropped Callum's body on the ground and continued to discuss with Hilo. "What now, Hilo?" Hilo immediately decided to avoid causing trouble. Later it seems more effective to handle it now. Hilo explained her decision. They've been brainwashed, living in a different world. These children will definitely grow up to be villains. Clark immediately agreed when he heard that, "Yes, I agree." Morith couldn't get up after the counterattack just now. She could only lie helplessly on the floor, listening to the other two arrange their own fates as well as the others. Clark muttered, repeating what Hilo had said earlier. "It's better to spend a little effort now than to have trouble later." Hilo reminded him, "Okay, you can make up a reason." Callum's students were so scared that they couldn't speak. They stared at Clark and Hilo in fear. The two of them approached the group of people preparing to finish off all the killing machines that Callum had created. Hilo gently reminded them, "Save your energy for the evening." Clark responded with a groan, and without hesitation he reached out his hand. "Fire chariot!" Screams of "Ah!" rang out. The floor was covered in blood. Blood flowed from the students' eyes, noses, and mouths. Their faces were filled with fear agony, and they were screaming. Student Morith was sitting on the floor, looking up at the scarred man standing not far away, and asked why. She panicked and asked again, "Why do you want to kill us? Besides studying here, we—" The big man named Clark asked the little girl, "Isn't it dangerous?" He recalled the image of the skinny, dirty children from the past, and slowly recounted the lives of the students here, born abandoned by their parents, raised in orphanages. The villain teaches the children about the parts of the human body so they can win the fight as quickly as possible. Clark said as he reached out his hand towards Morith, "Learning to kill to grow up. Just hearing that sounds dangerous, right?" Morith was so scared that she was about to cry when she heard him say that. She stepped back and watched Clark approach her. "I'm sorry, but you guys shouldn't have been born into this world." And then a stream of fresh blood splattered on Clark's face, accompanied by his farewell words, "Be born into a good family in your next life." More and more blood splattered everywhere and fell onto the floor. Hilo stood by, happily watching Clark deal with the students, her mouth screaming with each punch Clark made. Fresh blood splattered against the wall. She continued to scream, "Ah!" Morith was so scared that he couldn't say anything but just cried, You. Clark's expressionless face didn't blink. A cruel slap echoed throughout the room. And then Hilo walked over, pulled Clark's arm and said, "Clark, I can't stand it." He turned to her and said, "Wait a minute, Hilo, deal with this one." Before he could finish, she jumped in and said, "No, this one has to stay." Hilo looked at the room he was standing in and said the classroom was full of blood, then looked at the bodies of the students on the floor and continued, "The children are dying." Then finally looking at the terrified Morith, the only child alive among them. Hilo felt very excited and exclaimed, "Isn't this situation very exciting?" She saw Clark still standing still and said, Hurry up." He said, "It's hopeless. Fine. Just tell Mr. Authority something." Clark said then he and Hilo rushed into a passionate hug and kiss. At that moment, Morith took the opportunity when the two of them weren't paying attention and ran away. Just like that. Due to a sudden change in Clark and Hilo, Morith survived. The sky had turned red and she had run quite a distance. Morith could only cry sadly. She made an inarticulate sound, "Ooh." Morith felt tired, painful, her whole body was exhausted, and then she cried out a little, then collapsed. Then she lost her way and wandered for a long time, wandered invincibly. That day, while Morith was dragging her tired body along the road, a man approached her and asked, "Are you Callum's disciple?" The tall man wore a rugged iron mask and looked fierce, and he continued, "Follow me." Then he told her the reason he came to her, "Fight for the revolution with me." Moore was eventually taken in by Caracas. She fought under Caracas. Morith caused countless damages to the world. After that, Caracas was beaten by others until his face was bruised and his body was covered in blood. And after Caracas passed away, Morith was captured by Tome. Tome used magic to create extremely strong and shiny chains that suspended her in the air. Tome eventually sends her to Ruculus prison. Ending the flashback, Morith said sadly, all my life, I have learned like that. Just think that just acting like that, living like that is obvious. Morith looked at the man named Profe and said, and now? Suddenly she became angry and shouted, now you say I was wrong. How can I accept that? She remembered the old days when someone called her from behind Morith. The person who called her was Shinka, and she smiled and said to her, you're not wrong. What's wrong is this world. If I become queen, I will change the world into a place that suits you. Shinka's eyes were filled with sincerity. She asked Morith, do you want to be my people? Back to reality, Morith raised his voice and questioned, answer me, Prof. Morith looked at the children, stuttering each word. I. She recalled the cold, blood-stained face of the authority and spoke as the authority and those heroes said. Her eyes became lifeless, and Morith blurted out the question she had been thinking about for a long time. Should I really not have been born? Profe called her Morith. There is no one who should not exist in this world, Profe said softly. He wanted to explain to Morith that, what you've been through is terrible, I completely understand, but that doesn't mean you're forgiven for the sins you've committed. You have committed too many crimes up to now. Her face became panicked after his words. He placed his hand on his chest, his tone very determined as he said, I will go with you, ease the pain you suffered as a child, and ask you to take responsibility for the crimes you committed. Morith looked at Profe from above without blinking, and then she heard him say that he would accompany her as a teacher. Profe said, Morith, I have a request before that. He wanted her to help block the view so the children don't have to witness this. One last request before I die. Not knowing which of his words had offended her before Profe could finish speaking, Morith was already angrily shouting at him. Shut up, shut up. Profe tilted his head back to look at the sharp blade above his head. Then he gently turned his head, smiled, and said to his students, everyone please turn around. The children called out in unison, Teacher! His face was very happy without any regrets as he said, it was an honor to teach you all these years. At this moment the children began to feel scared. Some cried. Some were so scared that they stood still. Morith's eyes were now more ferocious than ever. The blade began to fall. Profe did not dare to look, so he just closed his eyes tightly. And then the blade fell down with a loud bang. Profe slowly opened his eyes. Then he saw before him the head of Morith. He called out in surprise, Morith, someone like you. She spoke up, no need to follow. I know I was wrong. Beside her was the blade that was slowly dissolving. Morith finished his last words. I've known for a long time, I just didn't want to admit it, because when I admitted it, I realized I had gone too far. It's disgusting. Her memory returned to that day in the hall. After punishing her friends, she had a stick in her hand, and in front of her were her injured friends, who still tried to comfort her. Morith, we're fine. A student hugged her arm and said, if you don't do that, Miss Callum will scold you right. We'll be fine. Morith looked down at the floor and saw her image covered in the blood of her friends. Disgusting. Then the memory shifted to the time she was captured by Tome. She called her Morith, and she continued, it's time to stop living like someone's puppet. Looking into Tome's eyes, I saw my image as disgusting. Continuing the memory transfer to the time Morith was in Lucilus prison. She was sitting alone in the middle of an empty room. A voice came from outside. Nice to meet you, Morith. Morith looked through the small window on the door, saw a very cute girl standing outside and introducing herself. I am Hongjia, the warden here. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? In the dark cell, I saw my reflection in the soup the warden gave me. I feel disgusted with myself. It's so painful. So I can't admit I'm not disgusted. What I learned is not wrong. What is disgusting is this world, and what is wrong is also the world. I tried to believe that to continue living. Morith remembers the image of Profe happily laughing with his students. Then she transformed back into her childhood body. Morith looked at Profe's face. that she was stunned. The flashback ended and she returned to the present. The glass panels hanging high up were starting to crack and fall. Morith let out an ah. She really felt like she couldn't hold on any longer, and her eyes were slowly closing. It was a very disgusting life. With that, Morith slowly disappeared and flew away. Profe stood there staring in the direction the smoke disappeared. His students ran from afar and hugged him. Kingston said to Seo Gang Yu, "Even if you get angry with me, the situation won't change." He calmly gave Gang Yu sincere advice. "If you don't get stronger from now on, you won't be able to kill that brat and that girl either. That's the end of the matter." Kingston paused for a moment and continued, "It's still up to you." Hearing this, Seo Gang Yu did not stop and continued to charge towards him. Kingston saw that he had no intention of listening to him, so he continued. He used the fight between the two of them just now as an example to tell Seo Gang Yu, "Just now, if you were stronger than me, you could have ignored me and killed the girl." Kingston kept lecturing him, "Anger is just a stage of denial." Seo Gang Yu still showed no signs of calming down as he listened to his explanation of morality. "You're just angry because you can't accept that you're lacking angry at yourself, right?" Seo Gang Yu charged straight at Kingston again. He seemed to have lost all patience with his advice. He also calmly watched Seo Gang Yu's actions. "You don't seem to want to admit it, do you? But I understand admitting your shortcomings isn't easy." Kingston had no intention of dodging Seo Gang Yu's attack, but you have to accept it. He gently blocked Seo Gang Yu's powerful attacks. Despite being attacked repeatedly, he stubbornly continued, "Flaws are also a part of yourself. Only when you accept and acknowledge them can you go further, and only then can you achieve your goals." At this point, he suddenly became serious. "Let me ask again." Kingston asked Seo Gang Yu, "What made you so angry?" His question seemed to hit him in the back. Pieces of broken, painful memories gradually flooded back into Seo Gang Yu's mind. The gloomy images of death and separation were dusted off and dragged back to reality, and they forever haunted his mind. He gritted his teeth to keep himself from getting caught up in those painful memories. Seo Gang Yu couldn't stand it anymore and exploded in anger. He shouted straight at Kingston's face, "Shut up!" The haunting and painful images of the past kept appearing before Seo Gang Yu's eyes. Those images followed a dark stream and flowed into Kingston's hands. He spoke again, "And why? And what was the reason for these things?" he asked, clutching the streams of memories flowing into his hands. Then in a blink of an eye, he suddenly punched Seo Gang Yu straight in the chest, sending him flying away in pain. The fragments of his memories were shattered along with that punch. At that moment of falling, Seo Gang Yu felt something strange. Every painful memory of the past kept flooding back into his mind. The times he was seriously injured in battle and the times he witnessed his loved ones facing death. All those memories were like an old film locked in his mind, suddenly being awakened by someone leaving him unable to react. Outside was a bright blue sky, a complete contrast to the gloomy atmosphere inside the building. Seo Gang Yu lay motionless on the ground, staring blankly at the sky outside. Kingston slowly walked in front of him. He asked kindly, "How is it? Have you calmed down for a moment?" Seo Gang Yu remained silent. He just stood there in a daze for a long time. Then he suddenly raised his hand to cover his face hesitantly, asking, "Me? So what should I do?" Kingston finally waited for Seo Gang Yu's reply. "What to do?" He did not answer his question, but simply said, "Don't you already know the answer?" With that, he held out his hand in front of Seo Gang Yu. Not long after, Seo Gang Yu finally reached out to grab the other hand in lieu of his own response. On the other side, in front of a place that seemed to be a gate connecting the universe, someone suddenly shouted, "Ah!" Vixen was frustrated and held his head, complaining to Ju Yong-hyun. "Really, it's been a long time since I've seen a familiar face that I like so much, and you're telling me to go home right away." Ju Yong-hyun smiled and replied, "We have to follow orders." Speaking up to hear, his eyes glanced forward and said again, "Moreover, in the direction he was looking, there seemed to be someone standing." He looked at her and said, "It doesn't look like this is going to end soon." That girl was Mien-ji, a supernatural type. In a corner of the ruined city, Lepus was trying to fend off the onslaught of attacks from the opponent in front of her. On the other side, Esward was also continuously casting magic to attack Lepus. The continuous betting phases caused loud explosions. At this moment, Shinka, who had just escaped from Seo Gang Yu, suddenly came looking for him. "Esward, you've clearly opened the space. Why don't you quickly come back, and what are you doing?" Esward turned his head and replied, "I still have work to do." But before he could finish, Shinka sternly called out, "Esward." He was called like that, so he turned to look at her and was surprised by the sight. In front of him was a Shinka covered in wounds, his face burning with anger as he shouted, "Come back now, or I will kill you." After that, things gradually settled down. The incident of Shinka's invitation was resolved, but the event left behind a ruined city that looked like a war zone. After that battle, Kingston returned with Seo Gang Yu, and he requested a meeting with the world government. The meeting took place at a government headquarters building. There was a buzz of discussion in the conference room. So that's it?" Kingston stood there leisurely smiling and saying to the others, "I wonder why we don't meet without any restrictions." He paused, glanced around the room and continued, "It's because there are familiar faces." The familiar faces in his words. Boda and Guerra greeted each other. "Long time no see, Kingston. How are you?" Kingston laughed happily with the other two. "Finally climbed to that position, what a greedy bunch." Guerra calmly replied, "I think it's even less ambitious than your goal." Buddha also laughed in agreement with Guerra. "Ha ha ha, that's right." Seeing that the three of them were no longer chatting, the man sitting in the main seat immediately spoke up to attract the three of their attention. "So, Kingston." That person was none other than Vacant. He hesitantly asked Kingston, "What is the reason you requested the meeting?" Kingston did not answer immediately when asked that, but looked at Vacant and asked, "You are the president. You are quite young, aren't you?" Only then did he get to the main point. "Actually, I didn't come here to talk, but to make a one-way announcement." He stood right in front of Vacant and with a powerful aura declared, "Seo Gang Yu is now my disciple. Don't look at it, that's all." As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of everyone present in the conference room changed. Everyone was surprised by Kingston's announcement. No one expected him to make such an announcement. Then he did not stay any longer but left immediately. After Kingston left the key, people present in the meeting room immediately broke out into a discussion. Vacant asked for their support or opposition to Kingston's proposal. There were 4 people on the opposing side. First was Crumb, then Buddha and Guerra, finally Einheiter. There is only one person on the support side, and that person is Authority. There is also El Hayado, who is neutral. He does not favor any side. Authority was a bit angry when he saw that there were so many people objecting. He stood up and slammed the table, questioning, "Is that all you people in power can do? Why are you objecting? The overwhelming power is on our side. Are you going to let this opportunity go by?" He pointed straight at him and questioned, "Especially Crumb, I don't understand your choice very well." Crumb frowned in annoyance when his name was called and spoke his mind in an irritated voice. "Criminals are just criminals. We can't accept any of their demands. The government agreeing to meet is already annoying enough." Einheit, sitting next to Authority, also spoke up to refute. "You're funny, Authority. Wasn't Kingston the criminal you insisted on executing first? And now you believe the words of someone you think is so dangerous." Hearing this, Authority quickly turned to refute him. "These people are really... The situation is different now, isn't it?" On Vacant's side, he could only sit on one side and listen to the others arguing endlessly. He was having a headache over this matter. He was lost in thought trying to figure out how to solve this difficult case. But the argument from the others made him scratch his head helplessly. Damn, this must be my bad luck in my term. Meanwhile, in a warm romantic bathroom, Shinka had returned and was soaking in the warm bath. Shinka was also troubled. She kept biting her nails with a bewildered expression. She couldn't stop thinking about Kingston's terrifying strength. That old man, I thought he was much weaker, after being imprisoned for so long. She couldn't help but wonder, but has he really weakened? How strong was he at his peak? While Shinka was muttering to herself, "This is my plan," suddenly Seong Hwan came in from outside and called her name, "Shinka." Seong Hwan, who was shirtless and only had a blanket wrapped around him, stood there and asked curiously, "You asked me to take a bath together, but..." Having said this, he hesitated a bit before continuing. Is this really necessary to win against Seo Gang Yu? Shinka saw him walk in and asked that, so she happily opened her arms and replied, Of course, this is an indispensable step to growing up. Seong Hwan's appearance seemed to have sparked something in her, making her more confident. No, my plan won't fail. She looked at Seong Hwan with shining eyes. I have Seong Hwan, she thought, and more secret cards. A series of names immediately appeared in her mind, such as Hero or Terapia. Then Aurora.nd Aurora appeared in her mind. Thinking so, she happily hugged Seong Hwan tightly in her arms. She happily thought, Time will solve everything. She hugged him so tightly that Seong Hwan uncomfortably cried out, It's hard to breathe. Come to the Hero Association. Authority sits solemnly in the front row. Where else could Meng be seen? The host saw that there were quite a few people and immediately spoke up. It seems like everyone has arrived. The host saw this and continued. Then about the election of the third generation of equality. The person standing on the podium speaking was the interim president Lepus. She looked down, glanced over the people present in the meeting hall once more, then officially announced, I would like to begin the meeting. Lepus stood at the podium and clearly stated the process. The equality election process goes like this. She looked towards the candidates of different complexions and continued, The association president proposes 5 candidates if the heroes agree. Lepus thought briefly of the huge government building standing tall in the sky, his voice growing more determined. Every individual will be checked by the government. The bronze badge of honor shining in the firelight symbolizes each person's pride. She added, If no reason for disqualification is found, it will be selected as equality. Lepus was a little impatient, quickly raised his hand to attract everyone's attention, and hesitantly said, The equality candidates that I would like to propose include... Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting Lepus's words, making her feel a little awkward and stop talking. The other person arrogantly questioned, Who gave you permission to arbitrarily decide on candidates? It was authority. He clasped his hands solemnly and sternly reminded Lepus, You are only the temporary president. After a while Lepus regained his composure and asked him back without hesitation, Authority, then why are you here? You have been stripped of your hero status. Authority replied indifferently, I came to attend the meeting as the leader's representative. Lepus solemnly reminded him to wait for him to understand his authority. Then you just sit still and observe. You have no right to discuss the association's affairs. Authority did not care about her words at all, but was very firm in his opinion. I will say it again. I do not recognize you as the association's president. Lepus shouted agitatedly, You don't need to care. Authority still said evenly, So. He glared at her menacingly, warning all the candidates there. Our world government will boycott any equality candidate chosen by interim president Lepus for any reason whatsoever. Lepus was stunned by his sarcastic words. She blurted out, What? The entire hall fell into solemn silence. Authority spoke clearly. You are not the official president, just temporary. Everyone listened to his words in unison. Authority seemed to have gained more courage and frankly stated his opinion. The important decision of choosing equality, you decide the future of the association. One person cannot decide for now. At this point, Authority insisted it must be done by a formally appointed president. Lepus quickly protested, Authority, do you know the current situation? We need to choose equality as soon as possible to resolve the crisis. Authority sarcastically asked her back, Resolve the crisis? Funny to hear that from your mouth, Lepus. He suddenly recalled the past about the map of Portugal. Authority immediately brought up the topic. Tell me, Lepus, what did you do in Portugal? Authority remembered Eswood's tenacious fighting and continued in a low voice, Instead of catching criminals, you were just there playing around with Eswood. Lepus was agitated, hastily explaining her motives. Behind her the magic circle glowed beautifully. You think if we don't kill the target, it's all a joke. I prioritized protecting civilians first. She suddenly remembered the moment she had unleashed her power, and both Prof and the children angrily looked at Authority and questioned in a stern voice, And Mr. Authority, I heard that you planned to sacrifice the children who were taken hostage. Lepus expressed her dissatisfaction. Why do you always make others sacrifice like this? You haven't changed at all. Authority growled and called her name, Lepus. Authority glared in confusion. Why should I change? You're the one who needs to change. Lepus froze for a moment, glaring at him. The large hall echoed with the man's deep voice. No, it should be said. Authority paused for a moment. He stood up, turned his head and stared at the crowd behind him. You all need to change. Authority spread his arms and asked casually, what did I do in Portugal? I made a decision that suited the situation. Looking at the solemn and patient expressions on their faces, he happily continued, in the end there were no casualties, right? Lepus didn't expect the person in front of her to be so blatantly confusing black and white. She gritted her teeth in indignation. Authority, he still continued, sacrifice well said. Authority pointed his hand at her, his voice stern as he said, you are the ones sacrificing this society to protect criminals. Authority briefly thought of the towering, always lit building, using the people's precious tax money to feed and shelter countless murderers. He saw her silence and immediately took advantage of the situation, then used the excuse of social responsibility to reform all words that sounded nice. He thought of the court of justice as a dark nightmare. Reform, how ridiculous. Authority agitatedly asserted they never change. They are all scum. He thought he saw Shinka secretly manipulating the entire planet. Look, those who just escaped are preparing. Authority emphasized, hiding under that madwoman to prepare another massacre in a situation like this. Lepus was silent, not knowing what words to use to refute his argument. Authority sneered. As someone who was once Margot's disciple, you can choose equality and run the Hero Association by yourself. Authority said again, you don't need to look to know what it will be like. It will be just nonsense, like heroes don't kill people, pretend to be righteous, noble to comfort themselves. Authority looked at Lepus for a long time. He firmly affirmed, Lepus, no one wants you to be the president of the Hero Association. You are not the president of the Hero Association. Stop pretending to be the president. Lepus could only grit his teeth and look at him angrily. Soft sunlight filtered into the hall through the skylights. Lepus compromised, all right, Authority. She made up her mind and said clearly, so what you're saying is that if I become the official president, I can proceed according to the correct procedure, right? Authority stood up and said firmly, yes, that's right. Lepus looked at the silent attendees and continued speaking. Then Lepus bluntly shouted, let's vote. Authority seemed to want to find a solution that would benefit them. You mean a popular vote? Okay. Lepus immediately dismissed it. No. Her voice echoed throughout the majestic hall. Because of the pressing time, Lepus looked away confidently, looking at the rows of seats filled with people, and continued, I will get opinions from the heroes here. The decision will be based on majority vote. She asked his opinion, what do you think, Authority? Authority hesitated a bit, turning his head to look around. Majority vote. Aren't they all heroes that Rouser has carefully selected? He focused on their appearances and said harshly, this is too one-sided. Lepus remembered that bronze badge filled with pride, and based on that, he set a rule. Then it's like the equality selection process. It requires 2/3 of the votes to pass. Authority hesitated for a long time. He looked pensively at the heroes sitting around him. Time passed silently by, minute by minute. Authority remembered that bronze badge filled with pride, and based on that, he set a rule. Then it's like the equality selection process. It requires 2/3 of the votes to pass. Finally, the results were announced. The voting content appeared on a green background. Question: do you accept the result of Lepus's equality selection? The verification of the results was completed. The number of votes in favor was 52%, while the number of votes against was 48%. The result was deemed to have not reached the required number of votes, so the result was immediately changed to rejected. Lepus stared at the numbers on the screen. The words 48% against were not enough for the 2/3 majority. The result of not passing was like a lingering nightmare that tormented her. Lepus hesitated at the result. In contrast to her situation was Authority's gloating gesture. Wow! He laughed, wildly pleased and smug. You haven't gotten the majority of votes you wanted yet. Authority smirked. Maybe we should re-elect the association president. As Authority said, the heroes here were all selected and active since the time of President Rausa. Lepus could not have foreseen this outcome. She stared blankly at the crowd. The result did not have enough 2/3 of the votes in favor. The result was not passed now clearly before our eyes. The reason for this result is Authority was shaken. His image was clearly visible. As soon as the incident at Ruculus prison occurred, it was a devastating disaster that made the prison even more gloomy and barbaric. He quickly approached all the heroes. Authority pretended to be urgent to convince them and carefully presented his point of view. At first, most of them opposed Authority, the second president. The heroes' faces showed their displeasure. But in this situation, when Authority kept preaching, gradually many people were convinced by him. Something barbaric is happening. It is important that even if you do not agree with the Authority's ideology, the powerful chairman's chair appeared before their eyes, and many heroes agreed that the chairman should be re-elected. In his view, the increasingly visible position of the chairman explains the reason why Rausa's appearance is radiant. To guide her policy, Rausa has overwhelming power and a record to prove her ideals. Lepus appears to be the complete opposite, while Lepus lacks both of those compared to Rausa. The bronze badge of Authority once again served as proof of this. The legitimacy to inherit Rausa's ideals seemed to fit Seo Gang Yu, a former member of Equality. But the image of Seo Gang Yu at this time was almost associated with barbarism and bloodshed in the public eye, but because Seo Gang Yu changed his views and killed the prisoners. The scene returns to the hall at present time. Opinions within the ranks of heroes begin to divide. Authority raised his voice to provoke Lepus. It seems that your teammates also doubt your ability to be the president of the association. What will you do now? Lepus was stunned and stammered, "Vote!" Authority immediately interrupted her. "A popular vote." Lepus repeated, trembling, "But time doesn't permit it. We can choose a candidate and let the heroes decide." Authority immediately interrupted. "No, that's not it." He thought briefly of Rausa's majestic appearance and used it as an excuse. "You know very well your esteemed third president Rausa has made it clear that the position of association president must be elected through a popular vote. And in case of emergency or natural disaster, the government can shorten the election period." Lepus was stunned and could not say anything more. The entire hall was left with only Authority's joking question. "Oh, you know this too." Authority confidently continued. "Anyone, even if they are not members of the association, can run for the association president. That is also a rule established by the Honorable Rausa." All the heroes fell silent, as if agreeing with his words. Authority looked at her sarcastically. "Hey, temporary president, what are you still standing there for?" Authority smugly ordered, "Quickly notify the government that there will be a re-election for the chairman, so they can set a time. You must fulfill your duties as a chairman." Lepus was in a dilemma. She was hesitant about what to do. Authority gritted his teeth and emphasized, "Even if it's just temporarily." Authority resigned from the position of world leader and announced that he would run for the position of president of the Hero Association. The question posed to the entire population was between the two candidates, Authority and Lepus, who was more suitable to be the president of the association. The golden sunlight shone into the luxurious and comfortable president's room. Vacant was half closed, resting on the recliner. Suddenly his eyebrows furrowed, showing his worry and anxiety. Vacant was lost in thought about a day long ago. It was a beautiful sunny day with a high blue sky overlooking the green forest. Vacant, in his picnic outfit with a large bag, stopped for a moment at the unexpected sound of big guts, huh? Before him was Kingston in martial arts attire, sitting leisurely on a high cliff. He asked, "You want a private meeting? Is it okay for the president to do this?" Vacant approached the foot of the cliff. He raised his head and answered honestly, "I've heard a lot about you from Buddha and Guerra. I don't think you would harm me." Kingston muttered softly, "These old men are really shameless." Kingston quickly returned to the story. He sincerely gave compliments. "I heard you don't have any supernatural powers, yet you still climbed to the highest position. How admirable." Vacant didn't pay much attention to his words, just quickly and directly said, Mr. Kingston, now that it's just the two of us, I'll ask directly. Vacant looked straight into Kingston's eyes as if to verify. He asked in a serious voice, "What is your purpose?" Kingston did not answer directly, just looked at him with a profound gaze and asked softly, "Hey, President, do you understand clearly about the development of supernatural powers?" Vacant pondered as he answered. An image of a glowing light bulb with a glowing filament inside appeared in his mind. He slowly said, "If we talk about the development of supernatural abilities, the more clearly the summoning system is visualized, the greater the power." Vacant thought of muscular people again. As for the special system and physical system, after passing puberty, they will be at their strongest during their physical peak. Amidst the majestic mountains, a gentle breeze blew, carrying green leaves, and Kingston's indifferent voice, half true, half false. Vacant was surprised. "What?" Under Vacant's doubtful gaze, Kingston slowly explained, "Both the physical and ability systems will indeed become stronger as they mature." But he moved his hand slightly and a black mist dispersed from it. Kingston's cold voice rang out, "But the physical system can break through its predetermined limits through hard training." Hearing this, Vacant couldn't help but say bluntly. The woods stirred with another gust of wind. Kingston continued, "Aren't you curious?" Kingston thought of the ferocious red figure with great power that could summon thunder and rain. What if a human reached the highest level of the ability system and at the same time upgraded the physical system to the highest level? Vacant thought about it and raised his hand to his mouth. "Then the country will be difficult to control." Kingston on the high cliff called out again, Hey, President." He raised his eyebrows slightly in a mischievous manner. "Shouldn't you ask Seo Gang Yu about this? I'm not the one to answer that question. I simply want to see where the ultimate limit of humanity is." Vacant was quite surprised by this. Kingston lowered his voice again. "That's all?" The flow of memories circulated again. Vacant remembered himself sitting in the chair at his desk. He turned slightly and said to the person opposite, with his authority, "Do you want to add someone to equality?" He sat opposite the carriage and said honestly, "I really didn't expect that. There isn't such an important procedure that needs to be passed through." Rouser firmly asserted, "He's worth it." Vacant asked again, "If you say so, then his strength must be very good. Is he trustworthy as a teammate?" Rouser replied confidently, "Yes, trustworthy as his strength is." "I consider him a trustworthy teammate," she added. That statement paralleled another moment in the past. That moment when he was talking to Kingston in front of his gaze. Vacant said, "I am..." Vacant at that time strongly believed in his intuition. He said without hesitation, "I believe in Seo Gang Yu." Kingston suddenly said something that was beyond Vacant's expectations, leaving him puzzled. Kingston said, "Then the answer is obvious, right?" He smiled modestly. "Anyway, protesting won't change anything." The scene changed. The chairman's room echoed with a sigh of relief. Vacant finally stood up, resting his hands on the table in relief. "An important decision has been made, so we can breathe a sigh of relief." Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. The secretary outside the door urgently poked her head into the room, timidly calling, "Mr. President." After being given permission, she entered and solemnly announced, "I heard that the Hero Association is electing a new president." Vacant seemed interested in this. He gestured for the secretary to continue. The secretary continued hesitantly. It is." She hesitated before announcing something urgent. Authority just announced her candidacy for the Hero Association president. It seemed that Vacant did not want this to happen at all. His face showed disappointment, boredom, and confusion. Kingston's face showed satisfaction. Vacant had accepted Kingston's conditions. This matter was known only to the officials attending the World Government Conference. The conference took place in a solemn room with a small number of people present. This matter was kept top secret. At this time at the majestic skyscraper, the election of the Hero Association's president will also be held within the framework set by the government. The city is bustling at night and even more bustling. After 3 days of registration, there will be 3 public debates. In contrast, the hall was filled with tension. In 2 weeks, a red-bordered proportional circle will appear. The Hero Association president will be elected through a popular vote. The top security prison that is always lit up presents a difficult problem. However, the term of office of the elected president this time will be a maximum of 4 years. If the ruculous prison break incident is resolved, the term will end. Beneath the city's peaceful facade are hidden agendas. In addition, in principle, anyone can register as a candidate. So too many candidates can easily lead to chaos. At this time, the bright spots representing the brains of places around the world are more important than ever. Therefore, only those who are supported by the heroes representing the region are allowed to run for office. Authority with its serious clock logo and Lepus with its rabbit and carrot logo became two separate factions. During the registration period, Authority and Lepus announced their candidacy respectively. In the familiar conference room, the purple-haired girl Miyut with an ability held the mic and started the show. Hello members of the Hero Association, I am Miyut, the one who will be hosting this presidential election. With the serious participation of big shots, Miyut popularized the organization of the election. Candidates will have the opportunity to speak before the entire association. She looked towards Authority, who was already standing on the podium, and introduced, "First is the speech of candidate Authority." He said to the heroes in front, "I will be brief." Authority pressed the remote, an LED screen appeared. Authority gestured, "Look." It was a sharp image of the prisoners in Ruculus prison. Authority said harshly, "Because you guys keep pursuing your ideals, these monsters were released." He looked at the hero's body below and questioned, "What are you planning to do? Capture him alive, lock him up, and then release him again?" Authority frowned clearly, showing his dissatisfaction. "I trust you won't repeat such foolish actions again." Next was Lepus's speech. She stood solemnly on the podium, confidently presenting evidence to defend her point of view. During the time Authority was president, he condoned the heroes' massacre of civilians. Lepus thought about the images of those heroes, Hilo Clark. His voice grew more determined. Perhaps the number of civilians killed by heroes was not inferior to that of villains. Thinking of Shinka's evil image, she couldn't help but sympathize with the urgent matter at hand. "I know the current situation is dire. A madman preaching eugenics is threatening humanity, but Authority is no different from that crazy Shinka." Lepus looked at the people below and continued earnestly, "He places high and low value on human life, using the name of justice to force the minority to sacrifice." She closed her eyes in obvious pain. "Everyone is equal. Please don't forget the duty of a hero that Rouser emphasized." Lepus's rabbit logo and Authority's clock are complete opposites. The initial strategies of both candidates were as follows. In the city with skyscrapers, consolidate the support base. Across the continent, both were busy attracting representative heroes from each region to their side. The clock icon of Authority appears heroes support Authority. It was the experienced North American man Angunea and the other old Indian man Aletta. The rabbit badge appears the heroes support Lepus, the European representative. Europe representative, it's a girl from Oceania, Phuket. Chinese masked man Mianji, Middle Eastern man Kerpega. There is also someone from South America, Hassan. Person from Africa, Aliterigo. In the city centre after consolidating the base of support for both candidates. They appeared in the newspapers with eye-catching headlines right on the front page. Both Lepus and Authority continued all kinds of public opinion campaigns until the last day of the election. They used negative attack strategies to destroy each other. The moment had come, and on the last day of the registration period, Miyut beamed as he held the mic and watched the LED board announce, "So the registration period is over, right?" Miyut stared at the screen in front of her. "Now we will go through 3 debates." Suddenly, she was extremely stunned. "Huh?" Miyut looked at the others and the screen in front of them, exclaiming, "Huh, what's this?" She announced, "Another surprise candidate has just registered." Both Authority and Lepus were extremely surprised and instinctively looked at the screen to find information. The sound of clearing the throat echoed throughout the hall. "Ahem, ahem," a strange voice rang out. "Hello, members of the Hero Association." A young girl standing on the podium gently introduced herself, "I am Medius." Contrary to her voice, this person's eyes revealed a sinister look with a hint of triumph. She continued, "Current occupation re-education student." Lepus's eyes widened, unable to believe what she was seeing. "What is going on?" Authority didn't say anything, but his face showed disdain and contempt. After a while, he exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell is this?" The sudden appearance of Medius made the atmosphere of the entire auditorium drop. In contrast to the stiff, glued-on look and stiff atmosphere, Medius's face showed confidence. She had clearly anticipated this situation. The appearance of Medius made Authority visibly upset. He immediately complained, "What kind of situation is this? Do they think the Hero Association president election is like a high school class? President election. It's obvious that only those who are supported by the Hero Representative District can run." The crowd's criticism seemed about to explode. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out. "I will support her." It was the voice of Kerpera, the hero representing the Middle East. Kerpera's words shocked the entire audience. Authority and Lepus couldn't believe their ears, their eyes widening in surprise. What? Especially when Lepus saw a representative who had once supported her turnaround, she couldn't help but be stunned. "Mr. Kerpera, you used to support me." Kerpera replied calmly, without hesitation. "I've changed my mind." It seemed nothing could change Kerpera's mind. His eyes were serious. "I now support Medius, that girl." Medius smiled lightly, as if she had known this outcome, her deep eyes seeing through the mortal world. In a flash, the situation changed. Medius appeared as a new factor to overthrow the whole game, and so the number one candidate, Lepus, number two contender, Authority. The first two contenders are not very different. The biggest difference in this race comes from the emergence of a new candidate. Third place candidate, Medius. 3 candidates have officially registered. Newspapers quickly update hot news. New information is discussed and posted on major newspapers. Seeing Medius dominating the media, Authority couldn't help but feel annoyed. Every article is about that high school student. It's really a sensation. The news about Medius has received mixed opinions. It seems that the press will be very busy at this time. But there are also many opinions criticizing Kerpera, and that girl, they say that elections are not a joke. So has that girl been investigated? Authority quickly took action. First, we need to know more information about Medius, but there are still many unknowns about her data. She is just a normal high school girl, nothing special. Authority began to make a judgment and 1,000 hypotheses about Medius's identity. Is he a person with supernatural powers? The vague data quickly made his secretary fall into confusion. That's unclear, maybe some hypothetical ability. Confusion enveloped the room. The mystery of Medius made Authority fall into silence. On this side, Lepus was visibly unhappy. She questioned Kerpera. "Kerpera, please explain." Kerpera remained calm, unfazed by Lepus's question. "Just ask anything." Lepus thought Kerpera was being too emotional about this. Perhaps it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision without thinking it through. Did you know that girl before? Even if you did, you can't let your personal feelings affect something as important as this. "No, I've never met her before." "What?" Kerpera began to recall each incident that led him to make the decision he had just made. "A few days before, I walked into the office to work. He had encountered Medius before. In my own office, I saw her sitting in my chair." Kerpera's disdain for Medius was evident at that moment. He scowled. "At first, I thought she was an intruder sent by the villains and tried to suppress her." Kerpera's hostility didn't last long. It began to fade at Medius's words. But after talking a few times, Kerpera's memory was in disarray. He could no longer remember every detail that had happened dozens of times, hundreds of times, no, countless times. Medius's words had some kind of magic. Kerpera was drawn in, starting to agree and support her. "I feel like I've talked to her so many times." And then, without knowing when, I was certain that I had to support her. Kerpera's unclear recollection left Lepus extremely confused. She put on a face of incomprehension. Kerpera could not be allowed to continue to be lost in his memories. Lepus spoke up. "With your permission, sir. Is that okay?" "Yes, go ahead." Lepus quickly reached out and used his ability on Kerpera. Lepus's ability creates 2 large rabbits with medical symbols on their heads, which gently appear behind Kerpera. Sure enough, Lepus didn't detect anything unusual. This surprised her greatly. There was no sign of hypnosis or mind manipulation. But what is this? Unable to find any shady evidence, Lepus could only try his best to use reasoning to convince Kerpera. However, deciding such an important matter based solely on feelings is... Kerpera immediately interrupted her. This isn't a feeling. Lepers, how many times have I told you? Kerpera's eyes lit up like a devout lamb looking at God. The eyes of loyalty, absolute faith, it was a firm belief. I believe she must become the president of the association. With Kerpera so determined, what else could lepers say? Any words of comfort would be redundant at this point. The appearance of Medius is still a big question mark in this election. A mysterious character appears. What will her appearance bring to the future of humanity? A difficult question to answer. Not just a mystery, not a threat. The people directly affected by this are Authority and Lepus, but they have more important things to worry about. Authority and Lepus are still full of doubts, but they decided that this does not affect the situation and focus on each other. It seems that neither of them consider Medius as a rival, they are just competing with each other. Right at the debate. The debate began with the sweet voice of the moderator. Miut waved to the audience. Hello everyone, I am Miut, the moderator of this debate. Before we begin, let me explain the rules of the debate. First, about time. Miut began to explain. First, each candidate will have 10 minutes to speak. Each person is given a number in turn for this debate. The order of speaking is according to the number of candidates. Candidates don't just speak, they also have to be prepared to ask tough questions. During these 10 minutes, candidates can present their platforms or ask questions of their opponents. Time still plays an important role in this question-asking section. The time allotted for the answer will be deducted from the questioner's time. Therefore, they can interrupt if they feel they don't need to listen to the whole thing. Another interesting mechanism is the rebuttal section. In addition, during the opponent's speech, each candidate gets 2 chances to present a rebuttal. Miut smiled brightly and explained the rules of the debate from beginning to end, and each time he would take the lead for a minute. Now we will begin the debate. The candidates quickly introduced themselves to the public. Candidate number 1, Lepus. Hello, I am Lepus Margot's student and a member of Equality. Next up was Authority, the second candidate, Authority. Nice to meet you. I am Authority, the former second president of the Hero Association. Finally, a new factor entered the race, candidate number 3, Medius. First time introducing myself to you all, I am Medius. The debate took place immediately after the introduction of the number 1 candidate, Lepus. As expected of the temporary president, Lepus knew how to lead a speech. We've been through a lot of wars. The speech began with the deep roots of the current situation. Ever since the emergence of supernatural powers centuries ago, wars between nations have broken out. Next is the development of the conflicts of each stage. After the world government unified, there were countless civil wars. These conflicts go through many forms without disappearing, and after the Hero Association was born, society was divided between heroes and villains. War is an inevitable part of every period. Lepus seems to emphasize the process of being immersed in that terrible inevitability. We have spent most of our time in such a collapse of society. From the bitterness that the conflict brought, Lepus once again highlighted the role of many heroes of the past. But thanks to the efforts of Ryosa and many other characters, the foundation of society was rebuilt. As expected of Ryosa's student, Lepus said firmly, and now society is starting to function properly. Lepus refers to Authority as tearing down all the heroes of the past. Think back to the days of Authority. Heroes were like outlaws with inconsistent beliefs and methods. They slaughtered villains and civilians indiscriminately. It seemed that this speech was aimed entirely at Authority, with the intention of bringing him down. If Authority becomes the president of the association, those things will happen again, and the society we worked so hard to build will collapse. Lepus was arguing passionately when Authority interrupted her. Society was already collapsing. The Authority did not sit still and take the bullets, and began to give signals. The Authority requested a minute of debate. Can't you see the current situation? This old man has lived for many years and has a wealth of experience in arguing. I really cannot understand why the sacrifice I endured, even though it was filled with tears, is considered a massacre. But the fact that you sacrifice society for criminals is considered moral. Authority began to argue. His words were no less convincing. It must be understood that no noble goal in this world can be achieved without sacrifice, if sacrifice is inevitable. Even though it was Lepus's turn, Authority's rebuttals gave him a fair amount of sympathy. We must ensure that the sacrifice is not in vain. Every source of evil must be completely destroyed. Authority said to a long guy, as if this playground was his own. Look, it's because they left behind the seeds of evil that they caused this situation. Lepus realized something was wrong. It seemed like this old man was cheating. Wait, Authority! The minute hasn't even passed yet. It turned out that he had deliberately put his hand on the watch, using his supernatural ability to argue that the time was off. Take your hand off the watch right now. How can a minute be that long? No wonder Authority has been talking so much, he sneered, looking smug. What are you talking about? That provocative face made Lepus even angrier. She continued, if you don't let go. Before Lepus could finish his sentence, Miyut's voice rang out. Enough, enough! Lepus was immediately blocked by Miyut, making her unable to continue speaking. Miyut used his ability to mute Lepus, and at the same time repeated the rules. Lepus, you are only allowed to speak when your opponent's rebuttal time is over. Miyut had the ability to mute. Authority was also quickly reminded, but the old man was too stubborn, shrugging his shoulders as if he didn't care. And Authority, please restrain yourself from using your abilities. The war seems to be all about Lepus and Authority. They're fighting for one thing image. The actions of these two are completely understandable. They are fiercely defending their positions in the elections. Public image is extremely important. It is a state of semi-war. Authority and Lepus try to build a strong public image. The two sides argued back and forth endlessly. Lepus looked very tense, constantly shouting and attacking each other. Authority was no less, his face was also extremely angry. During their time, instead of emphasizing their platform, Authority and Lepus focused on attacking their opponents. The debate passed in a tense atmosphere, but of course the powerful figure that was Authority began to raise his voice in suspicion. He openly despised Lepus. But this is really suspicious. How is a girl who can't even handle a villain supposed to handle this situation? Or are you saying that you're stronger than Rouser? Lepus is far inferior to Authority in terms of experience and cunning. Lepus is absolutely no match for Authority. The shadow of her master was too great for Lepus to bear. It was fortunate that she ran for office, because in the public eye she was only remembered as Margot's student, so she was still in a position where she needed to learn more. Lepus's appearance also became a disadvantage that made it difficult for her to win the public's favor. Most importantly, her rabbit appearance made people associate her with a weak image. Authority's deep gaze quietly assessed the situation. So then the next person he turned to was Medius. If I just crush that variable, this debate will end in my favor. Medius finally took the field in an atmosphere that leaned towards Authority. She didn't seem nervous at all. It was Medius's turn. Medius began his argument in an unexpected way. She commented on her opponents. Mr. Authority has transformed the Hero Association from a small organization into a global corporation with his determination and great driving ability. Lepus also received praise from Medius. Lepus, the successor of Rouser's will, has strengthened this group with strong ideals and beliefs. Medius calmly continued to the confusion of the two opponents. Therefore, she then made a shocking statement, so I want to combine the strengths of both to solve the current situation. Medius was about to continue when Authority cut him off. My credo is, brat. He used his usual condescending tone to mock Medius. This isn't a student council election. Go back and study. This debate isn't the place to discuss policy. This old man was still rude, continuing to mock Medius heavily. Or maybe you couldn't study, so you came here a place that imposes prejudice on opponents. He kept nagging so much that Miyut had to speak up to stop him. Mr. Authority, your time is up. It's okay, I'm willing to use my time to talk. Faced with Medius's generosity, Authority took advantage of the situation. Then, speak boy. What do you want to talk about? Medius's face showed 3 words of indifference, and he continued speaking, I am a person with supernatural powers. She began to reveal her information. The ability training school that Rouser built when he was the president is where I grew up, so you can't know what abilities I possess. Is that so? So what special abilities does this brat have? Medius had no time to fulfill all of Authority's demands. I'm not obligated to say that. Authority began to reason with Medius. No hero in the association would follow an incompetent leader. Then, Medius directly issued a challenge, his eyes shining with confidence and filled with arrogance. Choose the location, Mr. Authority. We will duel as soon as possible. Authority was speechless at Medius's proposal. He was stunned. What? The debate was being broadcast live on all platforms, and of course Medius' challenge was immediately transmitted. Several office workers took advantage of their lunch break to watch the live broadcast and were so engrossed that they forgot to eat. Medius's image is currently being monitored by his family. 9 people in 1 square meter hold their phones and watch live. The debate was even broadcast on billboards hung on skyscrapers. Direct challenge. Authority. The person who received the challenge still had not recovered. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was wide open in surprise. Without waiting for Authority to digest the situation, Medius went straight to the main topic, discussing the match with Authority. What will be the rules of the game, a mixed martial arts match using supernatural powers? Authority still did not respond. His life experience told him that he was in a dilemma. Authority fell into deep thought. In response to Medius's challenge, Authority immediately sprayed glue on the spot, an unexpected direct challenge. All the tricks Authority used were almost instantly neutralized. No matter how strong his image was, hearing such an unexpected response left Authority confused. Authority kept calling Medius a kid, but in the end he shot himself in the foot. Furthermore, his strategy of labeling his opponents was becoming a trap to keep himself stuck. Authority now has 2 options, if he accepts the terms. This choice affected his image somewhat. Having considered his opponent as a child from the beginning would make the image of him fighting a child strange. Looking back, it still seems that Authority is at a disadvantage. In addition, with its current overwhelming political position, if it were to actually confront them on the field, Authority would be lowered to the same level as its opponent, damaging its reputation. With this choice, there are 2 possible scenarios. Even if you win, it will be a meaningless victory. In any situation, Authority's reputation is affected, but failure can affect the end of a political career. From Medius's confident expression, everyone knew she had just made a dangerous move to push her opponent into a corner. So what if she refused the conditions? This choice carries even more risk. He would be branded as someone who is afraid to fight a kid and considered a coward. This decision certainly made Authority receive a lot of criticism, a weakling. The image he worked so hard to build will certainly be tarnished. This will seriously damage his strong image. In a difficult situation, Authority thought of 100 ways. In a short period of time, Authority accelerated its thinking, coming up with a series of countermeasures. But Mute, who had participated in countless debates, was also surprised by this move. A duel, huh? No matter which choice, the most important thing to determine right now was Ed's. Medius's expression of not being afraid of anyone and her mysterious ability made the game with Authority even more difficult. This girl's ability, Authority fell into deep thought for a long while. The triumphant look on his face when arguing with Lepus completely disappeared. What kind of ability does she possess? At this moment, the scene changed to a green sky and fresh air. Kingston lay on the grass looking up at the sky and the ground, feeling extremely relaxed. Haven't you felt anything strange lately? Seo Gang Yu heard Kingston's ambiguous words and asked, "What do you mean?" Kingston continued to philosophize. "I don't really understand, but whatever it feels like I'm being told over and over again. Well, I'm always like this. How long will this go on?" Kingston responded with a sigh, his eyes looking into the distance. "Highs, is it because I'm old that I feel something is wrong?" On this side, Medius did not give Authority any more time to think. She asked directly, "Why don't you answer, Authority?" Authority knew this situation had to quickly think of a solution. Well then, Authority did not answer directly, but instead went on and on in a roundabout way. "That's right, being a kid you act emotionally. It's not rational to challenge someone in the middle of a debate like this." It seemed like he had to drag this debate into the mud to get through this situation. He again acted mature to overwhelm Medius. Hey kid, this debate is not the place to joke around. But this old man messed with the wrong person. Medius was determined to fight to the end once he joined. I'm completely serious, Authority. Medius even used Authority's own arguments to counterattack him and to become the president of the association. The most important thing is strength, as you said yourself. The argument Authority had used against Lepus earlier was what now forced him into a corner. Even when you were talking to Lepus, you said that Lepus was weaker than Raosa and therefore could not be trusted. Is that right? Medius continued to cite evidence at the hero headquarters itself during his time as president. Medius's sharp analysis had no holes. Did you pit the heroes against each other to determine the rankings? Every word Medius said made Authority spit out his words. Then you should try ranking with me once. Medius was determined to push Authority to the end. If we feel it is inconvenient to hold the event here, we will decide on the location after the debate. Seeing that the diversionary tactic failed and was turned around by Medius, Authority felt that this time he had scored a point. Damn, I've been stuck with a real poisonous snake. Medius extended a hand towards Authority with good intentions, but his smile held a hidden meaning. I shouldn't have messed with her in the first place. She's not like me. She has nothing to lose. Authority continued to drag on, intending to use the stalling tactic again. Okay, what you say makes sense. He continued to speak, but no sound came out of his throat. Then right now. It turned out that was Miute's ability. Authority was really speechless. Miute quickly signaled, indicating that Authority had gone on too long. Sir Authority, Medius has decided not to let you stall any longer. Please keep quiet. Authority was stunned, and stunned having lost all initiative. This brat just waited to hear the answer she wanted, and then interrupted my time. Seeing Medius calculating everything meticulously, Authority couldn't help but feel fearful and cautious. What kind of ability does she have that makes her so confident? Falling into a passive position, every action of Authority is extremely disadvantageous. Should I? He was hesitating about playing dirty, knowing that the risk would be too high. Try a risky move, speed up to the max if it can be done without anyone knowing. While pondering, Authority suddenly froze, confusion evident. It turned out that Medius was leaning towards him, observing Authority's every move. Authority was shocked. Luckily, he didn't make a move. Medius's deep purple eyes seemed to see through the soul of the person in front of her. Her indifferent expression sent a chill down Authority's spine. His eyes widened in fear. It seemed that countless doubts had appeared in Authority's mind. Could it be that she... After a while, Medius's speech finally officially began. The first debate was almost over. Medius's speech began. Medius begins with a concrete metaphor, picturing the current dilemma. Having gone through countless wars, our society is like a tangled knot of unresolved issues. The problem was so great that the knots in Medius' mind were a jumble. Those knots were not meant to be untied. Then the human impact on those issues is cut off in a powerful way. The one who cut everything off mentioned by Medius was a familiar name. I think it was Authority. However, Authority's solution did not make the problem go away. But Authority did not clean up the severed nodes, but continued to slash endlessly. Thus, the normal strings also started to be cut. There is also a figure who has a profound influence on matters. He has taken those strings and reconnected them. I think it's Raosa. Needless to say, Medius's association is so logical that Raosa is the one who heals this world. But the problem did not stop there. That is why the world is in such chaos now. But among the knots that Raosa has tied, there are also rotten ones that have crept in. This is causing the current problem. Medius is perhaps following in the footsteps of the previous generation in looking at the problem. However, we cannot leave it as it is. She recognized the mistakes in the way her predecessors handled things, but we can't cut it all off like before. Medius expressed his sincerity from the bottom of his heart, hoping that it would reach the entire masses. We need to cut it off carefully so as not to damage the normal threads and carefully reconnect them thoughtfully. Medius represents a harmonious blend that recognizes the achievements of both sides. This is a time when we should not lean too far toward one extreme, but find a balance and move forward in harmony. Her solemn declaration was heard by the entire crowd. I, Medius, if I become the president of the association, will propose to the government to grant the right to execute heroes on the spot. Medius's unexpected measure left the entire crowd gasping. The heroes who will be granted this authority will be selected through an even more rigorous screening process. Their attention and astonishment somewhat reflected Medius's influence. In determining the list of villains to be executed on the spot, I pledged to carry out decisions with the utmost care. In addition, Medius did not forget to add the way of handling death row prisoners in the Alpha world. Of course, she declared with a firm tone and extremely clear eyes. The death row inmates of Alpha world all will be executed on the spot. I will give up. The time has come, the final seconds have passed. The first debate is over. No matter how well the candidates perform, they can only turn around and go home. The burning question that has been plaguing the debate is finally here to be answered. Who is the right person to be the next leader of the Hero Association? The debate was slowly coming to an end. Medius kept a confident smile on his face. Authority seemed quite nervous. Lepus had completely lost his previous confidence. After the first round of debate, Lepus and his symbol received quite low results, with Lepus's support rate of 8%. Authority appears with the familiar clock icon slightly better, Authority 35%. And finally, with an overwhelming percentage of Medius 57%, the public opinion poll has ended. The map of the continent appeared with sparse bright spots. In addition, some heroes who had supported Lepus had announced their support for Medius. It was the masked person from China, Mianji. There is also a person from South America, Hassan. The podium was a dazzling position in the press conference day and night. In this situation, Lepus held a press conference. She spoke earnestly in an attempt to regain everyone's support. I listened to what Medius said during the debate. I spent too much time in dialogue with Authority and could not refute Medius's point of view at that time. The reporters listened to her presentation in silence. They silently gave their evaluations. Lepus added, "A high school student who lacks social experience. What standard does he use to decide the life and death of others?" Lepus was indignant at this. "She is just as dangerous as Authority." That was the assertion. After criticizing Medius, Lepus continued. The scene transitions to another luxurious room. Lepus walked in solemnly. She pleaded a bit everyone. Inside were those who had once supported her, but had now switched to supporting Medius, Mienji Kerpera and Hassan. Kerpera asked her in a low voice, "Why did you call me here, Lepus?" Lepus did not hesitate to speak her mind. "Stop pretending not to know. Why did you choose that high school girl?" Hassan suddenly continued her words. "It's simple." He raised his eyebrows meaningfully. "I have a feeling there's no other reason." Lepus paused and hesitantly said, "That's how you are, but..." She looked at the woman across from her in disbelief and asked, "Mienji, I didn't expect you to make such a choice." A man's figure appeared between the two. It was Yuji. Lepus said softly, "If your master Mr. Yuji knew about this, he would be very sad." Mienji then spoke, "Our master." She thought back to that moonlit night when butterflies fluttered in the air. Mr. Yuji raised his head and said thoughtfully, "This world is so complicated, Mienji." He stared at the butterfly in front of him, his voice soft as the wind blew. Things that were once considered obviously right over time can become wrong, and vice versa happens many times. Mr. Yuji and Mienji stood in the middle of the flower garden. Only then did he look at her and confided, "In the past, I have killed many evil people." Mienji was a bit surprised by these sudden words. Yuji was still lost in his memories. He saw himself standing calmly among hundreds of dead bodies. Yuji continued, "The reason is simple because at the time I thought it was right." Another figure that appeared in that scene was Rausa. Yuji's voice suddenly carried a hint of nostalgia. "But after meeting Rausa, my thinking has changed. Even so, I still don't think my current point of view is absolutely correct." He looked at Mienji and instructed, "Mienji, there is no right answer in this world. However, no matter what situation arises, try your best to adapt to it. As long as you have done your best, that is enough." Yuji's words still echoed in Mienji's mind. Her soft voice filled the room. He often said that. Mienji said to Lepus reasonably, That's why after listening to the whole debate and looking at the current situation, I think that it's not Lepus, but Medius, who is suitable to become the association president. Lepus was stunned and couldn't respond to Mienji's words. She just stood there, frozen. Kerpera showed his reservations in his words, "Lepus, we do not support you. During the election, please limit your meetings with us," he added politely. Lepus bowed her head in silence, wondering what to do to change the current situation. In contrast to her circumstances, Medius always appeared radiant. She was surrounded by countless bright lights. After the first round of debate ended, the entire media began to focus on reporting on Medius. On the newspaper was a picture of Medius with a sensational exclusive headline. It was an article about her school days. And then the newspapers learned about Medius and her family. Articles about her family appeared. There are also articles about the latest information about the election. The pictures of Medius and authority are on the front page, which are articles about the confrontation with authority. The press with Medius's image all over. Among the topics that are causing a stir, the most prominent is Medius with her mysterious smile. Along with that is the question that attracts the curiosity of a large audience. What is her power after all? Authority opened his eyes wide, examining the information intently. On the screen opposite him was a magnified image of Medius on the campaign trail. It was a video recording of Medius's every facial expression and gesture that day. Authority kept staring at the screen, seemingly trying to extract information about this mysterious girl from the short piece of data. He paid more attention to her features, especially her purple eyes. Suddenly, Authority's eyes widened, as if discovering a hidden detail. The silent room finally had sound. Yes. Authority was shocked to realize the truth. He muttered softly, "So that's it." Meanwhile, at Shinka's base, Karnis spoke carefully. "Lord Shinka, don't you find life becoming repetitive and boring these days?" Gato agreed. "I agree." Shinka sighed. So humans feel the same way." She raised her hand to stroke her chin. "I'm not the only one who thinks so, right?" On the other side appeared a hat with an intricate crest. "That's the hat on Seo Huan's head." He sat in the corner of the deserted house, bored. He looked up, trying to see the brim of his hat, silently thinking. In the ruins, a shrill scream rang out, "Wah wah!" A little boy with tears in his eyes cried out miserably, "I'm so bored, I can't take it anymore, I'm bored to death." That was Priyatua, a person with a special system. Images of him from childhood, youth, adulthood to old age appear. His life only lasted 1 week, and he relives the beginning and end of his life every week. He was in his teenage years now. Priyatua was rolling around and screaming. Standing around him were Natura, Benjamin, Esward, and Vedi. Priyatua shouted loudly, "Aha! When can I get out?" Natura smiled gently and said, "Please wait a little longer because there is a variable that has occurred. Please be patient." Vedi was writing something while muttering, "What an interesting ability. I feel the inspiration flowing strongly." Priyatua softly called Natura, and he immediately looked to see what he wanted to do. Priyatua said excitedly, "Let's go out for a while." A worried voice echoed through the junkyard. "If Shinka finds out, she'll be furious." Another innocent voice replied reassuringly, "It's fine as long as we don't get caught." Priyatua waved her arms, trying to convince Natura, "We're just going to the nearby village for a bit, it's no big deal." Natura looked at Priyatua's expectant face and pondered for a moment. Finally, he compromised. "Okay, it's been a long time since I felt nature." Priyatua exclaimed happily, "Awesome, so awesome. Natura, you're the best." Natura turned to the others. "What about you guys?" Benjamin hesitantly refused. "Oh no, I'm scared to go out. I'm not going anywhere." Vedi closed his eyes slightly, drew a few circles in the air with his pen and said, "I don't want to either. In comics, the characters who go out on their own are usually the first to die." Priyatua was dissatisfied. "Humph, what bad luck." Natura held out his hand in invitation. "What about Esward?" Edward hesitated a little. Suddenly he remembered Shinka's scary, angry face. Thinking of this, he suddenly fell silent, no longer having the energy to continue discussing this matter. Esward tactfully refused. "You guys go, I'm not feeling well." Natura still smiled. "Is that so?" Priyatua was a little disappointed, muttering softly, "What a weakling." At this time the clouds covered the whole place. The green forest was a bit darker than usual. Green foliage and miles of vegetation stretch in all directions. A series of vibrations came from the ground. Natura and Priyatua were standing on a towering tree branch, comfortably observing the space below. The two jumped from the tree branch to the ground, their faces filled with relief and joy. "Ah, it's been a long time since I've felt the scent of nature. Heh, this ability is really convenient." Priyatua quickly suggested, "Let's go to the nearby village for a bit." The two were chatting happily when suddenly they noticed something approaching. They were representative heroes from many regions. Each one exuded a crazy, murderous aura. Mienji did not wear a mask like usual. She revealed the patterns printed on her face. Hassan and Kerpera were both armed as if they were about to enter a life-and-death battle. Especially behind them was Medius. Her purple eyes highlighted her coldness. Priyatua and Natura were stunned by the murderous aura for a moment. What are those people?" On this side, Authority was moving hurriedly behind him, the secretary. She asked, "Press conference." "Yes." Authority finally made a decision that left the secretary bewildered. "I intend to accept the challenge that Medius has proposed." "What?" The secretary's sweat dropped as she confirmed again. "Are you kidding?" "I'm not kidding. This is the only way I can win." Authority's words suddenly became breathy. He seemed to have realized something. No wonder she is. In Authority's tense face, Medis is definitely not an easy target. It seems like this is not the first time she has participated in a debate like this. It turns out that she possesses such a cheating ability. How can we win? What do you mean? Authority seems to know the power that Medius hides her. On this side, the battle between the two Natura brothers and the representative heroes is getting boring. Priyatua was seriously injured in many places. Blood was splattered all over his body. Natura is a little better, but still very miserable. Medius just stood behind and watched, but her killing intent was the strongest. Here, Authority reveals Medius's shocking ability can reverse time. Looking at Medius's indifferent expression, it was hard to realize that she harbored such terrifying abilities. Somewhere a fierce battle is taking place. Medius's image appeared with sad but eerie and scary eyes. The secretary asked with a surprised look, "Can you reverse time?" Authority turned around to confirm. He said with certainty, "No wonder the more we argue, the more things go astray." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He gritted his teeth and said, "She rewinded the argument countless times and changed the future to one that was beneficial to her." Hearing this, the secretary asked curiously, "Then how can we defeat her?" Authority slowly replied, "Luckily, she has a weakness." He glanced at his secretary and told her, "Look at what I just sent you." She immediately looked at the iPad screen and observed. Authority slowly asked, "Do you see anything different?" At this moment, the image of Medius appeared on the screen. The first scene looked normal at first glance, but in the second scene, a small change suddenly appeared. The ends of her hair began to change, a deep purple color appeared, and the length of her hair seemed to have lengthened for a moment. After a moment, the secretary seemed to have realized the problem and replied, "Her hair grew a little longer, I feel like that's right." Authority's eyes were still calm, but full of meaning, as if he had seen through the whole secret. He emphasized once more, "Yes." He calmly asked, "Why do you think I left there?" The secretary hesitantly gave her guess, "Because she has too many dark thoughts." At this answer, he was stunned for a second, and then reacted with dissatisfaction. "Are you kidding me?" Authority also discovered a secret. Although this woman can reverse the time of everything around her, but she couldn't do that to herself, he said with certainty. He immediately thought of the image of Medius being injured and used it as an example to help the foolish secretary understand, meaning if she gets injured, she won't be able to reverse the injury. Authority asserts its understanding that she will return to the past with that wound. Speaking of which, he thought smugly, "So as soon as I accepted her challenge, I knew for sure that I would win." The secretary then asked worriedly, "But someone who possesses the ability to control the flow of time would also be physically strong." He hurriedly reminded, "Have you forgotten? Authority revealed a ferocious expression and said, "I also possess the ability to control time." The secretary's eyes widened in surprise, speechless. Authority's voice continued to say flatly, "I have been controlling time longer than she has." He sneered, his tone full of confidence. "I will win." His old face became wrinkled. His sharp eyes looked forward, and he continued, "Perhaps this is the fate of those who possess the ability to control time. We use our powers at the cost of our lives." The image of Medius flashed through his mind. In another development, the group of mutants fought fiercely with the chain-like monsters. Natura, covered in injuries, gasped for breath, raised her head and sighed. Phew! At this time the plant's tentacles grew longer and longer, attacking everyone. Kerperagar coldly swung out a powerful sword, causing them to be cut into pieces. He glared and reminded uncomfortably, "Controlling plants, this ability is not suitable for killing people." The chains of the plant grew back to life. They charged forward straight, followed by a determined voice. "But I like it. I can admire the beautiful curves of the plant. Let me tell you." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden sword swung up powerfully. Seeing that Natura's eyes widened in fear, as if she saw danger coming, Kerpera nimbly swung his sword to block each attack. But Natura was not so lucky. He was slashed across the body by thousands of cuts. Natura was painfully sent flying. Blood kept flowing from his skin. He clenched his teeth to endure the pain. Kerpera turned back to look at his opponent with a threatening look of anger. "My sword also has curves." At the same time, a hammer appeared from above and was coming down. The cool young man appeared before the full moon. He was diving down from above. He slammed the hammer down on the ground, creating an earth-shattering shock. The surrounding rocks and soil exploded into dust. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone looked at the other person with a confused look. This person is none other than Hassan, the mutant group. He arrogantly used the hammer in his hand to hit the innocent person. He also slowly said, "You conceal a user's ability for 24 hours by hitting the top of their head hard." Han arrogantly pointed at Kerpera threateningly, and the one known as the headhunter, Mienji. Suddenly, he glanced at Priya-2, confidently ordering, "Take off the hood of the guy behind. I can't see his head." On this side, Mienji of the ability group wore a mysterious mask on her face. She stared at her hand and exclaimed, "Now." "She shape-swap sword," Mienji said with a strange face. "Depending on the color of the mask, her ability will change accordingly," she said, then quickly waved her hand. Everything in front of her was frozen by that power. Natura too, because he didn't have time to dodge, his legs were frozen, unable to move. Mienji raised his head and ordered, "We will defeat him first." The current color was ice power blue. Natura glanced back in horror and asked, "Priya-2, how long do we have to wait? Are you still not an adult?" Priya-2 hugged her chest with one hand and replied in pain, "It will be a while." He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes determined, as he said, "I will return to the golden age soon." Natura gritted his teeth and continued to attack with his plant growth chains. The full moon was about to be hidden by dark clouds. The dim light gradually faded, leaving only weak rays of light through the gaps between the gloomy clouds. Priya-2, with eyes full of anticipation, muttered, "Just a little longer." The surrounding scenery seemed to be immersed in darkness, giving off a feeling of coldness and silence. Each gust of wind blew by, carrying an unusually cold air, making the atmosphere even heavier. Natura stood there gritting his teeth and enduring the battle. Priya-2 still held out hope, but now his eyes were extremely dull, muttering, "Just a little bit more." The bright moonlight mixed with a bit of black makes it no longer pure. Priya-2's lips twitched slightly. He shouted, "Ah!" At this moment, Priya-2 appeared with a new appearance. His body was strong and full of vitality. His face was also wrinkle-free. He happily exclaimed, "It's done. All right, being young is the best." This is the current body of Priya-2, 23 years old, at her physical peak. He stepped forward, his hands clasped, his voice filled with confidence as he said, "Time is on my side." Hearing him say that Medius appeared from somewhere, she grinned and giggled. Natura's group heard this and stared at her with wide eyes. Priya-2 asked angrily, "What are you laughing at?" Medius calmly replied, "It's so funny to hear your nonsense." He gritted his teeth. What nonsense! Everyone's faces were blank as they waited for an answer. Hassan stood behind and sneered as if he knew something. Medius's eyes were strange, and he coldly said, "Time is not on your side." Suddenly a movie appeared in her head, fast-forwarding to the past. Medius' eyes widened in horror, because the two people in front were brutally attacked. Their faces were swollen, and their bodies were full of wounds. Natura was beaten until her mouth was spitting blood. Priya too, standing next to him, was also beaten to a pulp. Kerpera's face was cold and sharp as he swung his sword to attack. He used his final move to completely finish off Priya too. Hassan's giant hammer was raised high once again. He flew up into the sky and then swooped down to deliver a fatal blow to Natura's group. One by one they were hit on the head like a thunderbolt, but they no longer had the strength to resist. Both of them with red heads. Medius's voice rang out, "As long as I live." Hassan stood there coldly and cruelly looking at the two of them. Medius slowly and complacently said, "Time will always be on my side." The room was dark and quiet, with only a small beam of light coming from the ceiling lamp. Authority leaned back in his chair and thought about something. The secretary suddenly opened the door and walked in to candidate. He opened his eyes and asked, "Are all the reporters gathered?" She immediately denied, "That's not it." The secretary showed a stunned expression. "There is something important you need to see. This is the video that was just uploaded." Authority looked at her with wonder. The video opens with the child's playful banter. Suddenly the emergency news screen cut into it. Medius appeared. "Hello audience, I am Medius." She simultaneously projected two other faces. "Tonight I captured third-floor prisoners Priya 2 and Natura. The prisoners are all being kept in a locked room and strictly guarded." Kerpera carried the sword on his shoulder and stood there solemnly. Also present were Hassan and Ming. Both are currently being supervised by 3 regional representative heroes. Medius continued to narrate her plan. "Originally, we planned to deal with it on the spot by extermination, but since I'm still in civilian status, we'll temporarily leave it to the government to handle. The final decision will depend on who becomes the association president next week." The girl smiled confidently. "Oh, and one more thing about dueling the authority. A proposal was made in the current situation. Let's leave that for after we've dealt with this matter. I'll arrange a schedule with authority. Right now, instead of internal strife, we should focus on capturing the villains." A sly smile bloomed on her face. "I believe authority will understand this as well." With that, Medius bowed before the screen. "That's all I am, Medius." The screen then also turned off. Authority grimaced after watching the footage. The secretary continued reporting. "Oh, and there's an invitation to talk to Medius." She asked while the chairman was deep in thought. "How would you like to answer?" As a result, Authority is now sitting on the sofa asking, "Okay, what do they mean?" He called out her nickname, the Time Rewinder Girl. Medius faced him and replied, "You have indeed noticed." Authority affirmed, "Not only me, other people with the ability to control space-time have also noticed." Medius remained calm. "Just as you said, I am a person with the ability to control time." The girl honestly shared, "However, I cannot rewind my own time." Authority automatically understood and continued, "And the time you can rewind is also limited." He eujagged again. "A week if extended would be 10 days. If it could be rewinded indefinitely, it would have rewinded the time of the prison break." The girl agreed. "That's right." Outside, the evening light had already set. The world government, in order to avoid causing social chaos, kept that truth hidden even after Shinka's broadcast ended, so I couldn't get the exact information at that time. Medius gave off a mysterious aura. "As you guessed, I can rewind time a week ago. That means I know the information a week ahead of others." Authority rubbed her chin. "A week later there are still no election results, huh?" She immediately agreed. "That's right." His normal expression was gone as he glared and asked, "Tell me this information. What is your purpose? Is this process necessary for you to win?" She did not hesitate to share. "During the debate with him, I realized that probing him awkwardly or avoiding the question were both considered bad moves. So I chose to speak directly. The lights inside are very few and weak." Medius directly mentioned one thing. "We are all time controllers, right?" She appeared friendly. "With a senior of the same ability as you, I would like to freely share my story." Authority brushed that idea aside. Speaking like that makes it sound like you want to form a connection with me, but I have no such intention in the future. She smiled sadly. Really, what a shame. Their conversation was over, so the young girl stood up. See you at the next debate. But Authority held her back. I have one curiosity. He wondered, why does your symbol have a capybara? I originally thought you had some physical ability. The badge on her shirt flashed. Reason? Medius casually gave a reason, just because it's cute. Everything after that went on as it should, thanks to Medius's achievements. Ajit Ratia is a forward-looking hero. He is the regional representative hero of the Authority and comes from India. Next is Alter Ego from Africa and a regional representative hero from the lepers side. They all looked towards the capybara badge that had switched to Medius's side. The debate hall was also red-flagged. Additionally, the second debate was cancelled by mutual consent of all three candidates. At this time, there were also people watching the video that Medius was showing. Shinka didn't feel angry at the unexpected behavior of the level 3 prisoners. She grimaced, feeling uncomfortable that someone with such a troublesome ability had appeared. Shinka's feeling of discomfort towards Medius's existence grew. Kingston still focuses on transmitting internal energy. Meanwhile, despite the appearance of Medius, he smiled with satisfaction as he felt the progress those who silently pursued their own goals. Seo Gang Yu let out a hot breath. His eyes lit up. The government side is also very tense. They are trying to build a world that they think is right, still busy taking action. The campaign trail remained empty day by day. Time passed, and now it was time for the third debate. Miyut took the mic and opened the event. Hello everyone, I'm Miyut, moderator of today's debate. This is the last debate, right? The clock was set at 60 minutes. Because it was the last session, each candidate would have enough time to speak. The guilds are also arranged. The order of speaking this time will be arranged in reverse order of candidate number. The clock is reset again. Each speech is limited to 10 minutes. They also have many limitations, 3 times the counter-argument. And when the clock strikes 0, they still follow the old rules. If all 3 candidates' time runs out, the debate ends. Miyut spread his arms. Now then, please come in, candidates. Lepus is in first place. Lepus also put on his familiar rabbit ears and went out. Her eyes were determined for this fight. Lepus! Number 2 is a very simple clock symbol. Authority put his hands in his pockets and leisurely walked out. His face did not change color. Authority? And the final candidate carries the capybara badge. They all looked surprised when Medius stepped out. Mute was also stunned for a moment. The spectators outside also gasped. A strange black hair fluttered past. Medius appears with a completely different look. But her eyes remained the same. Medius. Begin the final debate. The candidates entered their seats but did not begin immediately. Before we begin, I need to confirm something. Miyut pointed at the girl and hesitantly asked, "Oh, you're Medius, right?" She immediately replied, "Yes." Medius asked the moderator, "May I begin?" Miyut responded, "Ah yes, let's begin the debate." The young girl confidently opened her mouth. "Hello everyone, I am Medius. Today in this debate I would like to reveal my abilities." This move of hers was extremely unexpected. I am a person who possesses the ability of time. The people outside all looked up at the screen. Even if you look at it, you probably realize that I can't turn back my own time, but I can turn back the world's time. She also did not hesitate to reveal. Before coming to this third debate, I went back many times to collect information. Medius gave her useful information, and now I have the location of Alpha's base and all the information about the enemy. Authority just looked at her silently without saying anything. Medius continued to assert, "If I am chosen as Guildmaster, I will use this information to..." Lepus's eyes widened in shock. The vision of the city engulfed in flames was drawn by her, attacking the Alpha World base and launching an all-out war. I pledge to choose the future with the least loss of life for civilians. She touched her heart and swore, "And even if it costs me all my time, I will try to end this in the safest way possible. I give you my all." All attention turned to the next candidate after Medius's speech. It was Authority's turn. Only a few seconds passed before he declared, "I decide." He was serious when he said that support Medius and withdraw from the election. Lepus gasped, "What? while Medius was completely indifferent. Back in time, she was having a secret meeting with Authority. "Why are you calling me Authority?" He went straight to the point as if he didn't know what to do. "Didn't you see this future? Didn't you already know what I was going to say?" He was very annoyed. "During this time you have gone back countless times. Right, thanks to that, I feel like I have drunk 10,000 cups of coffee with just one cup. So what have you been doing during this time?" Medius smiled and replied, "I will clarify during the debate." He thought for a moment before continuing Medius's words. Authority expressed its opinion. "After careful consideration, I feel you are the most suitable person to handle this matter." He also foreshadowed what he would say. "So I decided to support you in the election and withdraw. If I supported you, you would easily win the election because that rabbit's approval rating is at rock bottom right now." Medius was not happy too soon. "Of course you have the means right," Authority admitted. "That's right." He delved deeper into the matter. "As you know, the term of this guild leader will end when the current matter is resolved. A compromise was reached between them. So my condition is that you cannot run in the next election." Medius agreed. "All right, Authority, I accept that offer." Authority tilted her head suspiciously. "It seems like you're hiding something else. I don't believe you'd accept it so easily." She still acted friendly. "You're trying to help me. Why would I refuse?" But Authority's words were not over yet. "Finally, as a senior in the field of time abilities, I have a piece of advice for you." He uttered a meaningful sentence. "Don't mistake controlling time for having time on your side." He sincerely advised that time is always fair and strangely terrifying. Medius heard that with the smile gone from his lips. "I will keep that in mind." Lepus was so angry that he shouted, "Hey, Authority!" She kept scolding him. "If you were going to do that, why did you join the debate? You should have withdrawn before the debate." He coldly replied, "That's my business." Authority didn't even look at her, "And it's still my turn, right?" Lepus retorted, "You said you'd withdraw, so what does time mean to you?" But she was cut off by him. "I haven't officially withdrawn yet." Authority suggested, "Host, could you please turn off that rabbit's mic? It's my turn and it's making so much noise that I can't speak." The girl holding the mic couldn't help but be bewildered. Lepus wondered. "Making a fuss," she retorted angrily. "I have the right to complain 3 times, and I am using my time to have a proper talk with you." He frowned, raised his hand and said, "Okay, keep talking nonsense. I'll give you all my time. The person who organized the program gave all my time to her and turned off my mic. Please turn off the surrounding noise too. I don't want to waste any more words with her." Lepus held out his hand towards the door. "You greedy old man, are you kidding me? If so, then go away." Authority raised his hand to explain, "If I were greedy, I wouldn't have retreated, and I wouldn't have donated my time to you. Stupid bunny." Suddenly, Medius raised his hand. "Well, I've finished talking. Can I go now? It's better to spend this time finding more information about the enemy." Lepus frowned. "Where are you going again?" "My time is not up yet." The girl holding the mic watched the argument in confusion. "This is called an argument." The name of the ceiling is the sunlight shining through the window. Time just keeps passing by. The clock has struck and the debate is finally over. The whole city is quiet. The result was Medius's face was expressionless. The 4th president of the Hero Association, Medius. The world government immediately confirmed the election results and summoned Medius. She entered the conference room. The delegates looked on in silence, and opposite was vacant. Here Medius shared all the information she had gathered along with her predictions about the future. He had a serious face. "The world government pledges to support Medius with all its might without sparing any assistance." At the same time, he updated Seo Gang Yu's current situation. Medius's face was slightly sad, thinking that he had been cured. He said, "So that's how it is." After the information exchange, the room was dark with a little light flickering. She was walking when she heard a voice calling her head. The 4th Association president, El Hayado, approached sympathetically and said, "The ability to go back in time, hearing the same sentence over and over again, must be tiring for you. You've experienced it countless times, right?" He looked sad. "Although this is the first time I've said this, you've probably heard it many times before. There's no room for repetition in this world of Medius." She remained silent and did not reply. El Hayado said earnestly, "Please remember my words. After his talk with the world government, Medius met with the heroes asking them to cooperate with his policies. Most of the heroes agreed to follow Medius, but the biggest problem was Lepus. She put her hand on her forehead and sighed tiredly. When she met Lepus to chat, "How many times has this been our conversation?" Lepus coldly replied, "Really, I feel like this is the first time we've talked." The sound of the two people talking echoed in the room. "I have refuted that answer countless times already. There's no way someone as strong as you wouldn't feel a little uneasy. So how do you plan to convince me this time? There's no need for persuasion." Medius was straightforward. "I respect your opinion, Lepus. You are still a very important factor, though. Please keep your faith, but I hope you will participate in this battle plan." Lepus said indifferently, "You don't need to say that, I'll join too." At the Hero Association, sunlight filtered through the large building. Authority smiled and put his hands in his pockets happily. "Congratulations on being elected the 4th president of the association." Medius politely said, "Thank you." Authority looked at her expression. "Looking at your expression, it seems like you can't convince that rabbit. Huh, a weak woman, even a villain, can't kill her." Medius didn't think so. She denied and replied, "It can be said that she is a person who is very steadfast in her beliefs." He was delighted. "Get everything done quickly. 4th president, I'm looking forward to your first speech. If you need advice, I'm always available." Medius bowed slightly, placing his hand on her chest. "Thank you." The Medius emblem appears. The first speech of the 4th president of the Hero Association, Medius. She stood on the podium and said, "Greetings to all members of the Hero Association. I am Medius, the 4th president of the association." The equality avatar appeared depicting a bird spreading its wings and a scale of justice. She explained, "The reason I have summoned you today is to announce the selection of the 3rd generation of equality before the campaign." The people sitting below looked coldly. "These are the names I have chosen." Suddenly the symbol burst into a powerful light. The man with the sword on his shoulder, Kerpera. The girl with the mask, Mienji. Tall man with sad face, Alter Ego. With the bunny girl behind is Lepus. The crowd below was surprised, many were angry. And finally Medius looked straight at the person sitting in front and called out, "Authority." The corners of her mouth curled up. "Oh, and the leader of the group will be Mr. Authority. I'll take care of that." He frowned, gaping in doubt. Medius's selection of the equality team left the heroes in a state of uncertainty. Lepus's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" Kerpera was silent and said nothing. Meeting Medius smiled and said to Authority, "Mr. Authority, after this speech, can you spare some time for me? I need some advice." Authority gently texted him but didn't say a word of refusal. Authority spoke first. "It seems like you're hiding something, and it turns out to be this." Medius replied calmly, "I have no intention of hiding anything. If you ask, I will answer." He snorted and said, "I have no intention of joining forces with people who are not compatible with me. It's like asking for trouble. That's why I suggested you be the leader." Authority heard this and asked, "Do you think they will listen to me?" Medius smiled and said softly, "Mr. Authority, if you join equality and shine in this campaign, your chances of winning the next election will be even more certain." He replied without hesitation, "No need, the one who wins the next election will definitely be me. That rabbit is not my opponent." "How can you be so sure of that?" "If Lepus joins this campaign as an equality member and achieves great success, she could become a threat in the next election." Authority frowned and asserted, "There's no way that's happening." She continued to make other assumptions. What if another person with the same variable ability as me runs for election next time?" He suddenly fell silent and did not respond. Medius continued to persuade him, "If you help me in this campaign, I will use my abilities to help you win the next election." Authority felt quite surprised by her offer. "Sir Authority, please give me your power. If you side with me, your power over the guild will be increased, and that will be a great advantage for you when aiming for the position of the next guild master." He heard these words of Medius and was silent in thought. Then softly said, "Anyway, in the timeline you've been through, it seems like I'm also active in the equality team. You jagging, by the way, you didn't turn back time. That's exactly the case. I see sitting here talking is a waste of time. Fine, I will support you, but remember to keep your promise to help me in the upcoming election." Medius immediately replied, "I understand." She suddenly fell silent and said with an expressionless face, The more we talk, the more interesting I find you. What Authority didn't understand why she said that. Medius slowly explained, most heroes who talk to me ask if they will survive this campaign, but you have never asked that even once. Authority was a little surprised by this. He immediately said, because I don't see a future where I will die. The future I see is only the position of chairman. Hurry up and focus on planning your campaign and get this over with because the next president is definitely me. Authority urged her softly. Medius once again explained the reason for choosing team equality through his speech and received consensus from the heroes. Just like that, the third generation of equality team was selected. Medius named this campaign the Campaign of Destruction. To counter the moves from the hero association, Shinka sent out invitations to the entire world. However, because Medius had already obtained information about the recipients of Shinka's invitation, he sent heroes to eliminate most of them before the letter arrived. This leads to very few people joined Shinka's ranks. Canis looked at the people standing outside and said, less than I thought. At this moment, Terra, who was a physical type, called out to Shinka, hey Alpha Girl, why are we only ranked level 3? Sasori belongs to the physical system, Nutia special system, Akala special system. They all looked at them in unison. We don't think we're inferior to those guys. Barusa, man of the physical type, frowned and asked, where is Seong Hwan? Shinka smiled and said to them, if you do well in this battle, I will raise your rank. If the merit is extraordinary, you can also receive a reward. And Mr. Seong Hwan is practicing privately. Everyone was silent. No one said anything. Everyone was thinking about their own things. Then in the quiet of the night, in the dark night sky, giant fireballs dyed the space above Shinka's base red. Of course, there was no way she wouldn't know about such a big commotion. Mianji looked at her hands that were creating fire and said, red, looks like my luck isn't bad today. Canis looked at the fireballs in the sky and shouted anxiously, Shinka! Fireballs appeared in the sky. She simply replied, I'm looking too. In the quiet night sky, extremely large fireballs were slowly descending towards their base. After that, Shinka quickly created a large purple shield to block those fireballs. But the equality team was prepared. Kerpera stands on a giant carrot sword in hand. He said a magic word, Arabicase, then used the sword to cut the purple shield that was covering the area. They quickly broke into pieces. Fireballs instantly fell, destroying the entire area. Of course, its level of attack is extremely terrifying. The level of influence is very large. Authority and Lepus stood not too far away watching. He clicked his tongue and said, if you summoned meteors and covered them with fireballs, the power would be even greater. But you refused to do so. Lepus argued back, I've told you many times that would be too powerful and would harm your heroic allies. Authority glanced at her. If your teammates can die like that, then it's best to quit being a hero. Lepus was extremely dissatisfied with his words. You should be the one to quit. Hey, I'm the captain. Just then, Alter Ego appeared from behind and said, come on, stop arguing. Hurry up and move to the coordinates the president provided. Authority smiled slightly and asked them, all right, is everyone ready? Let's go. Wipe out the cancer cells. The Hero Association takes off. The campaign of destruction officially begins. This is the Council of Medius established. Mute Special Mute is responsible for security. She can create a space that eliminates sound to prevent eavesdropping. Profe, the security special agent. He is responsible for security measures to prevent any assassination attempts on Medius. Idiapaya, a genius mechanical engineer special system, responsible for communications, in charge of the communication devices used to convey instructions. This council had a meeting and came to the conclusion that, if we don't have information about where the petitioner is going, we can't act. Miyut folded his arms and asked, that's strange, how did they use the EMP attack in Ruculus prison? Is there any internal information? Well, Medius said with a serious expression, after killing Shinka, we will use psychometry to find out. She placed her hands on the table and called everyone back to the meeting. Let's focus on the mission now. Yes, Association President. Medius spent 2 years of his life preparing for this mission. She used that time alone to think. Medius lay on the chair, hugging the pillow with both hands, sleeping. She slowly chewed cotton candy, ate, and so on. Medius held a stack of papers in her hand. Try to prevent the death of even one hero. That's the motive behind this plan. So she planned to turn back time as soon as a dangerous situation occurred. Her face looked a little tired. She raised her hand to hold her head. This ability is really inconvenient. It would be great if I could reverse my own time and keep my memories. It is truly an extraordinary ability. Aren't you being too greedy? Medius kept going back in time and created the future she wanted with her team of advisors. She has gone back in time too many times. Is she dreaming of the perfect future? Authority bowed slightly, putting one hand in his pocket, and said, "But I told her that time is fair." A purple light appeared. Time kept going back. A circle was created just like a mirror. It projected Shinka's image. However, the future she wanted would not appear first. Medius has sent out powerful heroes to fight against the enemy. A sound rang out. The hero, representing the region who is pleased to deal with the second-level villain, has been accepted. With level 3 or higher evil. What? Lepus looked forward with a blank expression. She frowned and asked, "Are you the villain I have to take responsibility for?" The girl looked disgruntled. "The Equality members will handle them. Ouch, how rude." Her name is Censora Special Type Censorship. She thinks the world needs a healthy mindset. Anything she thinks is not decent, she will photograph and trap them in pictures. Censura scowled and shouted, "Oh, too rude, too rude, too rude." Lepus bit his lip, his hands clenching into fists. "Didn't Medius put me here to deal with her so I would have an advantage over her? She's clearly a terrible match for me." She raised her hands, a beam of light appeared, and a rabbit cloak covered her body. Lepus tugged on her shirt and asked her, "Hey, is that okay?" No, why not?" she asked with a worried look on her face. "Standards, what are standards?" Censura immediately shouted, "It's what I think, how can you understand?" "It will change depending on how she feels in different situations." She held the camera in her hand as if preparing to take a picture. "You simply have the body of something that needs to be censored. Why do you wear that around? Are you a pervert?" Lepus heard that and gritted his teeth angrily. "You bastard!" She immediately swung her arm and used her strength to make Censura fall to the ground. "This is what I want." Lepus angrily continued, "I like that rabbit, so what?" She raised her hand and said into it, "Medius, are you there?" "Yes, Lepus, what's wrong?" She immediately shouted angrily, "Didn't you say I would have the upper hand here? You're trying to put me in a disadvantageous situation so that I can die. You're a member of Equality, yet you're complaining so much about dealing with a level 3 villain. Shut up." Censura lay unconscious on the ground. "You wouldn't kill a villain, right? That's why I let it be that a villain would have a hard time killing others. She's someone we wouldn't have a problem with even if she lived." Lepus spoke up at this point. "Are you kidding me?" Furthermore, she looked at the camera lying on the ground. The pictures she took included civilians. If we kill her at will, there is a high chance that those civilians will die. Lepus silently watched and listened to Medius. "That's why I chose you to deal with her. Do you understand now?" She lifted Censura up and said to the other side, "This annoying brat. But I'm an adult now, shut up." The big round moon shines in the sky, its soft rays shining down below. Kerpera, with a fierce face and a sword in hand, walked forward. A voice rang out, "What luck?" He looked up at the girl sitting on the building. She bowed her head and said to Kerpera, "I wanted to meet you." He looked at her calmly. "Amir." She jumped down from above. "I never expected to meet two individuals called sword gods. Today is definitely a special day, a good day to die. Even though I asked to learn from that sword god, I was refused because she said she had not yet achieved the sword technique she wanted." Kerpera still stared without saying anything. "Amir." She immediately pulled out her sword. Light shone around her. "What is a sword? I have killed countless lives, but I still do not understand. The one who is killed without mercy, because I want to gain enlightenment." Drops of blood splattered on his face. "However, I gained enlightenment from an unexpected place." The red-eyed woman raised her weapon high. The sword in her hand, and her body were covered by a stream of power. Kerpera calmly drew out his sword. She rushed forward, her red eyes flashing with light. He stood still and used his ultimate move. She was immediately seriously injured and vomited blood. Kerpera then spoke, "It's not the tool you wield for yourself, but the one you wield for others." Somewhere in the city, the purple night sky is poetic. A hand was raised to cover his head. Authority stood still, observing something. He looked up at a man standing on the building. "That must be the person I'm responsible for." The man glanced at Authority and raised his voice to ask, "Your Authority? You're a bit old, but despite that, your fighting spirit is quite impressive. It's a shame Amir isn't here, but you're fine." "Hey," his voice made him stop. Authority reached out and grabbed his tie in front of his chest. "What I hate the most is trash who talks arrogantly like he's a big shot." He violently ripped off the tie. "Words are a waste, I will kill you. Trash." The mutant took Authority's punch to the stomach. His hand opened wide, revealing sharp claws. He tried to swing his arm back, but he dodged it. The mutant held his stomach and praised, "That was a heavy punch. What a good punch." And as expected, the speed increases when accelerating time. Fast, very fast. Authority raised her eyebrows in confusion at the words he muttered. The mutant took out his sword. It feels so good to cut something worthwhile, but his opponent interrupted. "What the hell is this piece of trash talking about?" Authority told him one thing: "I haven't used my time ability yet." The mutant was stunned. "What, just now?" Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked in the face again. "I simply dodged it, you piece of trash." Red blood spurted from him as the mutant's body flew back. His head was covered in blood, making him groan in pain. Authority looked down on him. "You transformed and still can't dodge that attack. Enhanced systems have their own levels, you piece of trash." He suddenly whispered, "If I really use time power here." The mutant hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute." But Authority ignored him and rushed straight to finish him off with a quadruple acceleration. The enhanced mutant's head was crushed. "Wait, what?" Red blood fell down his face like rain. "You think if you had more time you could have counterattacked? Go away, you piece of trash." Thus the Battle of Heroes ended successfully. The three Great Equality easily defeated the third-floor prisoner. The girl with the camera was trapped in the sphere by Lepus. Lepus was standing there alone when suddenly a voice called, "Hey!" Authority suddenly appeared, causing the girl to jump and scream. Only then did she recognize Authority. He scolded her, "I knew it, you crazy rabbit." She wondered, "No what?" The prisoner that Lepus was holding was still unconscious. "Why didn't you kill that woman holding the camera instead of dragging her along?" Authority rolled up her sleeves. "Take off your protection. I'll send her to hell." But Lepus immediately objected. "Nonsense." The old man did not give in to her at all. "Then let me blow away the entire layer of protection." Lepus was not afraid and created a magic circle. "Let's try it." However, someone transmitted to them, "Mr. Authority, please calm down." Medius was the one talking to them. "There are civilians trapped inside her protective layer. Just take her to the detention center, then deal with her later." He was still not satisfied. "What if she escapes?" Medius assured him. "Mr. Authority, in all the futures I have experienced, there has never been a case where the camera girl has become a variable." He asked again. "Will she die within a week?" Medius replied, "I don't see that yet." She elaborated on what she does. "I don't track it day by day, now I just track it hour by hour." Authority shouted, "Hour by hour, Medius. What kind of future are you painting?" She replied to him with an illustration. "If you have sketched a big picture, no matter how wrong it is, you must continue drawing until it is finished as quickly as possible. Then the drawing was erased. If you keep drawing a little bit and erasing it, drawing wrongly and erasing it again, when will it ever be finished?" She was extremely certain of her plan. "Even if it takes longer, I won't let a single hero die." Authority looked at her blood-stained arm and reminded her, "Medius, no future is perfect. Don't try to carry it all alone. It's inevitable that heroes die." She still insisted, "Even so, I will still do everything I can." He didn't argue with her anymore. "You are the president now, so I will listen to you." He still did not let the prisoner go. "Then let's look into the future 1 week from now. Based on that progress, we will decide this girl's fate." Medius said softly and followed, "Understood." Bloody memories of heroes flowed through her mind. It repeats itself more and more. Medius opened her eyes wide in surprise. She reported back, "Mr. Authority, according to the results, after my future experience, she did not become a variable." She once again affirmed that after being escorted, she will be detained in prison without any problems. He also temporarily accepted, "Okay, let's just forget about this." The people in the strategy room silently listened to Authority. "So then," he seriously questioned, "are we winning the war?" Medius hesitated. Victory seems possible, but if things go as they are, some heroes will die. He wasn't too surprised, it's inevitable. Medius still aimed for his own goal. Authority, if there's a way to save them, I should try, even if it takes up all my time. He sighed in frustration. Then Authority turned away. Even so, we have to leave some time for our election. They also ended the conversation understood. Lepus was curious. Election? What are you two talking about? He turned and gruffly ordered, "Shut up, rabbit. Prepare to move to the next area." Those in the conference room were also actively discussing, "Mr. President, are we sure of winning? Victory seems certain, then let's focus on reducing the casualties of the heroes." Medius shared with them, "But there is one strange point." She pondered. Even if the entire Alpha World villainous horde were destroyed in battle. Each name she mentioned Stepness. Next to a black man, Terapia. Also in the group of villains is a calm-looking person, Aurora. And the girl with the madness, Shinka. Finally, the person they can't look down on is Shang-Huan. She said something that surprised everyone there. They all didn't show up. What were they discussing? If so, then almost half of the main force hasn't even entered the battle yet. Could it be that they've fled? That's really suspicious. Luckily this time we followed Authority's words. They became more urgent. We should push the process forward and then look back further into the future. Things were going well for their side. The heroes followed Medius's instructions one by one, wiping out the villains one by one. In a multi-story building, gloomy and with few people passing by, Shinka appeared through the mirror. "Is everyone ready?" The mutants are all heading towards her. She was very serious as the characters in her eyes lit up. "You must have felt it too, right? There is something unusual about the flow of time." They just silently listened to her say, "Medius, she is mistaken, that time is on her side." Her space gate emitted countless mysterious dark auras, ladies and gentlemen. Shinka turned away and instructed them, "But time is our true ally. Let's go ahead and teach them a lesson." Aquila nodded to her. "Yes, sir." The middle-aged man said while holding a cigarette in his mouth, "Seo Gang Yu, the one who defeated Seong-Hwan." Malefiz flexed his shoulders. "When will he get here?" Tsujin raised an eyebrow. "It's been a while since we had a proper battle." Shinka also gradually disappeared behind the gate. "Amir is here." They set out with the common goal of, "For the glory of Alpha World." Fourth floor special forces departing. Hassan sighed. Okay. He looked smug, under control. "That went so smoothly," Paquette stammered. She wondered, "Hassan, do I really not need to do anything?" He looked annoyed and replied, "Yeah, it's best if you don't use your ability. It's hard to go easy on me." Hearing that, she felt a little resentful. "You're really too much." Hassan was confident, "But the second floor is still easy to handle." Paquette probed, "I guess the equality guys will take care of the third and fourth B floors." He replied, "Yes." He seemed a little bored. "We'll probably just stop at the second floor." From afar, a man dressed like a cowboy walked towards the two of them. Puffing on a cigar with a disdainful look on his face, Beerus greeted, "It's an honor, heroes." The two people saw that and were extremely shocked. "Oh shit! He is Beerus of the Physical Enhancement System." Beerus is one of the members of the tragic, villainous web of heroic bounty hunters, the Heroic Bounty Hunters. She couldn't keep calm and was shaking so much that she couldn't control her words. 4444, fourth floor. Hassan reminded, "Calm down, Paquette." He showed his disdain for the enemy. "We still have Medius here. It must have been arranged beforehand. The fourth or fifth floor will be finished with just one swing of my hammer." Beerus just looked and said nothing. Hassan made a plan on the spot. "You two work together, somehow pull his hat off. Just hit him with all your might on the top of the head." He was skeptical. Top of the head. It seemed like Beerus had realized something. "Ah, you're the one who specializes in hitting heads to seal abilities." He replied, "That's right." He wondered, "How much is the regional hero's bounty? I remember it was quite generous." "I've always wanted to ask you something," he suggested. Hassan felt puzzled. Beerus took off his hat and turned the top of his head towards him. "What about this case? I have 2 whirls of hair." Hassan was surprised. 2 whirls of hair. 2 whirls of hair. He nodded. "Yes." "What does that have to do with my ability?" he asked skeptically. "A person with 2 whirls of hair doesn't have 2 tops of the head. That means you have to hit 2 places." Pocket stood to the side and watched the two men confront each other. He retorted, "What people only have one top of their heads." He argued, "Is that so? Don't bald people not have tops of their heads?" Hassan explained, "Nonsense. Who doesn't have a top of their head? On the contrary, I like beating bald people the most because the top of their head is so obvious." Barus exclaimed, "So that's some new information," he teased. "But before you tease bald people, you should go get a checkup." Hassan looked bored. 2 whirls of hair are a sign of early-stage hair loss. He was speechless when he heard that. Barus was a little angry. He declared, "We will kill you most painfully." He wondered why. He started to aim his gun. "You told me something I didn't want to know, and it made me feel humiliated." Realizing Barris's move, he and Paquette immediately got into position. "Paquette, get ready." "Yes, sir." She began to concentrate her strength. Hassan and Barus were somewhat surprised when they saw this. "Oh my god, that's horrible." She turned into a giant rabbit. Paquette in transformed state with angry face, ready. Barus seemed interested. "Physical enhancement system, huh? This will be an interesting battle." Kingston explained, "The physical enhancement system is different from the special or summoning system, which usually controls the chi outside. Most people with physical enhancement system abilities only control the chi inside their bodies." He sat listening attentively to his master. "That's why many people in this system believe that the power of a mutant is predetermined, from birth leading to laziness, or even giving up on training. That power is described by Kingston as a container, but it's really just that their container is too small. Energy is like water. When the container is small, the energy will overflow, and once the energy exceeds the control capacity, it becomes useless." Kingston solemnly instructed, "But if you know how I can hone and expand this vase through training, you will hone your vase with me." Seo Gang Yu's eyes did not change at his master's statement. "At the same time, learn how to control the QE. Oh, and one more thing when you reach a certain level in controlling the QE." Barus quickly pulled out his gun. The two were also mentally prepared. The bullet was fired at lightning speed. Hassan and Paquette team up. The two men dodged his attack. Then the powerful bullet continuously penetrated the large buildings behind. He and she were a bit surprised to witness that power. Barris was a bit quiet when he saw that the two were unharmed. Kingston's lesson was that one can infuse chi into objects. Next to the gun now appeared a rope. He grabbed the rope, then aimed it towards him and her. The rope hit 2 people. "Hold them together." Both fell to the ground. He took control and looked pleased. "You can't move now because I've infused the shining wire with my energy. It will be harder than steel." "And now?" Beerus's face was sinister. "I will scalp you." A sound rang out, shocking. Then a man appeared and punched Beerus straight in the stomach. He was attacked suddenly and did not have time to react, so he was hit and vomited blood. Hassan and Paquette were panic-stricken. "So that was Gang Yu." He punched him away. Kingston spoke up, "Not bad, your growth rate is quite fast." He smiled happily and said, "Just keep feeling the energy in your body and move that way." He raised his hand to his forehead and looked into the distance. "Let me see." He observed Beerus's body was surrounded by a fierce power source. "Oh, this guy is the perfect opponent to warm up not too bad." Kingston instructed, "Now try mixing your special element into your attacks, just like we practiced." He instructed, "If you kill him in one blow, it will be considered a failure, but at least use 3 or more moves." Gang Yu understood. Barus stood up and adjusted his hat. "Ah, treating me like a punching bag, that's right." Kingston put his hands on the ground and sat down. "Okay, I'll stay here and watch." He sat behind the 2 people who were being dazzled and ordered, "Get on my disciples." Tragic Hero Bounty Site. As the Hero Association operates a hierarchy naturally from rank 5 to rank 1, bounties are priced according to the level of danger. Barus, the top earner of this industry, earns the highest income from hunting counts, a candidate for the title of equality. After completing that mission, Barris enjoyed a leisurely retirement, only monitoring the wanted page, without participating anymore. He lay comfortably on a chair, sunbathing. There are really a lot of new people appearing. But then one day a name on the website caught his attention. It was Seo Gang Yu. Despite being equality level, Seo Gang Yu does not have a bounty on him. Out of curiosity, Boris contacted Tragedy to ask why, but the voice from the Tragedy side answered over the phone, literally unfathomable. Seo Gang Yu has never been in battle, so there's no information about him. Tragedy made another offer. Or Boris, why don't you try fighting him once to determine the price? We will pay you a decent amount of money. Boris replied, reject. Back to the present. Boris explained, at that time I thought he was nothing special, so I was just a little curious, and then ignored him. Boris continued, but hearing that you defeated Seung Hwan, I decided to see for myself. Seo Gang Yu. As he spoke, he reached out and pulled out the gun at his side. How much are you worth? Boris continuously fired bullets towards Seo Gang Yu. Bullets were fired at Gang Yu, but he remained motionless. His expression was cold. Gang Yu raised his hand and waved. Another invisible hand appeared. Gang Yu unleashed a black light attack, quickly changing the trajectory of the bullets with his hands. He was lightning fast as he rushed to Boris's place, knocking him down. Boris immediately felt pain, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Seo Gang Yu's punch to Boris carried a dark red power. It spread to Boris's entire body. Gang Yu continued to punch upwards with black soul shock. Boris was sent flying by his attack. But Gang Yu did not stop there. He continued to clench his fists, lost in thought. Gang Yu treated Boris like a punching bag. He punched him repeatedly without mercy. Boris thought with difficulty, I see why isn't his bounty clearly stated. Gang Yu's eyes showed indifference. A white cross-shaped beam of light appeared in the sky. Gang Yu jumped high, his fist at the center of it. Gang Yu opened his mouth, Black Knight Madness. Boris lay on the ground, his body covered in wounds. Your bounty. He smiled appreciatively. It really is immeasurable. Gang Yu did not say much. A red pillar of light descended from the sky. He used that formidable strength to punch straight at Boris, causing the surrounding rocks and soil to shake. Hassan and Morith saw this scene and widened their eyes in surprise. Hassan thought, a person who can deal with the fourth level like a child playing with toys. I heard that he secretly cultivates. He glanced at Kingston sitting behind him, but I didn't expect to learn from Kingston. Hassan immediately called out loudly, Kingston! He offered to take me as your disciple. Pocket also stuttered, I want to. Kingston was confused. What is this, go away? Hassan sighed. Media sorry for doubting you. It turns out you abandoned him because of this. Paquette was surprised. I thought he was dead. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Our president is truly the best. Kingston fell into deep thought. Kingston had Ujaeged Medius's abilities to be no less than authorities. He looked at the image on the screen. It seems... Kingston deduces she has the ability to experience the future and then return to the past. With this, she can guide the future as she wishes. He looked at the sunset sky before him. Kingston frowned dejectedly. That wouldn't be fun anymore. He wondered, should I go and kill her? Kingston's eyes were fixed on the screen before him. He recalled the past. Vacant said, Kingston, I have decided to entrust Seo Gang Yu to you, but if something unexpected happens, I will not be able to continue entrusting him to you. Please understand. Kingston sat on the rock and laughed. Ho, you dare threaten me? Vacant bowed again seriously. This is not a threat, but a request. Kingston raised his voice and asked, as the leader of the world bowing down to beg someone else, don't you feel embarrassed? Vacant replied, if it's for the safety of the people, I'm willing to do anything. Kingston pushed himself up. That's commendable. He smiled. Okay, I'll think positively. Kingston waved his hand and left. Watch her a bit more. If you get bored, I'll come and deal with her. Kingston postponed his decision, remembering his promise to Vacant. But when Medius reversed time by a total of several months, Kingston decided to kill her. At this moment, Kingston was looking up at the sky pensively. The sky was clear and cloudless. Kingston exclaimed, so that's how it is. Seo Gang Yu was meditating in the back and asked, what's wrong? Kingston frowned when he saw his reaction and thought, has he not reached the realm where he can sense this yet? Seo Gang Yu calmly did not detect anything unusual. Kingston said, it's nothing, just focus on training, making Gang Yu confused. Kingston looked up at the sky again, secretly thinking, is this really all it is? Back in the present, Kingston complimented Gang Yu. Well done, your technique has become more refined. He clapped his hands continuously. There is really nothing that helps improve one's strength better than actual combat, he thought to himself, but it was still far away. Kingston looked at Gang Yu thinking, because you still can't feel this thing. He calculated in his mind, perhaps more realistic battles need to be added to heighten the feeling. Kingston sighed to himself. Well, it looks like this will be more interesting than expected. He turned and left. Let's go. Find the next opponent. The scene changes to another place. Medius is heard, reporting Hassan contacted and reported that. She said to the other three, Seo Gang Yu has completed the extermination of Beres. Idiopea said with a look of concern. The fourth floor is handled this quickly. Miut exclaimed, that's Seo Gang Yu. Medius also agreed. Yeah. Idiopea looked at her. If this continues, we might actually be able to save all the heroes. Medius suggested, let's continue to turn back time. She continued, step by step, it's like putting together a puzzle piece by piece. News of Seo Gang Yu's participation in the war spread to the heroes. Utority frowned at the watch on his wrist. Is that so? He curled his lips in a contemptuous smile. Just need to catch that brat Seung Hwan, and it's done. Suddenly someone else's voice interrupted. Oh, I feel a little sad hearing that. Malafise expressed his grievance. It's like you treat us like air. She gave a creepy smile. Long time no see, former president. Utority frowned. It should be the second chairman. The equality group was moving smoothly when Mienji appeared. Someone said hello, long time no see, Mienji. Vixen also excitedly raised his hand to greet Mienji, we meet again. Ju Yong-hyun smiled. Let me send you back to your master. Mienji replied, that's not bad, but not yet. On Lepus's side, she was making two symbols with mysterious details with her hands. This time I will definitely catch you. Eswood also reached out to take out his blue power. Try it, little rabbit. Benjamin in the back trembled and said, I just need you not to kill me. Lepus replied with a determined look, don't worry, I won't kill anyone. Elsewhere, Alter Ego also encounters Vedi's group. Vedi asked, is that you? His face was filled with contempt. The number 4 that Terapia mentioned, the maid beside him added, is exactly the same. The two of them stared at each other with unfriendly eyes. Alter Ego gritted his teeth and angrily said, my name is not number 4, I am Alter Ego. Night falls, the city is in ruins. Sujin is confronting Kerpera. She greeted him, Kerpera, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Kerpera replied coldly, with our relationship there's no need for greetings, right? The two of them didn't say much and immediately started fighting each other. The powerful opponents faced each other. Kingston and Seo Gang Yu's group also met their opponents. Kingston exclaimed, oh, that's pretty good. He looked at Canis and the fox-eared girl before him. Did you take off your collars already? Kingston gestured to them. Wait a minute, I need to talk to Seo Gang Yu. The fox-eared girl immediately objected. Who gave permission? Suddenly the two of them opened their eyes wide. Kingston's cold voice said, hey! His face was full of menace. Wait! The other two immediately looked scared. Kingston turned to Gang Yu and said, come on, let those guys fight for a while longer. This is perfect practice. Gang Yu replied, I've listened to you. He asked emotionlessly, but how long do I need to restrain my power? Can't I just kill him quickly? Kingston smirked. Absolutely not. Can you feel it too? You're much stronger than before. But it is not enough, he continued. This made the fox-eared girl and Canis nervous. Kingston continued to explain to Seo Gang Yu, listen carefully. In this place, except for me, no one here can be your opponent. His tone was suggestive. Just this place. Gang Yu was puzzled. What are you saying? Kingston suggested to him, look, you still don't feel it. You need to get used to using your chi better. Gang Yu observed the surrounding air. Feel what? Kingston also raised his head. He looked at this ruined city. You will understand soon. Kingston turned to the other two and said, okay, you can move now. He rushed towards them with incredible speed, causing both of them to grit their teeth in fear. But Kingston pressed down on Canis, causing him to fall to the ground without having time to react. He grabbed Canis by the neck. Let's fight one-on-one. The panicked fox girl, Canis. Canis tried to move. Cough can't move. Kingston disdained. Don't worry, I don't intend to harm you, but if you come here just to save this guy without fighting Seo Gang Yu, I will kill him immediately. He made a condition to the fox-eared girl. If you defeat Seo Gang Yu, I will let him go. The fox-eared girl was puzzled. What do you want? At this moment, the dark light power was summoned to one place again. Kingston replied to her, I just want to see it before I die. He looked towards Seo Gang Yu, who was already in a ready stance. A battle between humans who have reached the pinnacle. Consider it an old man's last pleasure in life. Finally, Kingston stood up and said, okay. He ordered fight. He turned his head and instructed Gang Yu. Gang Yu, use as many skills as possible. Don't kill immediately. Gang Yu replied, understood. Kingston frowned, thinking in his head just like that. He looked up at everything that was changing slightly before his eyes and thought, then can you win? Elsewhere, Shinka was staring below. Seung Hwan Huang asked, Shinka, has Seo Gang Yu arrived? Shinka replied, it seems so. Seung Hwan immediately gave a strange smile. Long time no see. He speculated maybe the others are the same. At this moment, Aurora appeared with the corpses of other people above her. Aurora looked at Seung Hwan. Seung Hwan also confidently smiled and faced it head-on. Below, Seo Gang Yu was also ready. Shinka and Media spoke at the same time. This war, the fox-eared girl and Seo Gang Yu charged at each other at the same time, preparing for a life-or-death battle.